Isn't that a bit too exaggerated? The corners of young Master Phoenix Slayer's mouth twitched. This pillar of light zigzagged, and landed on copper trigram. Even a blind person would be able to tell that there was something wrong with this situation. Clearly, loose immortal Xiaoyao was manipulating the wealth distribution from behind the scenes. Face or treasure? Face was a very important thing, but when the time came to abandon it, you could just temporarily do so, and try regaining it in the future, couldn't you? Actually, since the very beginning, Senior Xiaoyao reminded us that he liked the number 6. Thrice reckless Mad Saber handsomely stroked his long hair. Wasn't he practically telling us to shout 666 for him? It's just a single line, so what are you all waiting for? Thrice Reckless was ready to frantically shout 666 for Senior Xiaoyao. There's no need to hurry, Soft Feather said softly. That senior also said that there are 4 different types of prizes. Since that's the case, then we should wait for the first and second grade prizes. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said, what if you're lucky and manage to win the first or second grade prizes after the 4th grade prizes? Soft Feather shook her head. From what happened to Senior Copper Trigram, we can see that although it is a random, lottery-type selection, Senior Xiaoyao can influence the results from behind the scenes. I think that unless the manner in which you shout 666 is just too good, the chances of you winning first or second grade prizes after having won 4th grade prizes is too low. Soft Feather was simply too witty. Anyway, she was right. Although it was a random, lottery-type selection, that did not stop it from being affected by actions behind the scenes. Soft Feather said, although there's a large number of treasures on the first 3 floors, they aren't that valuable to us. At most, they could be used to fill up a treasure trove. Perhaps those seniors who have sects or forces to take care of can give it a try. After all, with how many members there were in the 9 provinces number 1 group, they couldn't all get the first or second grade prizes. Moreover, even if all of them did try to go for the first or second grade prizes, they might still all end up with nothing. Shouting 666, huh? Song Shuheng pinched his chin. He kept on feeling like this lottery was tailor-made for him. In the entire universe, if one were to discuss styles of shouting 666, he should land somewhere among the top 10. After all, he had a surefire move at hand. So according to Soft Feather's assumptions, he should wait and fight for the 1st grade prize. The 4th grade prize would have the treasures from the 1st to the 3rd floor split equally among 6 people. As such, the following 3 prizes could only be better, right? At this moment, a loud roar came from somewhere nearby. 666, Senior's gesture of distributing wealth is truly exquisite. It wasn't a member of the 9 provinces number 1 group, but rather a 6th stage mage wearing mage robes. He should have immediately realized what had happened after hearing Immortal Master Copper Trigram shout, and followed quickly. However, when he finished shouting, no pillar of light settled on him. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said, Nothing happened? Perhaps it will only work once every time. After all, since there are only 6 pillars of light, they can't all be controlled from behind the scenes. Among the 6 pillars, it's likely that only 1 or 2 can be affected, Immortal Master Copper Trigram guessed. When it's time for the 3rd grade prize, make sure to be the first one to shout, and make sure to shout something good. I have a feeling that using the same lines won't make Senior Xiaoyao happy. While he was speaking, the 6 pillars of light had all come to a stop. A pillar of light had moved over, and enveloped Venerable Yellow Mountain. Venerable Yellow Mountain was stunned. He didn't shout 666, as he had to maintain the dignity of a senior. Moreover, he rather disdained the treasures on the first 3 floors. Unexpectedly, he, who had no desire for the 4th grade prize, won it. Song Shuheng said, with this, 2 people in our group won the 4th grade prize. Senior Yellow Mountain, Senior Copper Trigram, you have to give us some gifts after you go out. Venerable Yellow Mountain smiled. When we meet up for the banquet that little friend Shuhang has arranged for us, I'll definitely give everyone a gift. A voice suddenly sounded. Mama Yellow Mountain is the best. Everyone involuntarily turned to look at Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang hurried to wave his hand. It's not me, it wasn't me. I didn't say it. Everyone turned around, but they couldn't find who had said, Mama Yellow Mountain. Venerable Yellow Mountain felt so tired. Besides the 2 members of the 9 provinces number 1 group, 2 of the remaining 4 pillars of light enveloped celestials, in the throne of wealth distribution, the celestials made up over half of the total number of guests. As for the last 2 pillars of light, one settled on a 4th stage loose cultivator. When the time came, if this 4th stage cultivator was able to smoothly take away all of the treasures meant for him, he would become a rich man among his peers. At the very least, he would have no need to worry about cultivation resources before the 5th stage. The last pillar of light fell on a middle-aged man covered in armor, a holy knight. After the lottery was completed, each of the 6 pillars of light turned into a token, which then fell into the hands of the winners. At the same time, on the first 3 floors, the treasures that were not picked up were evenly divided into 6 portions, disappearing. Loose Immortal Xiaoyao's voice resounded in everyone's ears once again. The draw for the 4th grade prize is complete. Congratulations to the 6 winners. With the token in your hands, you can take your rewards at any time and from anywhere. In addition, you need not worry about the tokens being snatched from you as they are bound to you. The 4th stage loose cultivator tremblingly grabbed the token. After looking around, he immediately rushed out of the throne of wealth distribution. As soon as he left the throne, he took out his flying sword, and escaped at the fastest speed. Song Shuhang noticed that when the 4th stage loose cultivator left, there were several figures that followed him outside the throne of wealth distribution. Su Clan 7 said slowly, "Great wealth always attracts greedy people." Fairy Lychee said, "I hope this fellow Taoist does not end up meeting with mishap." Instantly, many loose cultivators felt somewhat uneasy. If they were to obtain the 1st or 2nd grade prizes, how were they supposed to protect their fortune? After thinking about it, the most suitable method seemed to be asking a noble and respectable senior to protect them, and then share the fortune equally with that senior. Immediately, many loose cultivators turned their attention to Song Shuhang and the members of the 9 provinces number 1 group. Tyrannical Song was suspected to be a tribulation transcender, and had a group of 8th stage ancient sages with him. If one was to be asked who was the strongest among those present, the answer should be Senior Tyrannical Song's group, right? They only wondered whether Senior Tyrannical Song was easy to talk to. Although these loose cultivators were afraid of profound sage Tyrannical Song, they still had a favorable opinion of him. First, Tyrannical Song appeared on TV once a month, so they were familiar with him. As long as one wasn't familiar with someone due to extremely negative news, their impression of this person would be better than that of strangers. Second, Tyrannical Song gave the impression that he was on the side of good, and from his appearance, he looked to be someone who was reliable. Third, maybe, just maybe, Tyrannical Song would protect them because they had been impregnated by him? At this moment, Loose Immortal Xiaoyao's voice sounded again. "Please, don't worry. All the fellow Taoists who receive the token will be protected for a certain period of time. Those who try to snatch the reward token because of greed will get their dues." This service was top-notch. After winning the lottery, they would get protected for a time, and the evildoers would even get punished. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said, "A person like Senior Xiaoyao is one I'd definitely make friends with." Immortal Master Copper Trigram tossed the token in his hand. Why do I keep on getting the feeling that Senior Xiaoyao's character is somewhat similar to Senior Yellow Mountain's? It wasn't due to his hobby of distributing his wealth, but rather due to certain details, such as Senior Xiaoyao being very thoughtful, just like a mother, he was very meticulous. Loose Immortal Xiaoyao's words made all the loose cultivators that were participating in the wealth distribution feel at ease. Loose Immortal Xiaoyao's voice sounded again. "Then let us move on to the next round. There will be 3 winners for the 3rd grade prize. The prize this time will be the treasures from the 4th to the 5th floor. Are you ready? Thrice reckless Mad Saber waved his hand, transformed into a monkey, and said loudly, "Senior, we were born ready. Can I be your friend, Senior? Your gesture of distributing your wealth is truly amazing. Are you still lacking any accessories on your thighs, such as a cute monkey?" "Thanks." Loose Immortal Xiaoyao actually replied to Thrice Reckless Mad Saber. Then, 3 pillars of light appeared. After the 3 pillars of light went around in a circle, one of them quietly landed on Thrice Reckless Mad Saber. The members of the 9 provinces number 1 group were speechless. It seemed that Thrice Reckless flattery just now happened to capture Loose Immortal Xiaoyao's heart. Was this senior who loved distributing his wealth a bit out of touch with the times? So much such that he would even take a fancy to Thrice Reckless Mad Saber's low-level flattery? Or was it that when Senior Xiaoyao was working behind the scenes, there were some hidden conditions which Thrice Reckless just so happened to meet, earning him the prize as a result? There were only 3 spots for the 3rd grade prize, and the winners would all receive an equal portion of the treasures on the 4th and 5th floors. For most of the practitioners present, a third of the treasures on the 4th and 5th floor was already a huge amount, and it was something completely worth fighting for. At this point, morals and face were something that they were wholly ready to discard. In particular, everyone got stimulated after seeing that Thrice Reckless had won himself a quota. Various compliments rang out in the throne of wealth distribution in hundreds of different languages. It was deafening. The practitioners displayed their various methods. There were praises that used fireworks, lions' roars, hymns, magical amplification, and there were even some people who released magical techniques used for courtship and so on. A romantic radiance of love filled the entire 5th floor. Thinking about it, Loose Immortal Xiaoyao should have already acquired a great sense of satisfaction. Song Shuhang even wondered if he was at a concert of world-class singers. The cheers and praises were simply too shocking. "Wonderful," Thrice Reckless Mad Saber suddenly said. "I understand now. If it were a completely random wealth distribution and there weren't any workings behind the scenes, then everyone present would definitely not be so enthusiastic. It would only be those who won the lottery that would be excited, but most would merely wait silently. With the addition of this behind-the-scenes manipulation, that everyone could see, all those present would naturally give up their shame and integrity and cheer loudly in order to try and win a quota. Perhaps this is why Senior Xiaoyao added such hidden mechanics. I have the same thoughts." Soft Feather nodded and said, "For the following prizes, we must make a preemptive strike at the beginning of the round, dazzle the audience, and win Senior Xiaoyao's attention." While they were speaking, the other 2 spots for the 3rd grade prize were randomly allocated. The Celestials managed to win the lottery again. As they occupied half of the spots in the throne, they had a very high probability of winning. At this time, the cultivators present could only grit their teeth in hatred, unable to do anything about it. The last spot fell on an old man with a metal mask on his face. The old man was bent over, hidden in the crowd, with a very low sense of presence. If he hadn't won the lottery, everyone would have probably ignored him. Jun Bufu. Suddenly, a cultivator shouted through gritted teeth. Beside this guy, a group of cultivators with identical robes also glared at the old man. "Old dog Jun, you dare to appear here? Damn you! Don't even think about leaving in one piece today." With the roar of the group of cultivators, more and more people turned their attention to the old man. "It's Jun Bufu, that vile guy. This guy should be sliced apart by 1,000 knives. It's hateful that such an evil person was rewarded." A series of hostile gazes locked onto the old man wearing the metal mask. "Ha ha ha." The old man smiled slightly. "I didn't expect that I would win the lottery. This has brought me much attention, and this isn't a good thing for me." Song Shuheng asked curiously, "Senior, what's the background of this Jun Bufu?" It was quite surprising that just the Taoist name of this guy managed to draw so much hate. Venerable Tornado would definitely be very envious of this old man. Scholar Bright Radiant said, "Ah, I really envy the winners. Even a killer with such a low presence can immediately become the center of attention once he wins the lottery." Killer? Song Shuhang looked at the old man. Then, it seems like that this guy is a very successful killer, otherwise, how could the other party attract so much hatred? From a certain point of view, Jun Bufu is a complete failure. So far, his success rate in assassinations is 0, and he has never succeeded. However, although he isn't that good at assassinations, his methods in disgusting people are first class. Every time he carries out a mission, Jun Bufu would use any means at his disposal, and they're always unexpected. This is the reason why he attracts so much hate. Venerable Yellow Mountain looked at Jun Bufu and softly said, "I heard that he was once cursed and no longer has a chance at ascending to the 6th stage, thereby having his path of cultivation cut off. Because of that, he resorted to doing evil." Northern River's loose cultivator added, "Therefore, even though he's called a killer, when he carries out missions, his goal is always to disgust the other party using any means possible rather than kill them." Fairy Lychee said, "I've heard of him, too. It is said that before he changed his career to become a killer, he was a well-known good person in the world of cultivation. His Taoist name was Qian Shanjin. Later on, after being cursed, his personality changed and got totally twisted. I was crossed by this guy in the past." Immortal Visitor amidst clouds gritted his teeth and said, "It's a pity that he managed to run away in the end. Otherwise, would have already killed him. Senior Song, can you give me back my inner demon first?" Soft Feather waved her fists and said, "I'm going to give him a beating." Song Shuheng asked curiously, "Soft Feather, you've also been targeted by him in the past?" Soft Feather said, "No, but my father was. At that time, my father was closed up, and that guy ran to Spirit Butterfly Island to make trouble. Later on, if he had not run fast enough, he would have definitely died on Spirit Butterfly Island." Hearing this, Venerable Spirit Butterfly felt warmth in his heart. He patted his daughter lightly and said, "Soft Feather, there's no need to beat him up in the throne of wealth distribution. Since he's already here, he won't be able to escape. Even if he will acquire a protective token in a while, he can only dream of being able to escape from my palm. This time, I will definitely have him reformed." His reputation was not for nothing. Senior Turtle raised his head and said, "In other words, this guy's character became distorted after he got cursed? But even after his character became distorted, he never killed a single person. Maybe this Jun Bufu can still be saved. According to the recent movie plots, as long as gains a new understanding of love or something, there's a possibility that he could change." Recently, he had watched a lot of movies and TV series with Lady Onion, and a lot of those movies were about changing the world with love and saving the world with love. Song Shuheng pinched his chin and said, "In other words, let him feel love?" As he said that, the scholarly sage's eye in his left eye was suddenly activated. In the next moment, his left eye flashed slightly. A ray of light instantly fell on Jun Bufu's body. Song Shuheng. "I didn't urge the sage's eye, so why did it suddenly fire out the expert's appraisal? Could it be that the sage's eye believed that Jun Bufu could be saved, so it sent him love? The light of the sage's eye was especially terrifying. Jun Bufu had already been enveloped by the pillar of light, but that could not block the light of love from the sage's eye. At this time, the token had not formed yet. Jun Bufu only felt his body warm up as his belly began to quickly swell in size. This feeling was familiar. This was when experts proved themselves. Jun Bufu trembled and said, "Prof. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, but I don't remember ever offending Senior Tyrannical Song. Honestly speaking, a guy like him usually wouldn't offend a ruthless guy like Profound Sage Tyrannical Song who could impregnate others just by glancing at them." Under the eyes of the crowd, Jun Bufu's belly quickly swelled in size. No, I almost collapsed last time. I don't want to experience it a second time. Jun Bufu cried inwardly, but he still had to maintain the calmness of a killer on the surface. He placed his hands behind his back, then remained motionless and as cold as ice. Even though there was a sharp pain in his stomach, he endured it. But then again, it felt somewhat different this time. This impregnating gaze gave him the feeling of a mother, the feeling of a mother's love. Because of it, Jun Bufu couldn't help but recall childhood memories. At this moment, all the cultivators who were glaring and cursing at Jun Bufu gradually stopped. Everyone looked at his huge belly, gulped, and then quietly glanced at where profound sage Tyrannical's song was from the corner of their eyes. No one dared to directly look at profound sage Tyrannical's song. However, seeing Jun Bufu get hit really relieved them of their anger. The only regretful thing was that Jun Bufu was quite unyielding and actually managed to endure without screaming. Fu! At this moment, the pillar of light dissipated and turned into a token that fell into the hands of Jun Bufu, thrice reckless, and the celestial who won the lottery. After Jun Bufu got the token, he couldn't bear it anymore, and he slowly crouched down. Have you understood? Said profound sage Tyrannical Song slowly. Song Shuheng felt like he should say something at this time to ease the awkward atmosphere. But he didn't know what to say, so after so long, he squeezed out this line. Jun Bufu looked at Tyrannical Song in confusion. What the hell am I supposed to understand? Do you understand love? Soft Feather cooperated with Senior Song and stood beside him with a serious face. Jun Bufu, Senior Turtle said earnestly, love can generate electricity and save the world. Song Shuheng slowly turned around, no longer looking at Jun Bufu. The lines he had thought up had been snatched by Soft Feather and Senior Turtle, and he no longer had anything to say. He could only choose to give off a profound look. At the same time, Song Shuheng noticed that the impregnating gaze appeared to have not been considered an attack by loose immortal Xiaoyao. Loose immortal Xiaoyao did not intervene, nor did he prompt or warn them. The wealth distribution continued. For the second grade prize, the treasures on the 6th and 7th floor will be equally divided. Originally, I was only going to put up 2 spots, but I changed my mind. In order to celebrate being able to encounter such a beautiful treasure here, there will be a 3rd spot. All 3 winners will equally share the treasures, and I will add a certain amount of treasures. Now then, let's move on to the next round. Thrice reckless Mad Saber said curiously, why did he suddenly change his mind? And he also increased the number of treasures? Northern River's loose cultivator pinched his chin. Could it be because of the impregnating gaze used by Shuheng just now? Before loose immortal Xiaoyao changed his mind, the only eventful thing that took place in the throne of wealth distribution was Song Shuheng's impregnating gaze, right? Soft Feather said, Senior Xiaoyao mentioned just now that it was because of a beautiful treasure. Song Shuheng couldn't help but touch his left eye socket. Was he referring to the scholarly sage's eye? Chapter 1803 It's time to show my ultimate move. The impregnating gaze was certainly not of a treasure. Therefore, Song Shuheng immediately thought of the scholarly sage's eye. Could it be that loose immortal Xiaoyao had something to do with the scholarly faction or the scholarly sage? At the same time, his mind immediately thought up several eye-gouging, eye-snatching plots. Let's discuss that later. The lottery for the second grade prize is about to begin. We should hurry up and get ready to display our abilities. Thrice reckless Mad Saber reminded everyone. I have a few good ideas. For example, we can arrange ourselves in lines of 6, that would definitely be very eye-catching. At the side, Su Clan 7 quietly glanced at Thrice Reckless. He then squatted back down, lightly stroked his beloved treasured saber, and gently sharpened it with his fingers. Soft Feather said, actually, I think that shouting 666 and flattery might be useless this time. These 2 methods had already been used by Senior Copper Trigram and Thrice Reckless, and even better ones were used by the others when they were competing for the 3rd grade prize. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said, but wouldn't it still be better to shout it out rather than not doing so? The second grade prize consisted in the treasures from the 6th to the 7th floor. Even a rich man like Senior Yellow Mountain would not mind getting such treasures. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said, "If you have anything you can display, then use it. It will be worth it." He was afraid that the fellow Taoists in the group would be held back by their shame or reputation, so he specifically said something to encourage them. After hearing out a senior figure like him, they would be able to feel less hesitant with using any means they had. Venerable Yellow Mountain said, "By the way, fellow Taoist creation, you should sit down." Dharma King creation. Don't sing and put the mic down. You can do anything else, but don't start singing, Venerable Yellow Mountain added. I'm afraid that you'll be attacked and kicked out of the throne of wealth distribution if you do it. Dharma King creation looked at the microphone in his hand, and said, "Actually, I was just going to read out a few words. I'm not going to sing, believe me." Young Master Phoenix Slayer silently took out a set of custom-made earplugs, and put them in his ears. After giving it some more thought, a pair of pointed ears appeared on the top of his head, which he also put earplugs in. Song Shuheng stared at young Master Phoenix Slayer in surprise, wondering why he had 4 ears. Young Master Phoenix Slayer turned his head, and asked, "Why are you staring at me?" Song Shuheng waved again and again. "It's nothing, it's nothing." It might be due to young Master Phoenix Slayer's species being rather special that he had 4 ears. Since it was a little rude to discuss other people's appearance in public, Song Shuheng simply turned around and looked at Soft Feather. He asked curiously, "Right, Soft Feather, what are you planning on doing?" It felt like Soft Feather wanted to get the 1st or 2nd grade prize, so why hadn't she acted yet? Soft Feather said, "Hee, I came up with a line earlier and planned on reciting it out loud, but I've now changed my mind. Among the 3 spots, I won't bother with one that might be under the influence of that person behind the scenes, so I'll just fight for one of the other 2. During the round for the 4th grade prize, when nobody knew they could shout 666, Senior Copper Trigram did, and won a 4th grade prize. During the round for the 3rd grade prize, when nobody knew they could use flattery, Senior Thrice Reckless did, and won a 3rd grade prize. And now for the 2nd grade prize, everyone already knew about shouting 666 and putting down their shame and using flattery, so the competition was too big. It was extremely difficult to be the most conspicuous one amongst the crowd. As such, Soft Feather chose to give up on the flattery competition, and chose the second option instead. Soft Feather silently took out an incense burner from her size-reducing purse, took out a life-sized statue, and arranged them neatly. "Is that Senior White statue?" Song Shuheng asked. This statue was the same statue that Senior White had transformed into when Song Shuheng welcomed him back then. Soft Feather said proudly, "Senior Song guessed correctly, and there's also a signed photo inside the statue." Song Shuheng was surprised. When did that happen? When did Soft Feather approach Senior White for an autograph? At this time, Soft Feather had already finished setting the statue and the incense burner. She then took out some incense, pinched at its head, and lit it up. After lighting the incense, Soft Feather made a wish. "Senior White, I want to win the 2nd grade prize. Please help me." It was unknown if it was just an illusion, but when Soft Feather made a wish, Song Shuheng's left eye seemed to really see something like a blessing or a boon falling on Soft Feather's body from the statue. The lottery for the 2nd grade prize began. 3 pillars of light once again shuttled quickly through the crowd. A pillar of light zigzagged and finally landed on an old acquaintance. At this time, Sage Monarch Winter Melon was dressed in golden armor and stood with a sword, looking particularly dazzling. A pillar of light fell on him, and he won the lottery spot thanks to his luck. Song Shuheng's eyes were fixed on the 2nd pillar of light and Soft Feather beside him. Was Soft Feather's method actually going to work? While he was in thought, the 2nd pillar of light swept past Song Shuheng. And after passing him, it firmly settled on Soft Feather. Song Shuheng, it really worked. A pillar of light enveloped Soft Feather, and with the light enveloping her body, she looked even more beautiful. Yay, I succeeded. Soft Feather clenched her fist. She then stretched out her hand to stroke her long hair, causing her black hair to flutter, with each strand of her hair shining as they were enveloped by the pillar of light. Soft Feather was so bright at this moment that those who saw her couldn't take their eyes off of her. Soft Feather retrieved the statue of Senior White and the incense burner with a smile on her face. Afterward, she made a victory pose to Song Shuheng and Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly. Heavens! Senior Turtle was too shocked to speak. Did you see that? My daughter's so smart, Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly said proudly while wrapped in a sheet. Song Shuheng gave Soft Feather a thumbs up. Whether it was Soft Feather's own luck or the working of the statue, ultimately, she succeeded. I knew I should have tried to go for the first grade prize, but forget it, someone else can have it. As Soft Feather stretched out her hand, the pillar of light turned into a token, and fell into her hand. Sage Monarch Winter Melon got a token, and Soft Feather also got a token, so who's the last winner? Song Shuheng asked curiously. Just now, his attention had been completely on Soft Feather, so he hadn't paid attention to the last pillar of light. So who was the last winner? Thrice Reckless Mad Saber replied, I don't know, either. I was looking at the shining Soft Feather just now. Fairy Dongfang 6 said, I seem to have been distracted as well just now. Daodu asked, Stupid Yellow Mountain, do you know where the third pillar of light landed? Sage Monarch Yellow Mountain nodded lightly, and then pointed at the side. Beside him, a handsome man showed a bitter smile. He stretched out his hand to show everyone the token in his hand, showing that he was the third winner. But when he won the prize, most of the people present were attracted by the shining and beautiful Soft Feather, and ignored him. Congratulations, Sword Sage. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber clasped his hands, and said, in this lottery, our 9 provinces #1 group has gotten nearly half of the winning spots. The handsome man's mouth twitched slightly. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he seemed to give up and decided not to say anything. Song Shuheng felt that Scholar Sober Eye's smile was too pitiful. So, he said, Senior Thrice Reckless, this senior isn't a sword sage, but a scholar. At least he still remembered the word scholar. Next up is the most anticipated first grade prize. Everyone, cheer up. Fairy Lychee kindly changed the topic. She felt particularly guilty seeing the scholar's bitter smile, so she hurriedly changed the topic. Loose Immortal Xiaoyao's voice sounded again. Congratulations to the 3 fellow Taoists who won the prizes. Now, on to the last of the wealth distribution. There is only one spot for the first grade prize. There was only one spot, so was this going to be given by way of operations from behind the scenes? Or was it going to be totally random? The second grade prize had 3 winners equally split the treasures on the 6th and 7th floor. Therefore, logically speaking, the first grade prize should give the winner all the treasures on the 8th and 9th floor. This was extreme. This was going to be very serious for whoever won the lottery. With so many treasures, they could use whatever they could use, and exchange the ones they didn't need for resources. Even the leaders of sects would be greatly tempted in the face of so many treasures. So, who was going to win the first grade prize? All the practitioners present couldn't help but gulp as they became filled with anticipation. Loose Immortal Xiaoyao's voice sounded. Countdown to the lottery. 10, 9, 8, 7. The practitioners who were already familiar with Senior Xiaoyao's routine immediately knew what was happening. Senior Xiaoyao was using this countdown to watch the fellow Taoists, waiting for everyone to use their greatest means, everything they had. Whether it was cheering, praising, shouting 666, fireworks, or sending hearts, it was time for them to display their ultimate moves. With there only being one spot, this spot shouldn't be completely subject to the workings behind the scenes. However, who could guarantee that loose immortal Xiaoyao would not increase the odds of winning a little bit for a certain practitioner? The atmosphere in the throne of wealth distribution reached its climax. There were loud shouting and light effects that covered the sky, and everyone used everything they had to stand out. After all, why not give it a shot for a better future? At the same time, everyone's eyes involuntarily shifted to profound sage tyrannical song. Because what was certain was that among all the people present, the one with the highest strength was profound sage tyrannical song, someone who had held a divinity show thrice, and was possibly a tribulation transcender. Profound sage tyrannical song entering the throne of wealth distribution should be due to his interest in these treasures. And there were some who also took notice of how profound sage tyrannical song had not made a move for the first few prizes. Did that mean that tyrannical song was aiming for the first grade prize? What was he going to do to vie for it? And under everyone's gazes, profound sage tyrannical song really did make a move. He stretched out his hand, and behind him, the projections of 41 ancient holy apes appeared. A huge holy ape led 40 smaller holy apes, and they all opened up the scholarly scriptures in their hands. Afterward, the 41 holy apes began to sing. The leading huge holy apes sang in the language of the ancient era, while the 40 smaller holy apes unceasingly sang 666, 666 in all kinds of different languages such as Chinese, English, the language of Beast Realm, the language of the Black Dragon World, and many more. Their cadence and rhythm were very catchy. They were just reciting the same word, but they made it seem like a grand and monumental piece. Are those holy apes behind profound sage tyrannical song from the holy ape dragon power technique? At this time, someone recognized the origin of the holy apes behind Song Shuhang. The holy ape dragon power technique of the beast realm was a physique-enhancing technique that could compete with the scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha of the scholarly faction. According to rumors, the most defining feature of the holy ape dragon power technique was that it would display projections of holy apes behind the practitioner. The more holy apes there were, the stronger their technique was. However, there seemed to be something wrong with the holy apes behind profound sage tyrannical song. Another said, I remember that the holy ape projections of the holy ape dragon power technique should have nothing in their hands, right? Why do the holy ape projections behind him have scholarly scriptures in their hands? Why do I know that they're scholarly scriptures? He was obviously unable to get a clear look at the scriptures in the hands of the holy apes, but after a mere glance at them, he somehow immediately understood that they were scholarly scriptures, and not Buddhist or demonic scriptures. Another cultivator said, moreover, the holy ape projections of the holy ape dragon power technique aren't supposed to be able to sing. I can guarantee this. Yet when it came to profound sage tyrannical song's holy apes, which consisted of one big and 40 small ones, the big one led the smaller ones in singing, and they sounded like a choir as they all sang together. It was extremely showy. Profound sage tyrannical song was worthy of his name. A big shot was a big shot in the end. Although the practitioners present displayed the best that they could show, none of them were able to come close to profound sage tyrannical song's performance. Soft Feather, who was nearby, suggested, Senior Song, it would be better if you added a soundtrack. Hearing this, Dharma King Creation immediately offered his services. Need my help? There's no need. Thanks for the thought, Senior Creation. Song Shuhang waved his hand repeatedly. But after seeing Dharma King Creation, Song Shuhang immediately thought of Fairy Creation. Fairy Creation just got that jade loot, how about I let her give it a go? And so, Song Shuhang's consciousness sneaked into the inner world, and contacted Fairy Creation. Inside the inner world, Fairy Creation held the lute in her hands while humming. The way she was holding it left half of her face obscured. While holding the lute, she plucked the strings at its shaft a few times, completing the melody wonderfully. Even someone like Song Shuhang who didn't understand much about music found himself appreciating the sounds. Fairy Creation quietly playing the lute looked wonderful, it was the most beautiful state Song Shuhang had seen her in ever since he'd got to know her. In this state, she appeared beautiful and picturesque. He felt reluctant to disturb her as he did not want to ruin the scene. As such, his consciousness quietly retreated, preparing to leave the inner world. But suddenly, Fairy Creation jumped up from her sitting posture. She changed the way she held the lute, now holding it like a guitar. At the same time, her fingers frantically moved on the lute. Then, she let out a roar-like singing voice. Ah, ya 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 ya, she shook her head vigorously, causing her long hair to sway up and down, left and right. Along with the beat of the music, her head began to spin wildly, and with that, her long hair also began spinning in circles. It was Dharma King Creation's heavy metal music style. Song Shuhang covered his face with one hand, feeling that the dreamlike scene he had seen just now had completely shattered. At this moment, he could confirm that Fairy Creation was indeed a part of Dharma King Creation's household. The only difference might be that one was born with the sound of nature, while the other was born with the sound of hell. Baza hey. Fairy Creation ended with a loud syllable and a forceful toss of her long hair, ending her improvised performance. Afterward, her eyes moved to where Song Shuhang's consciousness was. Stupid? Fairy Creation, do you want to go out and sing a song using your new instrument? Song Shuhang asked. Fairy Creation tilted her head, smiled sweetly, and nodded. Then, she also pulled the busy virtuous Lamia along. Inside the space of the wealth distribution, the pillar of light belonging to the first grade prize had emerged, and it had begun to spin rapidly in the throne of wealth distribution, preparing to pick the lucky winner. Behind Song Shuhang, the 41 holy apes were still singing in unison. But like Soft Feather said, due to the lack of a soundtrack, it felt like there was something missing in the chants of the holy apes. At this time, two bundles of light appeared behind Song Shuhang. Two figures, one big and one small, appeared behind the holy apes at the same time. The big one was the gigantified virtuous Lamia, who had a zither with her. This zither was the combined magical treasures Immortal Goose's zither. The smaller one was the normal-sized Fairy Creation, who was holding a jade lute. When she appeared, Fairy Creation listened to the singing of the holy apes. Seeing that it resembled a choir, the corners of her mouth rose slightly. Although this kind of choir did have an epic momentum, it was neither lively nor loud enough. And so, she planned on adding a bit of fun and life to it. She held the lute in her arms, and her fingers plucked the strings quickly, resulting in crisp and rapid sounds resounding in the area. The virtuous Lamia accompanied her, and played the zither to her melody. The zither and the lute let out sounds of war and battle, bringing excitement to all those who could hear it. The two fairies worked together, appearing to have a tacit understanding. Perhaps it was because they had similar hobbies and personalities? And the large holy ape behind Song Shuhang actually seemed to have some intelligence. It actively began to adjust the rhythm of its singing, and started to match the sounds being exhibited by the two fairies. It was worthy of being a holy ape given by Senior White too. It was talented all around. The singing of the 41 holy apes grew louder and louder. A city under siege, sky filled with sand. Horses urged with whips, life and death without words. Shining spears and armored horses, a general builds his success on 10,000 bleaching bones. Even the chants of 666 of the holy apes were subconsciously ignored by the people. Dharma King Creation's mouth became slightly agape. He felt like he might lose his job. All of the practitioners inside the throne of wealth distribution were moved by the singing. Music knew no borders. Similar to Song Shuhang when he had entered the inner world, they were moved by the performance of the two fairies. They indulged in the picturesque scene, and swayed along with the music. Song Shuhang looked around and nodded in satisfaction. Good. Everybody is indulging in Fairy Creation's music. Start your real show, Fairy Creation. It's time to pull a complete reversal, and let everyone experience the heavy metal music style. When one's dreams and hopes are shattered, they would naturally want other people to experience the same. At this time, the pillar of light finally moved toward Song Shuheng. Then, it paused slightly, and no longer moved. Soft Feather said, "Senior Song is the target?" As soon as she finished saying that, the pillar of light moved a bit more, enveloping fairy creation, the virtuous Lamia, and the 41 holy apes. As for Song Shuheng, the master, he was excluded by the pillar of light. Well, this scene looked familiar. With how their formation was, the positions of the 41 holy apes and the two fairies in the sky happened to be behind Song Shuheng. As the pillar of light enveloped them, it isolated them from Song Shuheng. Something similar happened with the impregnable holy city back then, when Song Shuheng, its master, was thrown out of the city. Song Shuheng. He turned his head stiffly, and looked behind him. How was the first grade prize going to be given? The holy apes and the virtuous Lamia were all his, but fairy creation should be considered to be part of Dharma King creation, right? No, the holy apes couldn't all be considered to be his. The leading huge holy ape could be traced back to Senior White II in terms of origin. Although it had been given to Shuheng, it could not be denied that it had originated from Senior White II. Does that mean that this prize is going to be split between me, Dharma King creation, and Senior White II? Fairy Lychee asked curiously, how is this first grade prize going to be given? Soft Feather remarked, Senior Song, you've been excluded from the pillar of light. Song Shuheng sighed. I can see that, Soft Feather. Actually, there's nothing wrong with the choice of the pillar of light, thrice reckless Mad Saber explained. The holy apes are singing 666, and the two fairies are playing the zither and the lute, while you, little friend Song Shuheng, are doing nothing. When it was put that way, it did seem to make sense. He didn't do anything, so it wasn't strange that he would be excluded by the pillar of light. Song Shuheng said bitterly, but the holy apes are mine, and fairy waiting for a promise is also my light of virtue. Soft Feather said, I remember that the impregnable holy city is also Senior Song's lifebound magical treasure. Song Shuheng nodded, and said, yes, Soft Feather, that's right. Shuheng, perhaps you feel as if you're the main body, while the holy apes and fairy light of virtue are your subordinates. But have you ever considered it the other way around? Perhaps, you are the subordinate, while they are the main body? Immortal Master Copper Trigram spoke in riddles. Whenever he was not careful, his occupational disease would flare up. As an excellent trigram master and fortune teller, there were times when he had to speak nonsense, and do it seriously at that. Song Shuheng. Fairy Dongfang 6 said, actually, I feel the same as Fairy Lychee. I want to know how Senior Xiaoyao will judge the result. Northern River's Loose Cultivator asked, will the rewards be directly given to Fairy Light of Virtue and the others? Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman pinched his chin, and said, if it's going to be given to Fairy Light of Virtue, Fairy Creation, and the 41 Holy Apes, is the first grade prize going to be divided into 43 portions? Thrice Reckless Mad Saber remarked, I feel that everyone shouldn't bother themselves with this. There's no need to trouble ourselves with considering what Senior Xiaoyao is going to do. When the time comes, he will definitely do something that will surprise us. Fellow Taoist Thrice Reckless is right, said Island Master Tian Tian Kong. Soft Feather asked, a surprise? Well, now I'm looking forward to it. Venerable Yellow Mountain smiled lightly. No matter what the result is, it's the same for us. In the end, the things in the throne of wealth distribution will belong to little friend Song Shuheng, and he will receive them through his light of virtue. It's just that more steps appeared in the middle, but it shouldn't affect the overall result. Senior Yellow Mountain was always on point when it mattered. Soft Feather smiled at Song Shuheng, and said, then, be sure to treat us when the time comes, Senior Song. Young Master Phoenix Slayer pushed up his glasses. Little friend Shuheng said that he wanted to invite the fellow Taoists in the group to a feast, but with this, I feel that just inviting us once isn't enough. You have to invite us at least twice. The most important thing is that the feast must be accompanied by singing and dancing. At some point in time, young Master Phoenix Slayer had taken off the earplugs in his 4 ears, and found himself falling in love with the performance of the 2 fairies and the holy apes. Therefore, he wanted to listen to it a few more times. The feast wasn't that important to him. What was important was to have Song Shuheng get the 2 fairies to come out and perform. With the holy ape choir, the effect would simply be awesome. It would be even better if they could have Fairy Dongfang 6 choreograph a dance. Young Master Phoenix Slayer already had everything planned in his mind. After a long time, loose immortal Xiaoyao's voice, which was long overdue, finally sounded. Congratulations to Tyrannical Song Ensemble for winning the first grade prize. Your performance was excellent, and so is your luck. Senior Xiaoyao had hesitated for a good while before finally choosing to announce the result. After all, he was also very surprised by the result of the lottery, so he didn't know how to announce it properly. During this time, he wanted to secretly listen to the opinions of the fellow Taoists in the throne of wealth distribution to see if there were any reasonable suggestions. But when some fellow Taoists finally began to discuss this topic, the large monkey known as Thrice Reckless had suddenly spoken out, causing the fellow Taoists to stop discussing. This led to everyone assuming a wait-and-see approach while expecting a surprise. At that time, loose immortal Xiaoyao decided that he would raise a monkey pet in the future, then punish it to copy homework every day. He would not give it food if it could not finish doing so. After Song Shuheng heard the announcement, his face showed an expression filled with confusion. Ensemble? What is this, Tyrannical Song Ensemble? Did they register such a thing? Did they debut? Were they recognized by fans? Venerable Yellow Mountain nodded slightly, and said, Tyrannical Song Ensemble, I'm fine with that. Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly closed his eyes, and enjoyed the performance of the 2 fairies and the holy apes. Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly had a great appreciation of music, and was an expert in this field. Tyrannical Song Ensemble, I, too, have no qualms with this. At this time, the pillar of light turned into a token, and finally fell in front of the virtuous Lamia. The virtuous Lamia played the zither with one hand, gently picking the token up with the other and throwing it to Song Shuheng. Song Shuheng stretched out his hand and caught the token. This is for the treasures on the 8th and 9th floor, right? Originally, he was still feeling regretful that Lady Onion, Senior Turtle, and the 6th stage Celestial had wasted their opportunities to pick treasures on the Divine Weapon Appraisal, but in the end, it seemed like the treasures of the 8th and 9th floor were all going to be his. This ending is not bad at all. Soft Feather suddenly said, Senior Song, the treasures on the 8th and 9th floor haven't disappeared. For the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grade prizes, when the lottery finished, all of the treasures that had not been selected on their respective floors were divided equally, and then assigned to each of the lucky winners. But this time, the treasures on the 8th and 9th floor did not disappear. All of the treasures remained where they were. Venerable Yellow Mountain frowned slightly, and he suddenly remembered something. When Senior Xiaoyao announced the lottery for the 1st grade prize, did he mention what the reward was? Previously, when the lottery for the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grade prizes was about to begin, there were hints that the treasures on several of the floors were to be divided equally. But for the 1st grade prize, there did not seem to be any such mention. It didn't seem to have been mentioned, Northern River's loose cultivator confirmed. Sage Monarch 7th cultivator of true virtue rubbed his eyebrows. It seems that the 1st grade prize isn't related to the treasures on the 8th and 9th floor. Senior Xiaoyao's voice sounded. You're right, the 1st grade prize is the most special item, and is completely unique. That being said, it naturally can't be these mundane and common things. Hearing this, Song Shuheng's liver trembled. Senior, don't do this. I want these mundane and common things, the more mundane, the better. The thing that a certain song is lacking the most is spirit stones and treasures like these. Then, this is the end of this wealth distribution, and all wealth distribution for that matter. Dear fellow Taoists, may we meet again in the future if fate permits it, Lu's immortal Xiaoyao's voice continued. Now, I'm going to begin a spatial transfer. Please don't panic and stay where you are. After saying that, the throne of wealth distribution began to clear itself. All the practitioners were transferred out one after another, and the fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group followed suit. Only Song Shuheng was left behind. He, along with the 2 fairies and the 41 holy apes behind him, stayed where they were. Soft Feather and Scholar Sword King were the last to disappear, likely because they had won the 2nd grade prize. Senior Song, make sure to have fun, Soft Feather shouted before disappearing unwillingly. She had a gut feeling that staying would have let her experience something very fun, but she hadn't won the 1st grade prize, so she got transferred out. Fairy Creation's eyes lit up after all the fellow Taoists disappeared from the throne of wealth distribution. She got up, and then held the lute by her waist like how one would a guitar. Dance la high rise up. She had entirely changed her style. The rhythm of her playing had also changed. Similar to what had happened in Inner World, Fairy Creation instantly switched to heavy metal. As for the virtuous Lamia, after a slight pause, her fingers quickly danced on the zither, keeping up with Fairy Creation's rhythm. The 2 fairies were still perfectly synchronized. No, it's a pay-to-win strike, Song Shuheng turned his head calmly, and glanced at the 2 fairies and the ensemble of holy apes behind him. As he had already prepared himself for this beforehand, no matter how much the image of the 2 fairies changed, he was able to remain calm. On the contrary, Senior Lu's immortal Xiaoyao felt as if something had gotten stuck in his throat, letting out a strange sound. From this sound, Song Shuheng could hear Senior Xiaoyao's heartache and shattered dreams. One as such, he felt satisfied. This was the effect he wanted. Such great things could not be limited to one person alone, they had to be shared with many. After a long while, Senior Lu's immortal Xiaoyao said, "Fellow Taoist tyrannical Song. I will give you the 1st grade prize now." Senior Song Shuheng stretched out his hand, and said, "Can we discuss whether or not the 1st grade prize can be replaced by something mundane? To be honest, I am very much fine with normal things." Fellow Taoist tyrannical Song, you're too hot-headed. As a cultivator, you must have a big heart. Even if the sky falls and the earth cracks apart, you should be able to keep a straight face, Lu's immortal Xiaoyao said. How could one lose composure for the sake of mere mundane items? Senior, your words are very reasonable. After Song Shuheng finished saying that, he glanced meaningfully at Fairy Creation behind him, who was head-banging in all directions. Lu's immortal Xiaoyao. After a long while, Lu's immortal Xiaoyao said, "The treasures on the 8th and 9th floor cannot be given to you. However, you will gain something of far greater value. Fellow Taoist tyrannical Song, do you see this throne of wealth distribution? From today onwards, it belongs to you. The value of this throne far exceeds the total value of the treasures on the 8th and 9th floor." Song Shuheng silently glanced at the throne of wealth distribution. This throne was indeed interesting. However, many of its functions overlapped with the inner world, and Song Shuheng did not feel much desire to acquire it. However, if I were to give it to Senior White, how much of my debt would I be able to offset? One Song Shuheng couldn't remember the exact number of 8th and 9th stage spirit stones that Senior White had kept in his spatial equipment. Still, this throne looked amazing, so Senior White should be interested in it. If Senior White felt pleased by it, Song Shuheng might be able to directly clear himself of his debts. Thinking of this, Song Shuheng felt very happy. He wanted to repay his debt to Senior White as soon as possible, because it was only by paying off his debt that he could bring himself to borrow more. The unreasonable mentality of, when there are too many debts, there's no need to worry about them anymore, was one that he didn't have. Even if Senior White did not care and wouldn't mind letting him borrow more spirit stones, Shuheng's skin was too thin to accept such a thing, and he would be too embarrassed to borrow more. 2. Also, the value of this throne is not as simple as it appears on the surface, Lu's immortal Xiaoyao's voice continued. As I said previously, this is the final wealth distribution. Song Shuheng nodded slightly. He knew that Lu's immortal Xiaoyao's wealth distribution was not only a hobby, but rather something related to bets between him and the big shot called Beep Beep. One Lu's immortal Xiaoyao said, actually, besides being a part of my personal hobby, the wealth distribution is related to a very mysterious senior. A curious look appeared in Song Shuheng's eyes. It seemed that Lu's immortal Xiaoyao was going to start talking about that senior called Beep Beep. Song Shuheng was also very interested in this senior who could not be identified by the secret appraisal technique. The other party had the divine weapon appraisal, so maybe it had something to do with slow-witted Song, or perhaps the great northern emperor? Lu's immortal Xiaoyao said, that senior is very mysterious. I still don't know what his origins are. I first met him when I was at the third stage realm, and that was the beginning of my road of wealth distribution. Lu's immortal Xiaoyao said softly, since then, I've been able to have a bet with him every time I ascended. Every time I won against him, I would take out a quarter to 1/6 of my winnings, and carry out a wealth distribution. Now that I've ascended to the 9th stage, my bets with him have come to an end. In the future, even if I have the opportunity to step out onto my own path and become an immortal, I won't have the chance to bet with him again. Speaking of which, I feel quite reluctant to abandon all this. I'm very fond of that senior. Tu Song Shuheng keenly captured a message. Every time you win against him? Fellow Daoist tyrannical Song, you are very witty. You really captured the most important part of what I said. Lu's immortal Xiaoyao laughed. Yes, you're right. This is the reason why I like that senior so much. That senior is a real big, fat sheep. Out of 10 bets, he loses 10 AAA. Lu's immortal Xiaoyao's voice faded amidst a series of screams. If it weren't for the occasional faint groans, Song Shuheng would have wondered if he had passed away. After a long while, Lu's immortal Xiaoyao's voice continued, anyway, fellow Daoist tyrannical Song, you should have understood what's happening. The first grade prize I want to give you is the ability to bet with this senior. Unfortunately, you're already at the 8th stage profound sage realm, so you only have 2 opportunities to bet with this senior. 2. Song Shuheng. 1. In other words, one would get the chance to make a bet with this mysterious senior every time one ascended. Then once one reached the 9th stage, that was the end of it. This was indeed slightly unfortunate. If the bet was based on the number of times, after completing his share of bets, he could hand over the right to the bets to Senior White. With Senior White's heaven-defying luck, it would definitely be very interesting. 2. Now then, I will be handing the throne of wealth distribution over to you, fellow Daoist tyrannical Song, Lu's immortal Xiaoyao said softly. When I leave, the throne of wealth distribution will start a ceremony to recognize its new master. When you become the master of the throne of wealth distribution, you can get in touch with that senior. This is the greatest wealth. What could the mere wealth on the 8th and 9th floor account for? The treasures in the entire throne of wealth distribution space only accounted for a quarter of the treasures he had won from that mysterious senior. Moreover, what was the real treasure? The true priceless treasure was the mysterious senior behind the throne of wealth distribution. Xiaoyao was able to grow from a mere 3rd stage loose cultivator all the way to a 9th stage tribulation transcender because of the constant guidance of this mysterious senior and the support of a large number of treasures. It was truly priceless to get the guidance of this mysterious senior. Take advantage of those 2 betting opportunities, fellow Daoist tyrannical Song, Lu's immortal Xiaoyao reminded him. He secretly reminded Song Shuheng not to be fascinated by mundane things, and to discover the true priceless treasure beyond them, making the greatest gain. Song Shuheng replied, Senior Xiaoyao, rest assured. I will cherish them. After I leave, you have to take good care of. Forget it, you should do fine on your own. Lu's immortal Xiaoyao sighed. Some things could not be repeated too much lest they lost their value. Loose Immortal Xiaoyao laughed, and said, "Finally, fellow Taoist tyrannical song, if we're fated, we'll meet again. I heard that you are the first sage in 1,000 years. After I leave the throne of wealth distribution, I'll be able to watch your divinity show and sage speech. You seem rather agreeable, so I'll definitely watch your speech." Tu Song Shuhang laughed dryly. If senior gets prompted to watch demonic sage tyrannical scholar's speech, it's best you avoid it. Although I don't know why you're telling me this, you should be saying this with kind intentions, so I'll remember it, Senior Loose Immortal Xiaoyao said. Lastly, before I leave, I have a magical technique to teach you. Grab the token, and experience it well. I can only teach you this magical technique once. In the future, you are also to pass it on to the next inheritor of the throne of wealth distribution. This magical technique is very important. Without it, there will be an upheaval when you extricate yourself from the throne of wealth distribution. Other than that, Loose Immortal Xiaoyao was someone with a strong sense of curiosity. Tu Song Shuheng grabbed the token tightly, and his gaze penetrated the throne of wealth distribution as if penetrating space itself, projecting in another location. This location was where Loose Immortal Xiaoyao was hidden, deep in the throne of wealth distribution. Then, the figure of a golden-haired man appeared in Song Shuhang's sight. Gold was not his original hair color, it was just that when he cast this magical technique, his hair would be dyed golden. The man said, "Watch carefully, I can only demonstrate this once." He stretched out his hands, and a pair of huge wings of light condensed behind him. The wings of light unfurled, and a beautiful eye emerged on top of the wings. The wings were like bridges, allowing the power of this eye to be projected. Loose Immortal Xiaoyao shouted solemnly, "Ah!" He folded his hands in front of his chest. Between his hands, the power of laws whirled wildly. Immediately afterward, Song Shuheng saw the treasures on the 8th and 9th floor disappear. All the treasures turned into a big torrent, and poured towards Loose Immortal Xiaoyao. Besides the books that recorded those secret cultivation techniques, all the other treasures merged and fell into the space between his palms. With every treasure that came over, the power between Loose Immortal Xiaoyao's palms became stronger. This energy was highly compressed. In the end, it turned into a small dot of light, spinning and entwining itself around Loose Immortal Xiaoyao's fingertips. Loose Immortal Xiaoyao said slowly, "Divine Strike." His voice, as if it carried its own echoing and thunder sound effects, resounded across the entire space. Boom! The space where Loose Immortal Xiaoyao was located was torn apart, the huge spatial rift resembled the bloody mouth of a man-eating beast. In this spatial rift, there was a destructive energy that rushed towards Loose Immortal Xiaoyao to kill him. Heavenly punishment? No, it isn't that. Song Shuheng frowned. It wasn't the heavenly punishment, because this energy was lacking the ceaseless nature of the heavenly punishment. However, it was somewhat similar. It was like the will between heaven and earth making a move against Loose Immortal Xiaoyao. Nowadays, tribulation transcenders had withdrawn from the world and immortals lived in seclusion. Even if a tribulation transcender did make a move, they would use indirect methods. Could it be that Loose Immortal Xiaoyao's wealth distribution event and his current action drew a reaction from the will of the heavens? While Song Shuheng was in thought, Loose Immortal Xiaoyao pointed his finger. Bang! A small golden light appeared in his hand, and directly defeated the destructive energy. After the destructive energy was smashed apart, there was a kind of contract that appeared to dissolve on Loose Immortal Xiaoyao's body. It looked like his relationship with the throne of wealth distribution had been severed. This is the divine strike, the final magical technique I'll be teaching you, Loose Immortal Xiaoyao explained. By drawing the energy of the treasures on the 8th and 9th floor and using it to supply this magical technique, the might of this technique can, potentially, be boundless. It only comes with the limitation of how many treasures you're able to integrate, and how much your body can handle. By relying on this technique, you will be able to wield enough power to destroy a world when you're a 9th stage tribulation transcender. By using the treasures in these 2 floors, I was able to easily dish out such a terrifying attack. Once he finished speaking, loose immortal Xiaoyao looked at Song Shuheng with a look of admiration. This profound sage tyrannical Song has several powerful body-tempering techniques on him, the obvious ones being the scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha and the holy ape dragon power technique, which are both top-tier body-tempering techniques. When he ascends to the 9th stage, his physique will probably be several times stronger than that of ordinary tribulation transcenders. With a strong physique, one will be able to handle much more energy. This guy is truly well suited to learn and practice the divine strike. Song Shuheng's mouth went agape. All the treasures on the 8th and 9th floor were gone. It was like seeing the rich and wealthy who had hundreds of millions of dollars burn them all in a single breath. Even if he knew that those treasures were not his, when someone was poor to a certain extent like he was, they would feel their heart ache when seeing such a scene. What do you mean divine strike? This is clearly a pay-to-win strike. The more money you have, the greater the power. Poor people had no need for such magical techniques, they simply wouldn't be able to use it even if they did learn it. It wouldn't take a lot of uses before they went bankrupt. He had his inner world to support, several disciples to nurture, and he still owed a huge debt, the kind that was something he very possibly wouldn't be able to repay for the rest of his life. At this time, how could he be qualified to use this magical technique? He definitely couldn't use such a technique. Loose immortal Xiaoyao cupped his fists toward Song Shuheng. Now then, fellow Taoist tyrannical Song, may we meet again if fate permits it. The blonde hair on his head returned to black, and the wings of light at his back disappeared. Senior, I have one last question, Song Shuheng asked loudly. The wealth distribution, it's just an interest of yours, right? It's not just an interest. It's also a part of the bet. Loose immortal Xiaoyao laughed, and then he opened up a spatial gate in the air with a flick of his finger. The wealth distribution is a part of the bet with that senior. It just so happened that I'm very fond of doing such things. After saying that, loose immortal Xiaoyao recited pompous verses in the language of the ancient era, and then stepped into the spatial gate. Money was merely a worldly possession, especially after ascending to the 9th stage when the need for materials greatly decreased. Next, if he wanted to go further, he had to step out onto his own path. From this moment on, I am truly worthy of the name Xiaoyao, free and unconstrained. He laughed and disappeared. That is to say, if I were to also win treasures from that senior, I would later have to perform wealth distributions like Senior Xiaoyao? Song Shuheng looked up at the sky. When loose immortal Xiaoyao left, Song Shuheng sensed that the surveillance attached to that destructive force also dissipated. The entire throne of wealth distribution had been restored to an ordinary separate space, no longer being under surveillance. At the same time, the token in Song Shuheng's palm exuded a warm energy. Baza baza hey. Behind him, fairy creation ended her piece loudly. 66666. With that, the holy ape choir sang the last beat. The virtuous Lamia continued playing the zither, finally playing one last beautiful string of notes before ending the performance of the tyrannical song ensemble. The token in Song Shuheng's hand slowly lit up, and a string of ancient characters popped out of it. This was what loose immortal Xiaoyao was referring to when he mentioned the contractual ceremony. Song Shuheng turned his head, and asked, Fairy waiting for a promise, is this contract all right? Before signing a contract, regardless of whether the other party was reliable or not, understanding the contract was a form of respect for both parties. Moreover, the most unpredictable thing in this world was the human heart. In order to be responsible to oneself, to all the seniors attached to oneself, and to all those who were related to oneself, necessary caution was absolutely indispensable. Song Shuheng would study the language of the ancient era whenever he was free, but, after all, the time he'd been studying was still too short. He could master simple phrases in the language of the ancient era, but when they were combined, he would find himself at a loss. The virtuous Lamia rushed up, and read the contents of the contract rune from beginning to end. After doing so, she nodded at him. Then, let's establish the contract. Song Shuheng reached out and grabbed the token and the rune. At this moment, the virtuous Lamia suddenly grabbed his wrist. Song Shuheng asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem with the contract?" The virtuous Lamia shook her head, and then she sang with a tragic expression, "You carry the burden sending me to death. For all beings the sacrifice is worth it." Song Shuheng. The virtuous Lamia stretched out her own hand, gripping the token and rune tightly. Loose Immortal Xiaoyao said that the bets with this mysterious senior were the grand prize, and that the other party would lose 10 out of 10 bets, making it no different from the other party sending him money. But what if that was not the case? What if the other party was simply interested in Loose Immortal Xiaoyao, so they deliberately lost to him? If the bets with the big shot involved a life or death bet, it would be very dangerous for Song Shuheng to directly take the bet. She was his light of virtue, as long as he was fine, she would be fine. Song Shuheng immediately understood what the fairy meant. "Thank you, fairy," he said. Sometimes, he would unexpectedly feel moved by the virtuous Lamia. The contract was established. However, there was now the virtuous Lamia who acted as a buffer between Song Shuheng and the mysterious senior. With the formation of the contract, there was an additional connection between the virtuous Lamia and the throne of wealth distribution. This connection was linked to Song Shuheng through the virtuous Lamia. The throne of wealth distribution started to vanish. From the outside, the whirlpool returned to its previous state and then disappeared. And Song Shuheng and the others who were still in the throne of wealth distribution saw a door appear above the 9th floor. It was a very ordinary wooden door, lacking any decoration, and not even having the slightest runes or carvings. "Let's go." Song Shuheng got up, and walked to the 9th floor. Behind this door should be where the mysterious senior who liked to make bets with others, but lost repeatedly, resided. The wooden door was gently pushed open by Song Shuheng. A ray of sunlight shone over, and fell on his face. Behind the door was a lush green and warm world. What filled Song Shuheng's eyes was a well-tended green garden basking in the warm sunshine. In the garden, a boy could be seen carefully caring for a spirit plant. After sensing that the door had been opened, the boy slowly turned around, and looked at Song Shuheng with a smile. "You're here." It was like a greeting from a good friend, lacking any feeling of awkwardness. Although he looked like a boy, no one who saw him would regard him as a youth. While the years did not leave any traces on his appearance, his temperament was one that gave away that he was someone who had lived many, many years. The boy's eyes were beautiful, looking just like that eye that had condensed above the wings of light when Loose Immortal Xiaoyao had performed the divine strike. On the boy's forehead, there was a third eye. Not only that, there were also 2 eye-shaped gems that hung on the boy's ears as earrings. Besides that, he also had a ring with an eye-shaped gemstone on his finger. This senior seems to like eye-shaped gems quite a bit, huh? Song Shuheng had become rather averse to eyeballs. Although he had gotten quite used to changing his left eye with that of the sages, he still had some psychological trauma regarding all kinds of pretty eyes. And it was for no other reason than having been attacked so many times. After all, the big-eyed planet would always look for any opportunity to attack him. Having to live while knowing that such an enemy constantly wanted to harm you was by no means easy, you know? There was also the scholarly sage, who would appear in his dreams as if he were a nightmare, explaining to him his knowledge of the third eye on his forehead, his innate double pupils, and even his plan on researching spider eyes. In addition, he had even been attacked by an eyeball-shaped deity that was as powerful as a 9th-stage cultivator. These were only the big shots. In fact, there were numerous much smaller figures who had similar characteristics that attacked him as well. "Hello, senior." Song Shuheng looked at the boy, and showed basic courtesy. "You need not be so restrained." The boy smiled, and came to sit by the side of the small table in the garden. He then motioned for Song Shuheng to sit as well. Song Shuheng was not actually being restrained. After all, he practically saw Senior White too, the ruler of the Netherworld, every day. He was just being polite. And so, he took the seat beside the boy, and asked, "Senior, do we know each other?" When he entered through the door just now, it was as if the senior had just met an acquaintance when he greeted him. The boy laughed, and said, "No, this is the first time we've met. I'm just naturally like this, you need not worry about it so much." At present, this senior appeared to have a relatively good personality, and was rather good at talking. While they were speaking, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and it soon began drizzling. The young senior said, Didn't the weather forecast say it was going to be sunny today?" At this time, a mechanical voice sounded. Replying to Master, the weather forecast stated that it was going to be sunny tomorrow, while today's weather would range from sunny to light rain. Song Shuheng. Sigh, if I'd known earlier, I wouldn't have arranged for us to meet in the garden. It would have been better if we had been indoors instead. The boy got up regretfully, and said to Song Shuheng, "Well, due to certain reasons, there are a lot of restrictions placed on my being. These days, I even have to resort to referring to the local weather forecast to know what the weather's going to be like. However, today just happens to be an exception." The boy snapped his fingers lightly. After that, the dark clouds in the sky quickly dissipated, the drizzle stopped, and the sun continued to cast its brilliant sunshine on the small garden. Song Shuheng remained expressionless. As he was someone who would tend to directly speak his mind, and was very expressive with his face, he chose to remain expressionless in order to avoid having his thoughts read at this time. "I'm only affecting the weather a little bit, and it's only within a small range, so it shouldn't affect the world. Little friend tyrannical Song, you can do this too." The boy sat down again, and said, "By the way, regarding my name, my existence, and my identity, I can't tell you any of that. You don't mind, do you?" Song Shuheng said, "I don't mind, and I can understand. Thank you." The boy smiled gently, and lightly raised his hand. In the distance, there was a beautiful eyeball, of course, that floated over to them. The eyeball had a pair of slender arms, and when it reached them, it served immortal tea to Song Shuheng and the boy. It was another eyeball, and this eyeball that was serving them looked to be very precious, seemingly being made up of diamonds. If he were to take it away and sell it for money, he should be able to make a lot of spirit stones, right? The boy said, "This is immortal tea I cultivated myself. I haven't named it yet. You can try it." Song Shuheng picked up the teacup, allowing the faint tea aroma to reach him. Just smelling the tea aroma lifted his spirits, and his body and soul seemed to be cleansed as exhaustion left him. "The effect of this immortal tea is comparable to the immortal tea that I drank at Ruler of the Netherworld Striped Dragons. It is far from something that ordinary spirit green tea can compare with. For ordinary cultivators, just this cup of tea could be considered a fortuitous encounter. As expected of a big fat sheep senior who lost 10 bets straight, he's simply too rich. It seems that the treasures won by loose immortal Xiaoyao were only a drop in the bucket of his wealth." Song Shuheng took a sip of the immortal tea, feeling his lifespan increase slightly once more. Along with this came a strengthening of his physique. He estimated that after drinking this cup of immortal tea plus the enhancements to his physique he had gotten beforehand, the 41 holy apes had now become 42. The virtuous Lamia floated behind him. She had checked the immortal tea just now, making sure that it was fine. If there had been any problem with it, she would have stopped Song Shuheng as soon as possible. Of course, it was also possible that the amines that were used while brewing this immortal tea were too difficult for her to detect. But if the means used were truly of such a level, it didn't matter if Song Shuheng drank the tea or not. Possessing such skills, the other party didn't need to bother using immortal tea if they wanted to affect Song Shuheng's body. The boy took a sip of the immortal tea, and said, "It's not a drop in the bucket, and I'm not a big fat sheep." Song Shuheng. Is this the standard mind-reading technique that all big shots have? Every big shot liked to use the mind-reading technique on others. This was really an evil magical technique, and it was definitely the magical technique that should be erased the most in the world. If one day, according to what Senior Scarlet Heaven said, Lady Onion really did become the wielder of the heaven's will, he would definitely look for a way to ask Lady Onion to give him some face and erase the mind-reading technique from the universe. It isn't the mind-reading technique. The boy next to him smiled, and said, I did say that my being was heavily restricted right now, didn't I? I can't even take the initiative to know about the weather changes. If I used a magical technique like the mind-reading technique, I'd receive further restrictions. I only guessed your thoughts through the changes in your expression, as well as from what I understand about you through the conversation you had with Xiaoyao and the throne of wealth distribution. Song Shuheng said, Heavens. It turned out that it wasn't the mind-reading technique, but rather the face-reading technique that the other party had used on him. He had obviously tried his best to keep his face expressionless, but he had enjoyed drinking the immortal tea so much just now that he had accidentally stopped doing so, revealing his thoughts in his expression. I'm so tired. Is there a magical technique that can freeze my facial expressions? I need such a magical technique when facing big shots. I remember that a certain clone of Senior White possessed such an ability. I wonder if I have the chance to meet him again with the many clones that Senior White has? Actually, my luck has always been pretty good. The boy took a sip of his tea. Song Shuheng also sipped his tea. Is that why you get 10 losses out of 10 bets? You can't rend my heart. The boy smiled. I lost on purpose. So, you really were fond of Senior Xiaoyao? Song Shuheng immediately had this thought in his mind. I was just disposing of some garbage. The boy stretched out his index finger, and shook it gently. The treasures in my storehouse are increasing every moment. Among them, there are many fine treasures, but there are also many that I can't use at all. If treasures keep accumulating, they will eventually be very unsightly. As such, I use some means to dispose of them from time to time. Garbage? That isn't garbage, Senior. Those are treasures, treasures recognized as such by the world of cultivation. Senior. Song Shuheng patted his chest, and suggested, Are you short of sanitation workers here? I can work for free and come here from time to time to help take your garbage away. Chapter 1809 As a reward, I'll play an additional round with you. In fact, Song Shuheng was more interested in how the senior's storehouse was constantly getting more treasures. How did that work? However, such a method was definitely impossible for ordinary people to learn, and since it was only his first time meeting this senior, Song Shuheng naturally wouldn't foolishly ask such a question. As such, he took a step back, and took the initiative to apply as a sanitation worker. At the same time, he had an idea pop up in his mind as he thought of another way to make more money. Being a sanitation worker was truly a great job. After all, he knew a lot of big shots. Although these seniors were probably not like the senior before him who had a treasury that was constantly getting more treasures, they should still have a lot of garbage in their treasuries that needed to be cleaned up. Senior White II, the Great Northern Emperor, Pavilion Master Chu II, Fairy Ching Lin, who was pretending to be dead, and ruler of the Netherworld Striped Dragon. The treasuries of all these big shots definitely needed some cleaning up. He would simply make the most out of his friendly relationship with those important seniors, stepping forward to apply for a job as a cleaner who would periodically go to clean their treasuries. There was nothing wrong with this. And just by cleaning up the garbage for the seniors, he could make loads of money. When I get back, should I try looking for Senior White too and see if he'd let me work for him as a cleaner? This is a huge business opportunity. Sure enough, the world is full of gold mines just waiting to be claimed. As long as you have a pair of eyes that can clearly see business opportunities, money is merely waiting for you to take it. The more Song Shuheng thought about it, the more beautiful the idea felt to him, and with that, a strange smile surfaced on his face. No, thank you. At the side, the boy smiled, and said, "Only I can enter my storehouse. Other than me, no one is allowed to step in there by even half a step. This is a rule." This senior was very territorial. Still, isn't senior in need of someone to regularly collect the garbage? "I can come to your door and collect the garbage for free." Song Shuhang did not give up just yet. The boy laughed. "Nowadays, when you have people come to collect garbage, don't you have to pay them for it?" Song Shuhang. It seems that this senior never lost connection with the outside world. He actually kept up with the times. "Alright, that's enough of that. Let's get to the point." The boy put down the teacup, and said to Song Shuhang, "Right now, with you being at the 6th stage realm, you have 4 chances to bet with me. How about it? Would you like to do a round of betting with me right away?" Song Shuhang's hand, which was holding the teacup, froze for a moment. When faced with a true big shot, there really was no hiding his identity as a fake profound sage. However, that was fine as well. At least it saved him from having to explain his current situation to the senior. Song Shuhang asked earnestly, "Before betting, can I ask senior a question?" The boy nodded. "Sure, there's no harm in doing so. Senior, do you still have a lot of garbage in your storehouse at the moment?" Song Shuhang asked. His meaning was, "Senior, are you just going to give me leftovers?" The boy squinted and smiled. There is indeed very little garbage left. As little friend Xiaoyao was about to have his final bet with me, I prepared a huge batch of garbage for him beforehand. Therefore, I don't have much garbage at the moment." Song Shuhang waved his hands repeatedly. "Then forget it. Senior, let's save our bet for some other time. How about you contact me when you have a lot of garbage in your storehouse again?" "Alright." The boy smiled and nodded. This senior was really easy to talk to. Other than being very territorial, he had a very good personality. The boy said, "Then, as a reward, I'll give you an additional round of betting." Song Shuhang. The boy continued, "This round will not count towards the previous 4 chances I mentioned. This can be considered the reward for winning little friend Xiaoyao's first-grade prize. You need not put anything up for stake. After all, this is a reward." Song Shuhang said, "In other words, I don't need to put up any gambling money, but if I win, I'll get a reward?" The boy sipped his tea and smiled. "Yes. After all, you did win the first-grade prize, so I can't allow it to be too shabby." Song Shuhang thought for a moment, and asked, "Can this extra opportunity be saved for some other time?" "No," the boy shook his head. Song Shuhang sighed regretfully. "Then, let's play. Senior, how do you want to bet? Were they going to use dice? Sick bow? Coin toss? Rock paper scissors? First, let me show you what I'm wagering. As most of the garbage has already been cleaned up, I'll wager some things that I personally find interesting," the boy said before reaching behind him. Another eyeball that looked like it was made of rubies floated over. Unlike the large diamond eyeball before, this ruby eyeball was composed of a pair of eyeballs. After it floated over, it reached out, and handed over 2 boxes to the boy. "Let me introduce you to the first item. It's called Chef Heart, and it's a very interesting treasure." The boy opened the first box. There were 2 bundles of light inside, with one being black and the other white. There were laws that were entwined with the bundles of light, and there was the pattern of a path that could be seen wandering in the light. Song Shuhang asked curiously, "Is this something related to immortal chefs?" The boy nodded slightly, and said, "Yes, this is something that someone lost to me a long time ago. My luck is actually very good." He stretched out his hand towards the 2 bundles of light. While sword cultivators have sword intent, and forging masters have sentient weapons, other professions also have similar things, an example being the heart of the druid. As for really talented immortal chefs, they are able to master something similar to sword intent, and that is the chef heart. Song Shuheng pinched his chin, and looked at these two treasures. They were great items, and they just so happened to be useful for his disciple Chu Chu, who was studying to become an immortal chef. The boy said, "The little guy who lost to me back then had 7 different chef hearts, and he was the most talented immortal chef I have ever seen. Later on, when he lost to me, I took 2 of his chef hearts out of his body." Song Shuheng wondered, something like a chef heart can actually be taken away? Does that mean that something like sword intent can also be taken away? Whether it was sword intent or chef heart, they were a cultivator's understanding of swords or the art of cooking. Although sword intent could enhance the lethality of a sword cultivator substantially, it wasn't actually a form of energy, but more of a conceptual thing. The boy replied, "Whether it is sword intent or chef heart, as long as you enter a betting game with me, it can be materialized. In my betting game, there are only winners and losers. As long as I win, I can take them away. Of course, this is only true in the betting game, otherwise, even I would not be able to do something like that." It seemed his betting game was not merely a simple hobby. Song Shuheng said, "Then, for that cultivator who had lost chef hearts, would they never be able to have those 2 kinds of chef hearts again?" "That depends on him." The boy smiled, and said, "The chef is the one who condensed the hearts. Even if they were taken away by me, as long as he is willing to work hard, he can regain what he lost. It shouldn't be difficult for him to recondense those chef hearts, unless he gives up." Song Shuheng then asked, "How are these 2 chef hearts supposed to be used?" "As for how to use these, I'll tell you after you win," the boy said. "In the bets I had with little friend Xiaoyao, I let him win on purpose. Be careful because my luck is actually very good." "I understand, senior." Song Shuheng nodded. That was to say that in this round of betting, he was likely to lose. Then, on to the second treasure. The boy opened the second box, revealing a mechanical core inside. This is a product of the Jet Black sect, and it's of the 9th stage or higher. This is a very rare treasure. Song Shuheng couldn't help but glance at the boy. Was he aware of every item he lacked? "I had taken a look at you, and noticed the aura of a puppet of the Jet Black sect. And it seems like you needed this." The boy squinted his eyes, smiled, and then said, "These 2 treasures should have aroused your desire to win, right?" Song Shuheng. The seniors in the 9 provinces number 1 group were right. Those who liked to squint and smile were all monsters. The mechanical core was indeed something he needed, as the puppet maiden was currently lacking a core. And with the wager that had been put up, the boy was right, Song Shuheng did indeed want to win now. The boy said softly, "Actually, I could have added a few more things up for wager, but you don't have much money to gamble at the moment. Anyhow, let's get to it." If Shuheng won, he would get the treasures, and if he lost, he wouldn't really lose anything. Song Shuheng asked, "What does senior want to bet on?" The boy tapped the table lightly with his fingers. "Every time I bet on something I haven't in the past. This time, let's bet on who will cry first." Song Shuheng blurted out, "Huh?" Song Shuheng said, "We're betting on who cries first. This is genuine crying, and not fake one, right?" The boy smiled slightly, and replied, "Yes." Song Shuheng said, "I agree." "All right then, let's begin." The boy. "I bet that I'll cry first," Song Shuheng said quickly. Wah! One in the next moment, Song Shuheng burst into tears as large teardrops came out of his eyes. This was a cultivation technique that existed in his memories, and it was also the one Lady Onion practiced. It was the tome of never-ending tears. He had studied its introduction, and had learned a bit of it. This cultivation technique could fiercely jab at the heart of a cultivator, and bring them to tears. The harder one cried, the stronger the effect of the technique. And when one practiced this cultivation technique to a very profound level, it could also affect the emotions of the enemy. This was a terrifying cultivation technique that was said to be able to make the user and their enemies cry at the same time. Song Shuheng circulated the cultivation technique for a while, and then recalled his tragic experiences in the past few months, his experiences of dying time and again and his experiences of suffering great pains. To be honest, if he'd experienced what he had for the past 6 months without his firm will, he might have already collapsed from the pain and constant torment of death. Even now, there were 88,888 voices echoing in Song Shuheng's mind every night due to the secret appraisal technique. For a while, he had been suffering from the mental prickling caused by his excessive mental energy, the 88,888 voices in his ears chanting like flies all day, the pain of using the secret appraisal technique, and the constant pressure of death. The tome of never-ending tears was like a key that unlocked the door to the tears of his heart. Under Song Shuheng's own operation, it bypassed his firm will, and evoked his sadness. Tears filled his eyes and unceasingly streamed down his face. This was not fake crying. These were genuine tears that came from the bottom of his heart. Meanwhile, the boy looked at him with a bewildered expression. Song Shuheng wiped away his tears, and said calmly, "I won." Although he had shed precious tears, it was worth it if it was to win the bet. The boy. He looked at Song Shuheng with a look of pity. Believe it or not, I might punch you right this second. Senior, do you want to go back on your word? Song Shuheng stared at the boy. The boy sighed softly. I hadn't even stated the rules of the bet. I haven't even performed the ceremony, so why are you crying? The betting ceremony was a very important part of the betting between the two parties. Through this ceremony, he would be able to extract conceptual items like chef heart. Otherwise, there was no meaning to it. The boy added, "Listen, let's bet that whoever cries first loses. Whoever persists to the end wins. Otherwise, who wouldn't just choose to cry on their own? Believe it or not, I can cry out louder than you. And it's still the kind where I really burst into tears. I can even demonstrate to you if you want. I look quite handsome while I cry." Song Shuheng asked distrustfully, "Senior, are you sure it isn't because you saw me cry so quickly that you chose to change the rules?" The corner of the boy's mouth curled up into a blooming smile. "Do you think I am that kind of person?" After Song Shuheng thought for a while, he shook his head slightly. Judging from the identity of the other party, who was a big senior, they shouldn't be this bad. The boy said slowly, "Then, get ready for the bet." "Wait, senior." Song Shuheng held out his hand, and motioned at the other party to stop. "Whoever cries first, loses. Is there really anything to bet on here? You can easily crush me with one hand, and beat me to tears directly, can't you?" Song Shuheng firmly opposed the plan. The boy asked, "What's the problem?" Song Shuheng said, "You can't use violence or any means of attack. Otherwise, there isn't much of a point in the bet." The boy said gently, "Don't worry. What I want to feel while betting is excitement. In order to maximize this, I have a 2-word principle for every bet: absolute and true fairness." Song Shuheng couldn't help but say, "Those are 4 words. The boy waved his hand, and said, "If you read it in the language of the ancient era, there are only 2 words. It's just that when it's translated into what you can understand, it becomes 4 words. Song Shuheng. You are bullying me for failing the ancient language classes. 3. Let me state all of the rules for this bet." The boy stretched out his hand, flicked it, and then 3 clauses composed of ancient runes popped out. First, absolute fairness. After entering the bet, our realm, strength, physique, and mental energy will be adjusted so that both parties have the same stats. Second, both parties will suffer the same damage, magical technique effects, and visual effects. Every time one party does something to the other, it will also take effect on him at the same time. Third, all additional aids, such as the light of virtue or clones, cannot be brought into the betting game. The boy said, "How is that?" Are you fine with this? Song Shuheng pinched his chin. It feels like there are many holes that can be taken advantage of. The boy smiled, and said, yes, there are indeed loopholes to take advantage of. If you can find a loophole, just take advantage of it. This is my concession to you, and this is also my confidence in my abilities. Song Shuheng nodded. He now knew why this senior had lost most of his bets in the past. His 3 clauses limited his abilities a lot. In recent years, a large part of the reason the population of some countries in the world was decreasing was that people found themselves attracted to extreme stimulation and excitement. The boy said, so, do you agree with these clauses? This means to say that whoever has a greater endurance and a firmer heart between the two of us wins. Song Shuheng smiled slightly. I have no problem with that. Enduring pain was a talent he was proud of, and it was also the only field he had the confidence to compete in against the mysterious senior in front of him. Then, let the game begin. The boy clapped his hands lightly. Soon after, a layer of golden runes wrapped around them, causing the two to look like they were in a small closed box. At the same time, several figures were isolated from Song Shuheng by the runes. Lady Onion, the virtuous Lamia, Fairy Creation, the black-skinned soft feather. The game had officially started. The boy stood opposite Song Shuheng, and said calmly, use whatever means you have. Song Shuheng asked, any means? That's right. The boy squinted his eyes. Song Shuheng did not hesitate to have the scholarly sage's eye light up, and send a ray of light towards the other party. The boy's realm had been suppressed to the same level as him, the 6th stage realm. If that's the case, take my expert's appraisal. The boy didn't dodge, and let the impregnating gaze hit him. His stomach began to swell, and in 10 seconds it had become the size of the belly of a woman at the peak of pregnancy. Afterward, the pain of childbirth ensued. Similarly, Song Shuheng's own stomach swelled rapidly, before the pain of childbirth ensued. Damage to the enemy 1000, self-inflicted damage 999. The virtuous Lamia said, let's go, hurt each other. Fairy Creation said, let's go, get pregnant together. 5 The black-skinned soft feather thought for a while, wanting to say something as well, but as the 2 senior fairies had said everything there was to say, she was left speechless. 1 The boy placed his hands behind his back, squinted his eyes, and continued smiling. Whether it was pregnancy or childbirth, this kind of pain did not seem to affect him at all. Song Shuheng also remained calm. He'd already gotten himself pregnant more than once. He was also not afraid of the impregnating gaze. The boy said calmly, this is what you chose to go with? Interesting. Song Shuheng said, yup. However, it seems like I wasn't able to stir senior in the slightest. Sure enough. Those who squint are all monsters. The boy replied, apologies, my eyes don't often squint like this. Song Shuheng. Now, it's my turn. Of course, we're not going by a turn-based system, and you can just whatever means you have at any time, said the boy. He stretched out his hands, and lightly made a circle. When making the other party cry, physical torture is one of the lowest level methods. Crying from pain is inelegant, and it is also the most laborious method. In fact, the best way to make the other party cry is a mental attack. He then stretched out his hand, and pointed at Song Shuheng. Great Sorrow Technique. A strange magical technique fell on Song Shuheng, taking effect on the boy as well. This magical technique can forcibly add sorrow to a cultivator's mind, making their heart fall into despair, and causing them to cry out. How long can you last under this magical technique? He then added, as this magical technique was created by me, I am very resistant to it. So, this is actually slightly unfair, despite the fairness principle. Isn't this just similar to the Tome of Never-Ending Tears? Song Shuheng thought to himself. His resistance to this magical technique was average, so if the soft spot in his heart was poked, he would lose. That being the case, if there was anything he could do, he should do so right away. After all, they were not in a turn-based system. Song Shuheng reached out, swiping on his magical bracelet, and a transparent tear gem was taken out. He poured spiritual energy into the gem, and directly activated it. Afterward, an endless sadness swept over him. This was the only time slow-witted Song cried out in grief in his life. It was the painful emotion that broke out when he learned of the destruction of the crystal-clear water pavilion. "I'll be leaving my sorrow to you, I hope you like it," Song 1. The effect of the gem worked on Song Shuheng and the boy. However, it was not enough. The boy's expression remained calm, and the smile on his face did not diminish. Song Shuheng took a few steps forward, and came to the boy's body. The boy asked, "Are you going to opt for violence?" Song Shuheng shook his head, and the fingertips of the defiant whale warrior's glove on his right hand partially retracted, exposing the tips of his fingers. He pressed his fingers on the boy's body, and at the same time, he switched to his smoke mode. One secret appraisal technique, maximum power. Come and experience the limits of pain with me. For as long as you don't die, you'll experience pain worse than death. Whoever cries first is the loser. The secret appraisal technique fell on the boy's body, and Song Shuheng's smoky body burst apart. The price that he had to pay was far beyond his imagination. The smoke had almost completely exploded into nothingness. At the same time, a maddening pain assaulted his senses, directly transmitted to his soul. 1. It hurts. Song Shuheng, who had taken on his smoke form, let out a blood-curdling scream. Just as he began paying the price for the appraisal, he forcibly interrupted the technique. As a result, the appraisal failed. Song Shuheng endured the pain, and thought to himself, "This is probably for the best." If the appraisal had succeeded, it might not have been good for him. After all, this mysterious senior did not want to reveal any information about himself. If Song Shuheng had accidentally obtained some information about the other party, maybe this senior would have chosen to kill him. And honestly, Song Shuheng didn't really want to appraise this senior either. The only thing he was after was the pain that he'd feel from using the secret appraisal technique. "Now, join me in enjoying the wonderful limits of pain, senior." After Song Shuheng's figure gathered itself back together, he returned to his human form, and looked towards the senior. "Under such terrifying pain that even I can't manage, I wonder how the senior is doing." Bang! Meanwhile, the boy's body had blown up. His flesh and blood flew everywhere. The scene was extremely bloody, and had to be concealed through censorship. Song Shuheng. How could this be? Logically speaking, when he used the secret appraisal technique, wasn't it only supposed to share the pain with the senior? Why did he blow up? This didn't match the clauses for the bet, right? Just as Shuheng was in thought, the flesh, blood, and bones of the senior quickly went back to where they were as if time had been reversed, eventually bringing the boy back to how he had looked just moments ago. The boy couldn't keep his smile up any longer as he began unceasingly gasping for air. At the same time, he felt the excruciating pain from the secret appraisal technique. This pain directly assaulted his soul, and could not be defended against, so he could only choose to grit his teeth and endure it. However, the betting had not concluded just yet. Both Song Shuheng and the boy were still gritting their teeth and enduring the pain to the best of their abilities, doing their best to keep themselves from crying. Under the rules of the betting ceremony, regardless if they were in smoke form or had their bodies literally burst apart, it was only when they cried that they would be considered to have lost the bet. The boy gnashed his teeth, and said, "What kind of self-harming technique did you use just now? It's simply dreadful." "That's a secret," Song Shuheng replied without much thought. Of course, he couldn't just go and tell the mysterious senior the real name of the technique. Otherwise, it might arouse suspicion from him, and draw his ire. Next, Song Shuheng hugged his huge belly, squatted down slowly, and chose a specific posture to lie down in so as not to press on his belly. Eventually, he curled up into a ball, his teeth trembling while his lips turned purple. However, he'd already prepared for this. He took out a white handkerchief from his magical bracelet, folded it with his trembling hands, stuffed it into his mouth, and gritted his teeth as he continued to endure the pain. Currently, not only was he suffering the pain from having used the secret appraisal technique, but also the pain from pregnancy and childbirth. Outside the bedding space, Fairy Creation seized this opportunity, and let out Song Shuhang's four-toned scream. The virtuous Lamia's tail slammed hard on the ground in bitterness as she was half a step late, and did not get to clinch this opportunity. Fairy Creation was indeed her true rival. Meanwhile, the boy followed Song Shuhang's example, and slowly lay down on his side, gritting his teeth while trembling non-stop. The boy said tremblingly, "What other tricks do you have? Just use them all." Song Shuhang said, "Woo woo woo." The black-skinned soft feather blinked and translated, "Senior Song is saying that you can use whatever tricks you want. You don't have to pity him. Hee, it looks like you've reached your limit. Then, get ready to lose." The boy shivered, and reached out to Song Shuhang. "Tell me, do you believe in life after death?" Song Shuhang said, "I didn't believe in it in the past, but I do believe in it now." There were many big shots in the world of cultivation who possessed at least one secret technique that would allow them to reincarnate. There were even a lot of cultivation techniques in demonic sects that allowed one to take over others' bodies. No. In fact, there is no longer a concept of next life in this universe. Now, feel the despair, profound principles of the severing of future lives. The boy stretched out his hand tremblingly, and patted Song Shuhang. One Song Shuhang only felt a slight chill on his body, and then, he didn't feel anything at all. On the contrary, it was the boy himself, who suddenly turned blue and shivered violently. This was the backlash from the magical technique failing to work. After a while, the backlash from failing to use the magical technique also took effect on Song Shuhang. One Song Shuhang felt chills all over his body, but it was still within the acceptable range. Song Shuhang blurted out, "Woo-woo." The boy gritted his teeth, and said, "Be quiet, I want silence." The virtuous Lamia's eyes lit up. "Who is Silence?" "One." The boy looked up at the sky, and almost cried. Two Song Shuhang spat out the froth in his mouth, and asked tremblingly, "Senior, what magical technique did you use on me just now? Did it fail?" The magical technique that the senior cast on him just now made him feel very concerned. This was because the name of the technique sounded rather powerful, profound principles of the severing of future lives. It sounded like it was going to sever his line of descendants. "Do you really believe in life after death?" The young man raised his head, and said, "If you believe in it, when you get struck by this magical technique, you should see an illusion filled with despair where your succeeding lives are wiped out one by one." Song Shuhang said tremblingly, "I really do believe it." "Then, do you think that you will have a new life after your death?" the young man asked again, his face turning blue. Song Shuhang thought for a while, and said in a shaking voice, "I don't know, actually. I've only been practicing for a bit over half a year, and I still don't have a proper understanding of what a next life is supposed to be. I feel that I should go further on my path of cultivation first. And if possible, like a good number of my fellow Taoists, I'd like to go much further than where I am now, and it would be best if I could step into the realm of immortals. Although it is quite idealistic, I believe that cultivators must have such a goal. Besides that, I always get the feeling that should I ever fail, I would probably die by having my existence completely erased from the universe." As the time he had been cultivating was simply too short, he hadn't thought much about the next lives. Just like a teenager, it was very difficult for him to imagine himself growing old and dying. Moreover, every time he played with the heavenly tribulation, he always felt that once he failed on the path of cultivation, he would not have a chance to make a comeback, and only true death was his outcome. While saying that, Song Shuhang's body trembled even more, and he felt that he was soon going to be unable to hold on. "Your comprehension and understanding are truly not shallow. The corner of the boy's mouth twitched. After a while, the boy suddenly seemed to have noticed something. Wait, how long did you say you've been cultivating for? It's been a bit over half a year now, senior, Song Shuheng replied honestly. Just as he said that, agonizing pain began crashing against his soul in waves, causing tears to begin welling up in his eyes. He, do you think you can stimulate me like that? You're too naive. The boy struggled to sit up. He stretched out his hand to the third eye between his eyebrows, and said, with my third eye, I can see the truth behind everything. From the third eye, a ray of light shot out and fell on Song Shuheng's body. After another short while, the boy said slowly, You've rent my heart violently, little friend tyrannical Song. 8. I want to cry. A chill reached the boy's heart. This senior, who had found out the truth, nearly burst into tears from how wronged he felt. A deep sorrow had emerged in the boy's heart for some unknown reason. Because of this, his chest became stuffy, and he didn't even want to speak. Senior, are you going to cry? Song Shuheng felt his vision beginning to blur, and he vaguely saw the senior's face scrunching together, looking like he was about to cry. Seeing this, his heart thumped as he guessed what was going on. The boy gritted his teeth, and said, Do you think that you're going to win? You're gravely mistaken. I shall endure all the way until you cry. Outside the betting space. The virtuous Lamia, fairy creation, the black-skinned soft feather, and Lady Onion all sat together, watching Song Shuheng and the boy intently. The bet had entered its final stage. Both parties were already near their breaking point, and they were going to fall at any moment now. Now, it was a test of whoever could find the last straw that could crush the camel's back to secure the win. Song Shuheng was in such pain that he couldn't see the other party clearly. He kept on feeling as if the other party's face had been covered by a mosaic. But this did not affect his performance as he said slowly, Senior, are you this eager to win? No, it's just that I enjoy the feeling one gets at the moment of victory, the young senior said slowly. He was using the new topic to divert his attention and move his mind away from the piercing pain assaulting his nerves. Then, Senior, would you like me to share with you my whole experience on reaching the 6th stage in 6 months, said Song Shuheng. Although his current state caused him to be a bit slower in responding, he could still sense that this was what was causing the greatest pain to the other party's heart. The boy. Song Shuheng continued, It seems like Senior doesn't want to discuss this topic, so let's talk about something else then. How about this? Senior, would you like me to share with you how I was able to hold a divinity show at the 4th stage? The boy. Song Shuheng then added, Later, when I reached the 5th stage, I held another divinity show while I was in the netherworld realm. And this time, when I reached the 6th stage, I got to hold another divinity show. I have a lot to talk about when it comes to showing my divinity to the masses. I'm actually planning on writing a book on my experiences as I believe that would be quite interesting. While he was speaking, Song Shuheng was secretly observing the state of the senior. The boy gritted his teeth, and said tremblingly, It's useless. I won't be affected by the same move a second time. As expected of a powerful senior, his firm will was unbreakable. As a result, the battle seemed to have entered a stalemate once again. At this time, Song Shuheng suddenly took a deep breath, and said, Senior, it looks like I'm about to lose this game. My tears are about to fall out of my eyes. He. The boy smiled lightly, and said, purposely appearing weak to the enemy. It's useless. This kind of trick won't work on me. Song Shuheng said, No, I really can't hold on for much longer. After this game, I'm guessing I'll see you again in a month. The boy asked, Oh, you're planning on saving the betting opportunity you got for the 6th stage for next month? Song Shuheng replied, Yes, according to the speed of my ascension, there's a good chance that I'm going to ascend to the 7th stage by the end of next month. Before I reach the 7th stage, I must first make use of the opportunity and settle the 6th stage bet with Senior. The boy snorted. You're still trying to use psychological warfare. Fortunately, I prepared myself, embryonic gaze. At this moment, Song Shuhang's other eye suddenly lit up, and a ray of light fell on the boy's body. This was Song Shuhang's last resort, and he originally did not want to make use of this move no matter what. After all, this was a game where what you did unto your enemy, you did unto yourself. This meant that the embryonic gaze would also take effect on Song Shuhang himself. But now, since he was already just a sliver of wool away from crying, he chose to risk everything. Lady Onion said, "It has appeared, the embryonic gaze." The virtuous Lamia switched voices, and used a gloomy voice. "Give me a baby, Orong." The boy. The name of this skill had made him slightly flustered. The embryonic gaze struck the boy. Each time the impregnating gaze and embryonic gaze were combined, a variety of different effects could be produced. At this time, the boy had suppressed his strength to the 6th stage realm, meaning that he wouldn't be immune to the embryonic gaze. After being struck, a cute little flower suddenly appeared above his head. It bloomed and bore an eyeball-like fruit. Likewise, the effects of the embryonic gaze affected Song Shuhang. Above Song Shuhang's head, a cute little flower bloomed, but unlike the boy's, the flower on the top of Song Shuhang's head did not stop growing, and more colorful flowers drilled out of his head. The virtuous Lamia chanted, "Spring has arrived, and everything has revived. It's mating season." Fairy Creation sang, "It's spring when all sorts of flower are blooming and the sun is bright and dazzling." Song Shuhang and the boy lay on their sides, looking at each other. At this time, Song Shuhang's eyes were completely blurred, and he could no longer see the boy's appearance. Instead, the boy could still see clearly, and he was currently looking at Song Shuhang's appearance. "Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, what is that on top of your head?" The boy couldn't help but laugh out loud, laughing so much that even the pain he was feeling left his mind. He thought that Song Shuhang's embryonic gaze was some kind of strange and uncanny skill, but it only caused flowers to grow on top of their heads. What was with this skill? In the blink of an eye, Song Shuhang's head had become a small garden. "No, this looks too funny. And it's also kinda cute. These flowers are great. I like them very much. Ha ha ha, your head is much more interesting than my garden." The boy completely let his heart loose, and laughed out loud. From deep sorrow to great joy, he had moved from one end to the other in an instant. As he was laughing so happily, he laughed so much that he began crying. Tears streamed down his face as he guffawed. In the next moment, the light of the bedding space shone brightly. The 2 boxes beside the boy moved to Song Shuhang's side under the rules of the bedding ceremony. I can't hold it anymore." Song Shuhang sighed. He could no longer hold on, and had to release his emotions. At this moment, the power of the bedding space acted on him and the boy. All the negative afflictions affecting the duo were swept away. The effects of the impregnating gaze, the secret appraisal technique, the backlash of failed magical techniques, the embryonic gaze, slow-witted Song's teardrop, and the great sorrow technique were all erased. Song Shuhang opened his throat, and got ready to cry. But just as he opened his throat, he suddenly realized that he couldn't cry. The sorrowful emotions that he'd been feeling had been taken from him. What the heck? This is so uncomfortable. I want to cry. Song Shuhang was bewildered. At the same time, his eyes regained their clarity. When he lowered his head, he found that there were now 2 boxes beside him. As soon as he raised his head, he saw the senior with his mouth wide open and tears streaming down his face. Song Shuhang said curiously, "What happened?" "I won." F***ck. Crying from laughter also counts as crying? The boy stretched out his hand, and pressed it on his chest. Song Shuhang asked, "That means I won, right?" The black-skinned soft feather replied, "Yes, Senior Song, congratulations." Song Shuhang pinched his chin, and looked at the 2 boxes. After winning, another problem arose. This time, the winnings were all high-quality goods. Moreover, there were only 3 treasures and not a large pile of garbage belonging to a big shot. Did he have to distribute this wealth as well? If he did, then how was he supposed to proceed? The black-skinned soft feather said, "Senior, you lost again." The boy turned his head, and glanced at soft feather. I know, little fairy maiden. So, do I need to hold a wealth distribution? Song Shuheng shook the 2 boxes he had, and said, "I've only got these 2 items, how am I supposed to distribute them? My agreement with Xiaoyao was to have 1/4 to 1/5 of the winnings he got distributed. You can decide on how to do it yourself." The boy wiped his tears, very unwilling to accept this loss. Song Shuheng asked, "Are there any rules regarding the object of the wealth distribution? Does it have to be placed in the throne of wealth distribution?" The young man waved his hand lazily, and said, "For the first time, you can do whatever you want." "I see." In that case, Song Shuheng slightly stretched out his hand, and transferred the puppet maiden and Chu Chu out of the inner world. Chu Chu looked at Song Shuheng, and asked, "Teacher, has something happened for you to summon me?" The puppet maiden didn't move, or more accurately, she couldn't move. She had previously shut down due to a lack of energy, and she had not rebooted or powered back on since then. Today, your teacher will be giving you a gift." Song Shuheng opened the box which contained the chef hearts, took out the white one, and handed it to Chu Chu. Since he could choose where and how to hold the wealth distribution, then that meant he could simply choose to distribute the treasures to his disciples. Chu Chu took the white chef heart, and asked, "What is this?" Song Shuheng said solemnly, "This is something that represents an outstanding immortal chef, a chef heart. It's similar to a sword cultivator's sword intent. With this, you can go further on the path of immortal chefs." One after he finished saying that, he remembered something, and turned to look at the boy. "Senior, how do you use the chef heart? I'm unhappy and very tired right now, so I don't want to talk about it." The boy sat back in his chair, holding the teacup and taking a sip of the immortal tea. Song Shuheng. Senior, you're supposed to be a senior figure. Why are you acting so childish?" While he was in thought, the servant with the single big diamond eyeball floated over again. It held several cups of immortal tea in its hands, and served Chu Chu, Lady Onion, Fairy Creation, and the virtuous Lamia 1 cup each. Besides them, it also served Song Shuheng another cup of tea. The black-skinned soft feather was an inner demon, and did not have the ability to drink, and the same was true for the puppet maiden. As such, neither of them received a cup of tea. "This tea is very good. Chu Chu, after drinking it, you can immediately enter a state of cultivation and absorb its effects," Song Shuheng reminded Chu Chu as it was almost time for her ascension. This cup of immortal tea came just at the right time to give Chu Chu a little boost. Chu Chu held the teacup and nodded slightly. Just from the fragrance of the tea, she knew that this immortal tea was extremely precious. Its preciousness could already be described to be at the level of a fortuitous encounter. Consequently, she was even more convinced that having a good teacher was very important. By the way. Song Shuheng looked at the diamond eyeball. "Can I have some of the tea leaves for this immortal tea? I want to share it with some of my friends so that they can also experience the greatness of Senior's homemade tea and have their eyes opened." When he saw the tea again, he immediately thought of sharing it with the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group. However, as soon as he said that, Song Shuheng immediately realized that he had made a slip of the tongue. His bad habit of speaking his mind tended to make its appearance when he wasn't careful. It had passed his mind that this senior was not Senior White too, and they had just met each other not long ago. "I can't believe I asked him for immortal tea leaves. My brain must have short-circuited just now." Song Shuheng said quickly, "Apologies, I take back what I said just now. I wasn't in the right state. Senior, please ignore my request." "Oh, you want tea leaves? It seems that you have some taste, you even realized that I'm good at making tea. Little fellow Taoist Xiaoyao had no such ability when it came to tasting tea. Every time I invited him to drink tea, he would drink it negligently. Turning around, the corners of the boy's mouth rose. The boy continued, "It just so happens that I harvested quite a bit of immortal tea leaves, so I'll give you 10 kilograms. One Song Shuheng blinked, and immediately changed his tune. "Thank you, senior. I was too naive. How could I use ordinary people's standards to judge this senior's way of thinking?" The boy snapped his fingers, and the big diamond eyeball brought a bag of more than 10 kilos of immortal tea leaves to Song Shuheng. Chu Chu, who was by the side, was stunned. She had no idea how she was to describe her inner thoughts just now. More than 10 kilos of immortal tea leaves. More than 10 kilos of something at the level of a fortuitous encounter. Is my teacher really so incredible? To be honest, she really couldn't understand the relationship between her teacher and these big shots. In addition, regarding the chef heart, you simply need to take hold of it, and press it into your chest. It's very simple to use. The boy smiled slightly. For Song Shuheng looked at the white chef heart, and then at his disciple's chest. This kind of thing should be done by his disciple herself. As her teacher, he was powerless. The boy said, however, when absorbing the chef heart, you must mentally prepare yourself. Chef heart and sword intent are both conceptual items. If your mental energy and will are unable to handle the chef heart, you may ultimately be killed by the backlash. Don't say I didn't warn you. Thank you for the reminder, senior. Chu Chu then carefully put away the white chef heart. She planned on waiting at least until she transcended her next heavenly tribulation before absorbing the chef heart. Then, this core is for the puppet maiden. Song Shuheng reached out, and placed the core beside the puppet maiden. Song Shuheng did not need to manually install it. The puppet maiden's body could automatically capture the puppet core and install it herself. The puppet maiden rebooted along with a melodious tune. Song Shuheng asked, "Fairy, how is it? Does the new core fit well?" The puppet maiden got up, and sat on the chair. She interlocked her fingers, and placed her chin on top of them while sitting on the chair with a dignified look on her face. "Give me some time. I can slowly get used to this new core." "It's all good as long as you can use it," Song Shuheng said. Then, he grabbed the black chef heart. "As for this last one, is it all right to save it for myself?" The boy held the teacup, and said slowly, "You can do as you wish. However, during the following bets, the wealth distribution must be done through the throne of wealth distribution." Song Shuheng nodded. "I have no problem with that." Perhaps, the wealth distribution and the throne of wealth distribution were a part of some plan of the senior. The boy asked, "What are you planning on doing with that last chef heart?" Song Shuheng held the box with the chef heart, and said, "Is it worth anything? If it is, then I'll probably exchange it for spirit stones." The boy. Ahem. Song Shuheng immediately changed his mind. "I guess I'll use it myself?" The boy asked, "You want to be an immortal chef?" Song Shuheng said, "I hadn't thought about it, but since it is an item similar to sword intent and saber intent, then maybe I can use it as a reference. The chef heart won't be in conflict with saber intent, right? The second form of his saber intent was about to take shape, so maybe he could draw some inspiration from this chef heart." The boy confirmed, "They won't conflict with one another." Song Shuheng thought for a moment, and then decided. "Then I'll give it a try." He grabbed the black chef heart, and pressed it to his chest. After pressing it down, he suddenly thought of something. "I forgot to use the secret appraisal technique on the chef heart just now. If I had done that, I could have at least known who its owner had been, and perhaps gotten some more information." Song Shuheng pressed it onto his chest, and the black chef heart fused into his body. "How is it? How do you feel?" The boy looked at Song Shuheng curiously while holding his teacup. Song Shuheng raised his arms, twisted his neck left and right, and then flailed his legs a bit. I don't feel any changes. He subconsciously thought, could Senior have given me a fake chef heart? The boy replied immediately, don't think about such nonsense. The chef heart was personally extracted by me, so there shouldn't be any problem with it. Song Shuheng rubbed his face. The face-reading technique again? I forgot to control my facial expressions just now. When I meet up with a big shot in the future, should consider copying the puppet maiden and wearing a mask. In addition, since this senior said that the chef heart was not a fake, perhaps that meant that it had yet to take effect. Song Shuheng tried to follow the example of Welcome to the Ballroom 1, and stretched his body. However, he still didn't feel anything. The black chef heart couldn't have just disappeared, right? The black-skinned soft feather said, Senior Song, have you tried using inner sight yet? Song Shuheng glanced at the black-skinned soft feather, and gave her a thumbs up. Was she really an inner demon? Besides possessing the power of an inner demon, her character and personality were completely different from one. Song Shuheng closed his eyes, and used his inner sight. Soon, he found the chef heart that had integrated into his body. At this time, the chef heart was being inspected carefully, it was being checked by his light of virtue, 33 divine beasts combined magical treasure, 3 sage seals, and the many other forces in his body. The inspection process carried out by these forces practically formed Song Shuheng's own immune system that supervised all foreign objects that fused into his body. If there was something wrong with the foreign object, this immune system would naturally deal with it. No wonder it's taking so long. So this was why the chef heart hasn't had any effect yet. Why am I getting the feeling as if the chef heart is a newbie who has to experience the testing of a group of seniors before being integrated into the group? Song Shuheng withdrew from his inner sight state, and let out a deep sigh. The boy asked, are you unable to absorb the chef heart? Song Shuheng replied, no, it's just that the chef heart is currently undergoing security checks. The boy said, is your body like an airport, where one has to go through security checks before being able to board? Song Shuheng laughed. Senior, isn't it normal for a man's body to be like an airport? However, I still have some pectoral muscles, so I'm not actually as flat as an airport. The boy. I'm sorry, Senior Song. At this time, the black-skinned soft feather raised her hand weakly, and said, I might be affecting your state. Should I return to your shadow? Ha, there's no need. I feel like I'm in quite a good state right now. I like it, Song Shuheng said proudly. He still had an opportunity to resurrect, so he felt dauntless. Song, fearless. The virtuous Lamia. Song dumb, fairy creation. 2, Lady Onion. 1 What line should I say so that I can fit in with the group? Song Shuheng said, oh here it is. The chef heart has finally passed all the security checks. The black chef heart finally began to unleash its power. A combination of the understanding and will of the immortal chef who had originally owned it was integrated into Song Shuheng's body. Similar to saber cultivators, an immortal chef with a chef heart was not necessarily a top-tier immortal chef, but a top-tier immortal chef would definitely have a chef heart. For top-tier immortal chefs, each and every one of them would even tend to have multiple chef hearts. Immortal Fairy Bichue, for example, probably had no shortage of chef hearts. Saber intent could enhance the strength of a saber cultivator, so, logically speaking, a chef heart should similarly be able to enhance the level of the immortal dishes made by immortal chefs. Song Shuheng asked, after integrating the chef heart, can I directly become a chef? The boy said, how could it be so easy? Do you really think that a cultivator who has never practiced the saber would instantly become a master at the saber after acquiring saber intent? He would still have to master the corresponding saber techniques, and it is only by mastering those saber techniques that the effects of the saber intent can be fully displayed. The same is true for the chef heart. After acquiring a chef heart, you will have to learn the corresponding cooking techniques in order to fully display its potential. Otherwise, your chef heart will be a waste, and can only be used to cook ordinary dishes. What a loss, Song Shuheng said. If I'd known that, I would have gotten Chu Chu to absorb both chef hearts. There's no need, teacher. It's already good that I got to acquire one chef heart, Chu Chu said firmly. As for other chef hearts, I wish to comprehend them myself. Also, don't underestimate a chef heart. Although it is not saber intent, it is still a form of concept of will. If you are unable to bear it, you will receive a backlash. Don't blame me for not warning you. The boy took a sip of tea, and then continued, if the backlash is serious, you may even be taken over by the will within the chef heart. Song Shuheng asked, Senior, who is the original owner of this chef heart? Can you reveal that? While integrating the chef heart, many beliefs and convictions regarding the production of immortal dishes emerged in his mind. Through this, Song Shuheng discovered that the black chef heart was a demonic kind of chef heart. One just like Chinese cuisines were divided into Cantonese, Sichuan, Zhejiang, Fujian, and so on, immortal cooking was also divided into many types according to different styles and production methods. Buddhist dishes, Taoist dishes, demonic dishes, and scholarly dishes were all a part of immortal cooking. In this demonic chef heart, there were a lot of comprehensions that were related to saber techniques, causing it to faintly resonate with Song Shuheng's saber intent. 1. It was a little guy from a long time ago. I don't remember his name. He was very talented in the path of immortal cooking, and his talent in cultivation was even better. The boy thought back, and said, when I took some of his chef hearts, his realm was already at the 9th stage tribulation transcender realm. Just as the boy spoke, Song Shuheng felt that his mind was being assaulted. This was the last step in fusing with the chef heart. The will of the original owner in the chef heart had begun to attack Song Shuheng's will. If Song Shuheng was unable to withstand this, he could end up taken over by the will in the chef heart. Ha ha ha! A crazed laughter sounded in Song Shuheng's spiritual world. The virtuous Lamia's tail curled up like a spring before she bounced to Song Shuheng, burrowing into his body. Fairy Creation jumped up high, and returned to Song Shuheng with a twisting dive. The black-skinned soft feather gracefully stretched out her long legs, and quietly sneaked into Song Shuheng's shadow. Lady Onion jumped. But as she did not have any means similar to the previous three, she could only jump to the side, and stay beside the puppet maiden. One Song Shuheng's spiritual world materialized. He put his hands behind his back. The virtuous Lamia was to his right, while Fairy Creation was to his left, and the inner demon Soft Feather was in his shadow. Opposite him, the will in the chef heart swelled up in size, and took on a humanoid figure. You dare absorb my chef heart? The will then assumed the figure of a demonic big shot, and glanced at Song Shuheng. 6th stage realm. Ha, a tiny bug like you would be completely helpless as I pinch you to death. Now, are you ready to be taken over and possessed by me? 3. Hearing the demonic big shot's declaration, the virtuous Lamia's eyes lit up. It just so happened that she had the perfect line for this exact occasion. Hence, she quickly opened her mouth, and said, despite being a mere bug, you made my fingers itch a bit when I tried to crush you. She used an arrogant male voice when she recited this line. As for Fairy Creation, she recited the same line in unison, but in her own voice. The male and female voices recited in chorus seamlessly. Meanwhile, the will of the demonic chef heart was confused. Song Shuheng waved his hand quickly, and said, wait a minute, fairies. There's something wrong with that line. When you say that, you're implying that I'm a bug. The two fairies looked at each other. One tilted her head to the left, while the other tilted her head to the right. Song Shuheng sighed. You two are simply too cute. What more can I say? He looked at the demonic chef heart's will and coughed. Ahem. At this time, the virtuous Lamia behind him seriously began to recite another line. Now, choose a way to die. How do you want to die? 1. She said this using the voice of Senior White 2. Afterward, the virtuous Lamia leaned to the left, straightened her tail, and stretched out her hands. She stood on one leg like a golden rooster while spreading out her arms like a white crane. Fairy Creation added, I'm giving you 10 seconds. Choose how you want to die. She also used Senior White 2's voice. However, unlike the virtuous Lamia, she leaned to the right before assuming the same pose as her. One after the two fairies assumed their poses, they turned their heads at the same time, and stared at Song Shuhang's shadow. The black-skinned soft feather. The two fairies blinked at the black-skinned soft feather, motioning her to say something as well. The black-skinned soft feather thought for a long time, and finally came up with something. She emerged from Song Shuhang's shadow before standing on one leg and spreading out her arms. A refreshing death maybe? She was unsure whether this would satisfy her two senior fairies, but she did hope it would. The two fairies smiled in unison, their beautiful eyes glistening as they officially accepted the black-skinned soft feather. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand to press onto his chest, and continued to perform artificial CPR on himself. What the hell? At this time, this was the only thing that was on the mind of the demonic chef Heart's will. He did not know if he was just misinterpreting things, but he felt that the young man in front of him had no fear when facing him. What exactly is giving this young man, who's merely at the 6th stage realm, the confidence to face a 9th stage will, like me? He isn't apprehensive in the slightest. 2. Is it because of that light of virtue? Or could he have a special magical treasure? Or is it simply because he is ignorant? No, none of those seem to be the case. Then just what trump card does this young man have? After a while, the demonic chef Hearts will shook his head vigorously. It doesn't matter what cards he has. In the end, I'm the will of a 9th stage big shot. I exist in his chef heart and guard against others who wish to integrate with it. The meaning of his existence was to devour anyone who wanted to integrate with the chef heart before seizing their body and occupying it. Afterward, he could refine the person into a clone, and return to the main body. With all that said, die, little one. I've waited for millions of years, and I've finally been presented with this opportunity. Become my body, and let yourself be possessed by me, little bug. I shall take your power, and return to my main body. You will become part of my main body's supreme power. This is a great honor. The demonic chef Hearts will stretched out his hands, and a 9th stage aura spread out. Demonic flames billowed in the sky, filling Song Shuhang's spiritual world. 3 fairies, please stop messing around. Song Shuhang waved his hand, and looked at the demonic chef Hearts will with a serious expression on his face. I didn't expect to see your will here. It seems that you and I truly do have some fate with one another. The hands of the demonic chef Hearts will froze. Why does this young man sound like he knows my main body? However, you won't be able to snatch my body, take me back to your main body, or make me become a part of him. Song Shuhang waved his hand, and then continued, after all, your main body has nearly gone cold. Demon Emperor Haji. This guy really knows my main body? Nearly gone cold. Do you mean that he's near death? The demonic chef Hearts will looked at Song Shuhang before shaking his head. No, that's impossible. Nothing is impossible. Besides, said Song Shuhang before he pointed to himself, and continued, the person who beat up your main body was none other than me. Pfft, hearing this, the demonic chef Hearts will burst out in laughter. Can you at least make your bragging somewhat believable? His main body was already at the 9th stage tribulation transcender realm millions of years ago. How could it have possibly stayed at the same realm to this day? This kid is probably just trying to stall for time. Perhaps he is waiting for reinforcements? After believing to have figured things out, the demonic chef Hearts will no longer give Song Shuhang any more chances to buy time. He controlled the blazing demonic flames that filled the spiritual world, and made them move toward Song Shuheng. The virtuous Lamia smiled slightly, reaching out to hold up a layer of light. That light turned into a projection of the virtuous palace, and easily blocked all the demonic flames. This is my spiritual world. Song Shuheng chuckled. He opened his left eye, and glared at the demonic chef Heart's will. Expert's appraisal. A mother's love, do you understand it? 10 months of pregnancy plus an hour of childbirth. What the hell is this? The demonic chef Heartswill cried out in horror. He was not the demonic emperor's main body, so there was no way he was going to pass the expert's appraisal. One witch-crazed guy researched this horrifying magical technique. This is simply horrible. The guy who developed this magical technique either genuinely loves without boundaries, or is a pervert with a twisted mind. Song Shuheng asked, Fairies, do you know of any better way to deal with a will like this one? After all, confrontations with wills were different from confrontations with people with bodies. Since it is a will, as long as you find a way to weaken it, you should easily be able to destroy it, right? The black-skinned soft feather put forward a sensible suggestion. Weaken the will? Song Shuheng pinched his chin. At this moment, the virtuous Lamia behind him suddenly stretched out her hand, and then pulled out the eye in her left eye socket. Song Shuheng. Fairy, what are you doing? I plucked my eyeball because I had to replace it with the scholarly sage's eye. Plucking eyes is not a game. Right after doing this, the virtuous Lamia tossed the eyeball. From the eye, a light screen was projected out. On this light screen, a scene was displayed. Despite being a mere bug, you made my fingers itch a bit when I tried to crush you, a deep male voice said. Afterward, Demon Emperor Heji's tall figure appeared on the screen. 1. Beep Profound Sage Tyrannical Song has blacklisted you. He, Demon Emperor Heji let out a strange laugh, and behind him, 108 demonic god pillars emerged, while demonic flames blazed into the sky. Then the point of view shifted, showing Song Shuheng raising the ghost-handle saber. Looking at it closely, one would be able to see that there were 7 scary strands of karma that wrapped around the saber. At this moment, Profound Sage Tyrannical Song slashed out with the saber. This slash contained 7 supreme powers, each one bringing a feeling of hopelessness and despair to the demonic chef Heart's will. As soon as this slash came down, Demon Emperor Heji was blown apart before falling down. How miserable. Seeing this scene made him cry. Impossible. The demonic chef Hearts will continue to deny it. My main body can't possibly have fallen. It must be fake. Right, it's definitely fake. I won't allow the contents of this projection to weaken me. However, just as he tried reinforcing himself, the young man in front of him, Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, pulled out a big pillar. It was Demon Emperor Heji's inheritance pillar. Not only was the main body blown apart, but even the house was looted. 3. The projection might have been fake, but this demonic god pillar definitely was not. The demonic chef Hearts will could sense the power of his own main body emanating from the demonic god pillar. Could everything in that projection actually be real? A thought silently emerged in his mind. As soon as this thought emerged, his existence suddenly wavered and weakened. No matter how much he tried to reinforce his confidence to maintain his own existence, it was no longer working. The moment the demonic god pillar was brought out, he felt utterly defeated. The black-skinned soft feather reminded him, Senior Demonic Chef Heart, you are getting weaker. The demonic chef Hearts will responded, I know. I can sense that myself. I know that this is the end for me. But I do wonder why this black-skinned fairy maiden looks so pleasant to the eye. Is it because she's an inner demon? Well, nevertheless. The demonic chef Hearts will raised his hands up high, and let out a series of shouts in the language of the ancient era. In the next moment, energy came pouring out of his body, and then this energy split into 2. The part of the energy that represented the chef Heart was sent into Song Shuheng, this was the reward Song Shuhang got for passing the test of the chef heart's will. From this moment onwards, he had completely grasped the chef heart. The other part was sent to the black-skinned soft feather. This part of the power had nothing to do with the chef heart, but was instead something that would increase her mental energy. The demonic chef hearts will said proudly, haha, the only thing you get is the chef heart. You'll never get the mental energy nourishment that I could have given you. Mental energy nourishment? Song Shuhang pinched his chin, and let out a breath of relief. Actually, it's rather fortunate that you did not give me the mental energy nourishment. Otherwise, I might have had headaches for a while. The strength of his mental energy had always been ahead of his physical strength. If the strength of his mental energy far exceeded his physique, what happened in the past would repeat itself. With his physical strength being far behind his mental energy, he would constantly experience headaches that felt as if a hammer were striking his head. Fortunately, it was the black-skinned soft feather who had received the mental energy nourishment instead of him. The demonic chef heart's will. Then, see you next time. Song Shuhang cupped his hands, and said, my disciple still has the white chef heart with her, and it should also have Senior Heji's will in it. When the time comes, I'll assist my disciple to absorb it and we can meet again, although that will might not be the same as you. The demonic chef hearts will stretched out his hand, and pressed on his own chest, imitating Song Shuhang's previous appearance while performing CPR on himself. Goodbye. Fairy creation waved. As soon as Song Shuhang's willed it, a burst of psychic energy, which the demonic hamster had taught him how to use, emerged and crushed the demonic chef heart's will. Chapter 18:16 You have the bearing of a wielder of the heaven's will. The psychic energy attack created by Senior White 2 was specially made for cultivators who had powerful mental energy, but were not that talented at using magical techniques. Moreover, it had been verified by the practitioners of the universe that this special psychic energy needed to be used alongside special physiques or after fulfilling certain conditions if one wanted to display its maximum power. Song Shuhang, for example, perfectly satisfied the conditions of using this special psychic energy. Once his psychic energy was released, it would acquire physical offensive properties and magical offensive properties, being able to directly damage the target's soul. Under the pressure of this psychic energy, the demonic chef heart's will, which had already been weakened greatly, was completely destroyed. Seeing this, the black-skinned soft feather fell in thought for a moment before looking at the virtuous Lamia and fairy creation. Afterward, she decided to just go through with her idea, and stand on one leg and spread out her arms. Despite being a mere bug, you made my fingers itch a bit when I tried to crush you. 2. Fairy creation. The virtuous Lamia. The two fairies turned their heads stiffly, and looked at the black-skinned soft feather. Neither of them had even thought that a line could be inserted seamlessly at this time. Moreover, the line that had been inserted by the black-skinned soft feather very much fitted the scene of Song Shuhang having just crushed the demonic chef heart's will. Did they actually lose to a newbie? The black-skinned soft feather felt very uncomfortable being stared at in such a way by the two fairies. She blinked, and thought, did I do something wrong? The virtuous Lamia quivered before giving the black-skinned soft feather a thumbs up. Fairy creation also gave her a thumbs up. Let's go. Let's leave my spiritual world, said Song Shuhang. At the same time, he silently decided to reduce the time that the black-skinned soft feather and the two fairies were in contact with each other, as he did not want the former to be led astray even more. At least before he got some of those fast-acting, heart-soothing pills that Senior Yellow Mountain had booked from Medicine Master, he wouldn't let the black-skinned soft feather go down the wrong path. His consciousness returned to the main world. The demonic god pillar also appeared in his hands. Teacher, congratulations for successfully integrating the chef heart into your body, said Chu Chu. As her immortal cooking techniques had already reached the beginner level, she was able to sense Song Shuhang's fusion with the chef heart. Song Shuhang smiled slightly. Chu Chu, after this, I'll ask Demon Monarch Nirvana to tailor a tribulation transcending formation for you so that you can fully set your mind on preparing to ascend to the third stage. After you succeed in transcending your tribulation, I'll help you absorb the chef heart. Song Shuang was someone who liked keeping his word, so when he said that he would meet the other party again, he would definitely do so. As he thought about seeing Demon Emperor Heji's will once again when Chu Chu reached the third stage, he wondered what kind of personality the will in the white chef heart would have. Demon Monarch Nirvana had promised him that he would tailor a tribulation transcending formation for him, but in the end, it seemed he wouldn't need one. Song Shuhang had a hunch that he wouldn't really get to make use of any tribulation transcending formations in the future. Therefore, he decided to allow Demon Monarch Nirvana to make one for Chu Chu instead, and make up for what he owed him that way. Chu Chu said, "I'll follow teacher's arrangements." Then it's settled. Song Shuhang laughed, placing his hand on the demonic god pillar, and gently stroking it. He discovered that after he'd grasped Demon Emperor Heji's chef heart, as long as his hand was on the demonic god pillar, he could continuously read a lot of information from it. He was able to acquire all of the information related to immortal cooking techniques, as well as the experience of making immortal dishes. The Demon Emperor's chef heart was like a key that allowed Shuhang to decipher the Demon Emperor's immortal chef inheritance. 1. If I continue doing this, as long as I read for a few more hours, I should be able to master the fundamentals of being an immortal chef. At that time, I can try making a few basic immortal dishes. Who knows? Maybe I can even become a part-time immortal chef. Song Shuhang was delighted. Unless his talent in immortal cooking was as bad as his talent for the sword, with the two cheat-like items that were the chef heart and Demon Emperor Heji's inheritance, he should easily be able to become a good immortal chef. The only thing he was feeling regretful over was that the demonic god pillar could not be shrunk down in size, and this made it quite inconvenient to bring around. Currently, Song Shuhang had 4/5 of the pillar hidden inside the inner world, with the remaining 1/5 being in the main world. Not far away, the boy could be seen playing chess with the puppet maiden. The two appeared to be playing some kind of chess game from the ancient era that Song Shuhang did not recognize. After seeing the return of Song Shuhang's consciousness, the boy glanced at the demonic god pillar in his hand, and said, "It looks like you're quite lucky." The boy could sense that the aura on the demonic god pillar was similar to that of the chef heart. He was able to recognize that the inheritance on the demonic god pillar was an immortal chef inheritance at a single glance. It could even be said that everything had fallen into place perfectly. As long as Song Shuhang's talent for immortal cooking wasn't downright horrendous, he should be able to use what he had to quickly progress as an immortal chef. Song Shuhang replied, "It's all fate." He hadn't felt it before, but now he realized that he and Demon Emperor Heji had a lot of fate between them. Song Shuhang turned his head, and asked, "Me?" This was the first time he heard a senior commenting positively on his cultivation talent. "No. I'm talking about that little green onion." The boy's body swayed with the rocking chair, with him looking behind Song Shuhang before falling in thought. Song Shuhang couldn't help but gently press his chest. As he had mentally prepared himself for this beforehand, he didn't feel too stifled from this. Moreover, Lady Onion's talent was something that Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven had already verified. Cultivation is too tiring. Lady Onion then nodded, and said, "However, I'll still practice diligently. I actually have a very frightening goal. This goal is very lofty, and I need to have enough strength to achieve it." It's good to have ideals, the boy said slowly. In the future, after you become the wielder of the will, remember to treat your ruler of the netherworld side kindly. If you one day desire to go on an exciting adventure, the ruler of the netherworld can act as your coordinates and guarantor in the backlands, so you must not allow them to disappear. 3. Lady Onion. The senior's words were too profound for her to properly wrap her mind around. If you don't understand, you can write it down first. Perhaps it can be of use to you in the future. After saying this, the boy began to rock his rocking chair again. Song Shuhang's heart thumped when he heard these words. He noticed that the senior seemed to have hidden an important message within his words. Must not allow the ruler of the netherworld to disappear? As he thought of this, Song Shuhang immediately thought of Senior White 2 and Striped Dragon 2. After the two wielders of the will disappeared, they both looked for ways to persist and keep their special forms as rulers of the netherworld. Senior Striped Dragon 2 had to rely on a special space to hide and stay away from the main world, while Senior White 2 did something more brilliant. He directly stayed in the netherworld realm, and even occupied half of the netherworld ruler's authority, evenly matching the new ruler of the netherworld, the Fat Ball. Since this senior specifically emphasized the importance of leaving the ruler of the netherworld behind, he should be hinting that the previous wielders of the will that still have their netherworld ruler side are actually alive and kicking in secret. Write it down, Lady Onion. Song Shuhang patted her lightly, and said, in the future, you must practice well. Don't waste your talent. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website. My thanks. One Lady Onion sighed faintly. I'd actually prefer ascending in another way. Forget it, I'd rather not talk about it. One Song Shuhang looked at the boy again, and asked politely, Senior, is there anything else? Every sentence of this senior was extremely informative. Regardless of whether it was useful, he would first write it down and keep it in mind. Nope. See you next time. As he said this, the boy waved his hand, and the diamond eyeball floated over. Once the diamond eyeball reached the boy, it stretched out its small hands to massage the boy's head. Goodbye, Senior. Song Shuhang cupped his hands, pushed open the wooden door, and returned to the throne of wealth distribution. His sixth-stage betting opportunity with this senior had not been used up yet, and the reason he and the senior agreed to have another bet next month was mainly that he wanted to gather some treasures of his own. In today's game, the senior had shown consideration for him, giving him the extra betting chance, and even allowing him to bet without putting anything at stake. But in the future, he would naturally have to present corresponding possessions in order to appease the senior. After Song Shuhang left, the boy sighed softly. The diamond eyeball stopped, and floated to the side quietly. He isn't a reincarnation. The boy got up from the rocking chair. He walked to the edge of his garden, reached out, and stroked a blue flower bud gently. They're just two similar flowers. When his finger touched the blue flower bud, the flower bud instantly bloomed into a vibrant, blue-colored flower. After a short while, the blue flower withered, leaving behind several seeds. The boy collected the seeds, and clapped his hands lightly. Afterward, heaven and earth seemed to shift. What was originally a garden completely disappeared, leaving behind nothing more than a bottomless abyss. The boy stepped in the void above the abyss, while the big diamond eyeball floated right beside him. He stretched out his hand, and opened it gently, letting the seeds fall into the abyss. Subsequently, in the bottomless abyss, countless pairs of eyes opened, densely packed all over the abyss. The boy nodded with satisfaction. How many more times? The diamond eyeball replied, according to the design left behind by the big master, as long as you win against another 61 cultivators who possess great luck, you will be able to completely overtake the abyss, and enter the final segment of the game. At that time, you will be able to acquire a small netherworld realm that belongs to you. Then my next goal is to win against little fellow Daoist tyrannical Song at least once. I should be able to win against him at least once out of the 4 bets we're to have, the boy said. Next time, I won't throw a game like just now. 3. I wish you success, master, said the diamond eyeball. The boy added, previously, you also wished me good fortune like this. But in the end, I lost 7 games in a row. Your blessing is unlucky. The diamond eyeball replied calmly, I'm sorry, master. The boy said, say, if I were to pay little fellow Daoist tyrannical Song to intentionally lose once to me, would that be fine? He looks quite short of money, doesn't he? 3. Master, fraudulent actions are shameful, the diamond eyeball reminded him. Ha ha ha. The boy laughed, then turned around and retreated, leaving the bottomless abyss. After his figure disappeared, all of the eyes in the abyss closed again, and silence returned. Meanwhile, Song Shuheng reappeared in the throne of wealth distribution. At this time, the ownership of the throne of wealth distribution had been transferred to him. After thinking for a moment, he stepped out of the throne, and then stored the entire place inside his inner world. As a qualified, magical treasure, the throne of wealth distribution had its own size-changing functions. After storing away the throne of wealth distribution, Song Shuheng spread out his consciousness to look for the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group. He silently thought to himself, speaking of which, could the seniors be fighting against the Celestials? After all, there were a lot of Celestials present back then. With the characters of some of the seniors, they were likely to fight it out after exiting the throne of wealth distribution. However, when Song Shuheng's consciousness searched around, he couldn't sense the aura of the members of the 9 provinces number 1 group. Moreover, he even wasn't able to sense the auras of any Celestials or other cultivators. He scratched his head. Could it be that the bet between me and that mysterious senior lasted for many days? Was one day inside 1,000 years outside? He took out his phone and shook it. Great, there's a signal. Song Shuheng opened the 9 provinces number 1 group. Song Shuheng asked, "Seniors, where did you all go?" Spirit Butterfly Island Soft Feather, Senior Song, you're finally out. Did you have fun? It was okay, but I nearly cried blood, Song Shuheng replied. Anyway, where's everyone right now? I can't seem to see any of you after coming out of the throne of wealth distribution. Soft Feather, cried Blood. That sounds very exciting. Senior, you should come here, and tell us about your interesting experience. Everyone is on Heavenly Field Island, Northern River's Loose Cultivator said. We've been waiting for you to come here so that we can start the feast. Song Shuheng laughed, and replied, I'll be there soon. Just as he was about to put away his phone, someone in the group pinged him. Celestial Fish Envoy Yu Jiaojiao, at Tyrannical Saber Song 1, Shuheng, I might have found a clue about the secret code you sent. One code? What secret code did I send? Could it be about the divine weapon appraisal? Song Shuheng replied, Jiaojiao, where are you right now? Yu Jiaojiao, I'm still in the forbidden area. Today is a rare holiday, so I came out to surf the internet. I discovered that the secret code you sent me is related to slow-witted Song. I see, Song Shuheng said as he grabbed the demonic god pillar in one hand, and flew to Heavenly Field Island while replying. While he flew, his hand accidentally slipped, and he used the saber-nurturing technique on the demonic god pillar. 3. The demonic god pillar emitted a buzzing sound. 1. In the next moment, a large amount of immortal chef knowledge was quickly transferred to Song Shuheng. The demonic god pillar contained an extensive amount of knowledge regarding immortal chefs and immortal cooking. This wasn't that strange when considering that Demon Emperor Heji was someone who had mastered 7 kinds of chef hearts when he was at the 9th stage realm. Song Shuheng had only integrated the other party's demonic chef heart, yet there were nearly 20 kinds of basic immortal cooking techniques that he had received from the inheritance pillar. Just from this, it could be seen how admirable Demon Emperor Heji's attainments in the path of immortal cooking were. Song Shuheng said, Is this thing trying to fatten me up? One had to always keep in mind that biting off more than one could chew would lead to undesirable consequences. It was important to know one's limits, and make the most of what was available. As such, Song Shuheng classified the knowledge into different categories, and then selected the knowledge and experience related to demonic cuisine, prioritizing memorizing and learning it. As for the knowledge related to other cuisines, he decided to seal it up in his brain, saving it for later. While he was studying his newly acquired knowledge, his hand would slip every once in a while and use the saber-nurturing technique on the demonic god pillar, maintaining the demonic god pillar's high-intensity output of knowledge. The virtuous Lamia, who was attached to Song Shuheng's back, looked at him and the demonic god pillar strangely, falling into thought. After a while, when Song Shuheng used the saber-nurturing technique on the demonic god pillar again, she stretched out her hand, and patted Song Shuheng's back. Song Shuheng, who was focused on studying, asked without looking back, "What's the matter?" He was currently flying, receiving knowledge, classifying the knowledge, learning a portion of it, and applying the saber-nurturing technique on the demonic god pillar at the same time. Besides that, he was also watching out for Yu Jiaojiao's reply in the 9 provinces number 1 group. In other words, he was very occupied at the moment. The virtuous Lamia didn't reply, and instead patted him again. Seeing this, Song Shuheng stopped studying and turned his head, looking at the fairy maiden. Seeing him turn his head, a delighted expression surfaced on the virtuous Lamia's face, after which she stretched out her hand, pointing at herself. Song Shuheng. The virtuous Lamia pointed at Song Shuheng's hand, which was holding the demonic god pillar, and then pointed at herself. Song Shuheng asked suspiciously, "You also want to be in my hand like the demonic god pillar?" Fairy at #%times hobbies were getting weirder lately. However, she would actually fit quite well in his hand. After all, she had a tail. As such, Song Shuheng could act like a snake charmer by holding the tip of her tail. If she really wanted such a thing, then Song Shuheng did not mind cooperating with her. At this moment, Fairy Creation next to him heard this and laughed. "Song stupid," the virtuous Lamia shook her head vigorously. She pointed at Song Shuheng, then at the demonic god pillar, and then at herself. Song Shuheng finally understood. "Oh, you also want to try the saber-nurturing technique?" The virtuous Lamia nodded happily, and then moved her arm from Song Shuheng's shoulder to in front of him. "Honestly, it feels quite weird to use the saber-nurturing technique on a fairy maiden," said Song Shuheng. Moreover, the virtuous Lamia was a part of his body. If he used the saber-nurturing technique on her, to a certain extent, it could be seen as using it on himself. But since Fairy at #%time seemed to really want it, he would naturally satisfy her desire. It was just a slip of his hand anyway. Song Shuheng reached out, pressed on the virtuous Lamia's forearm, and used the saber-nurturing technique without hesitation. The brilliance of the saber-nurturing technique fell on the virtuous Lamia, causing her little hand to tremble slightly as if she had been electrocuted. After a while, the virtuous Lamia opened her mouth slightly, exhaling in relief. A satisfied expression was visible on her face, and she seemed to feel very comfortable. She stretched her waist, and lay softly behind Song Shuheng before finally falling into his body as if he were a cloud. Song Shuheng retracted his palm. "My saber-nurturing technique really is quite amazing." "Yaya?" Seeing the virtuous Lamia look so comfortable, Fairy Creation grew curious, and she also attached herself to Song Shuheng before handing her arm to him. Song Shuheng asked, "Fairy Creation, you too?" Fairy Creation nodded vigorously. "Your and Fairy Virtue's hobbies seem to have been growing in sync recently." Song Shuheng complained that Fairy Creation now spent more time with him than at home. If this were to continue, Fairy Creation might eventually become a part of his family. Anyhow, as Song Shuheng was not stingy, the brilliance of the saber-nurturing technique soon fell on Fairy Creation's body. Fairy Creation's reaction was almost exactly the same as the virtuous Lamia's. She stretched out her body comfortably, lay on Song Shuheng's back feebly, and then seemingly fused with his body. Now that the virtuous Lamia and Fairy Creation had both finished receiving their massage, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword naturally couldn't be left out. And so, Song Shuheng took Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword out of the inner world. "Is something wrong? Is there someone you want to beat up?" As soon as it was summoned, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword's reaction was practically along the lines of, "Which big shot did you provoke this time?" As soon as its words faded, Song Shuheng sent 3 consecutive instances of the saber-nurturing technique to Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword let out bursts of jingling sounds. "Ah, that's it, just the right amount of pressure, so comfortable." "Not bad, Shuheng, your technique is getting better and better. Song Shuheng said, as long as Senior likes it. Is there anything I can help with? Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword asked. Since it had nothing else to do, it didn't mind helping Song Shuheng out. No, it's just that I suddenly thought of Senior, so I gave you some maintenance, Song Shuheng said. Maintenance? That's right, even a divine weapon needs maintenance, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said with a laugh. It decided that it would also ask for regular maintenance and benefits when it saw its other master, Scarlet Heaven, again in the future. In a good mood, Scarlet Heaven Sword flew alongside Song Shuheng. At the angle they were traveling relative to one another, Song Shuheng's shadow just so happened to fall on Scarlet Heaven Sword. When Song Shuheng saw his own shadow, he remembered something. Right, Fairy Butterfly Song White Creation Yellow Trigram Lychee. What was her full name again? I seem to have suddenly forgotten the rest. The black-skinned soft feather emerged from his shadow, and reminded him, Senior Song, you've missed the 6-Do Phoenix at the end. Your name is too long. It's kind of hard to remember, Song Shuheng said. The black-skinned soft feather replied, I thought the same thing. However, this was the name that her main body gave to her, so she couldn't reject it. Song Shuheng asked, would you like to experience the saber nurturing technique as well? Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword. After giving it some thought, the black-skinned soft feather nodded. In fact, she was also curious about what it was like to experience the saber nurturing technique after seeing Fairy Virtue's and Fairy Creation's reaction. Thus, she carefully stretched out her arm in front of Song Shuheng. Don't be nervous. Judging from the reactions of Fairy Virtue and Fairy Creation, the saber nurturing technique should feel very good, Song Shuheng said. He then used the saber nurturing technique on the black-skinned soft feather. After a while, the black-skinned soft feather blinked. She tilted her head and looked at Song Shuheng. Song Shuheng asked curiously, did it not work? The black-skinned soft feather shook her head. Song Shuheng refused to believe it and released 3 instances of the saber nurturing technique in quick succession. Using 3 instances like this was something he generally only used on Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword. Chapter 18-19 I'm out. After all, the strength of 3 bursts was completely different from a single one. After 3 shots of the saber nurturing technique, the black-skinned soft feather on the opposite side still didn't react. Senior Song, it still doesn't have any effect. Song Shuheng responded, soft feather, I can see that. He thought to himself, could it be that an inner demon's body structure is just that different? It should be taken note of that when Song Shuheng used the saber nurturing technique on Senior White's clone, there were miraculous results. Yet, it seemed like it had no effect on Soft Feather's inner demon. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, or could it be that the saber nurturing technique can only be used on magical treasures and clones, and not on other objects? Song Shuheng said, but Fairy Creation and the virtuous Lamia seemed to feel very satisfied just now. Wait, could they have been acting? With Fairy at #% S character, after receiving the saber nurturing technique, it was very possible that she had simply acted very satisfied and tricked them. And with Fairy Creation being very similar to Fairy at #% in a number of aspects, if she got tricked, she would definitely act out as well and continue to trick others. The black-skinned soft feather. Song Shuheng said, if the 2 fairies were simply acting, then everything would make a lot more sense. The black-skinned soft feather said, Senior Song, why don't you try it again? I can try adjusting my state to match yours. And so, Song Shuheng used the saber nurturing technique 3 times on the black-skinned soft feather again. However, it still had no effect. Song Shuheng said, it looks like it has no effect on you. It's possible that you might just be a special individual. The black-skinned soft feather tilted her head. After another moment, she nodded in satisfaction, diving back into Song Shuheng's shadow. Scarlet Heaven Sword and Song Shuheng continued flying side by side. Along the way, it saw Song Shuheng constantly using the saber-nurturing technique on the demonic god pillar. Scarlet Heaven Sword asked curiously, "What are you doing?" Song Shuheng replied, "I'm studying the immortal chef inheritance left behind by Demon Emperor Heji. Sigh, how great would it be if I could have a Dragon Network assistant in my mind." Scarlet Heaven Sword was confused. Huh? Song Shuheng replied, "I've been receiving huge amounts of knowledge and experience pertaining to immortal cooking from the Demon Emperor's inheritance. I'm currently classifying all of it, and then reading the one related to demonic cuisine. If I had something like a Dragon Network assistant in my mind, then it could help me organize and classify the knowledge, just like how the Inner World Assistant helps me arrange the inner world." Scarlet Heaven Sword. Song Shuheng really is beyond saving. Beep, beep. At this time, Song Shuheng received a message on his phone. Someone had sent him a private message. He took out his phone and opened it. It was Soft Feather who had messaged him. Soft Feather? Wait. Song Shuheng's hand froze as he held the phone, seemingly having thought of something. When he had been using the saber-nurturing technique just now, it had strangely not had any effect on the black-skinned Soft Feather. But then again, what if it had actually been acting upon Soft Feather's main body instead? The possibility of this being the case was very high. He quickly opened the message from Soft Feather. "Spirit Butterfly Island Soft Feather, Senior Song, I didn't expect pregnancy to feel so comfortable, bright smile emoji. Song Shuheng." Before he could reply, Soft Feather sent another message. "I was watching your Demon Sage speech with my dad just now, so we got to experience Senior Song's impregnating gaze. Right now, my dad's face has become completely white, and he's shivering in a sheet. But rather than feeling any pain, I actually feel very, very comfortable right now. As I imagined, the impregnating gaze isn't bad at all, and the same goes for pregnancy." Song Shuheng typed a few words into the message chat box, deleted them, typed again, and then deleted them once more. He didn't know how to reply to Soft Feather. He vaguely felt that he had figured everything out. After a while, Song Shuheng replied, "How is Senior Spirit Butterfly feeling at the moment?" This was related to his safety. Soft Feather replied, "Senior Song, don't worry. My dad is fine. As long as it's something I find very interesting, my dad usually doesn't care too much." Moreover, the seniors in this group had persuaded him not to watch the Demon Sage speech, and I even described the content of the speech to him. Despite that, he still wanted to accompany me to watch it, which led to this incident. In any case, the blame can't be placed on Senior Song. Song Shuheng, wiping sweat emoji. After he finished messaging Soft Feather, Song Shuheng looked up at the sky. To some extent, Soft Feather's luck value was really high. In the future, after he used up the betting chances with that mysterious senior, perhaps he should give Soft Feather the next set of chances. Right, where are we going? Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword asked. "Heavenly Field Island," Song Shuheng replied. "The seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group are all waiting for us there." He had to be present. After all, he was the one who proposed the banquet. When approaching Heavenly Field Island, Song Shuheng began to contact the Dragon Network assistant far away in the Black Dragon world. Song Shuheng said, "Dragon Network assistant, can you hear me?" The Dragon Network assistant replied, "Yes, Administrator Tyrannical Dragon." Song Shuheng asked, "How are the preparations for the banquet?" Before leaving the Black Dragon world, he had asked the Dragon Network assistant to help him issue missions to the chefs of the Black Dragon world to make a banquet of dishes. Song Shuheng left behind a portion of the magical treasures he got from the Celestials, and designated some Dragon Network points as a reward for the mission. The Dragon Network assistant replied, "The dishes you need are all ready, and can be transferred to the teleportation formation in your private world at any moment." Because the cooking skills of the chefs of the Black Dragon world were dependent on the Dragon Network, if those chefs were directly brought into the main world, their cooking skills would be greatly reduced. As such, in order to avoid an issue from arising, Shu Heng arranged it such that the dishes would be completed in the Black Dragon world, and then transferred to the main world. "Thank you for your hard work," Song Shu Heng said. It was a pity that although he had won the first-grade prize in this time's wealth distribution, he hadn't gotten a lot of treasures. Otherwise, he could have added some of the treasures he got from the Throne of Wealth distribution to the rewards list as thanks to the chefs of the Black Dragon world. Anyhow, the dishes were now ready. As for the wine, the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group were bringing their own, while Song Shu Heng was also going to bring the good wine he had gotten from the Dragon Network. Besides that, there was no need to worry should any of the seniors want tea, as he had just gotten 10 kilograms of great immortal tea from that mysterious senior. With everything that was prepared, the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group were definitely going to enjoy the banquet. Maybe at that time, I can even display the abilities of the chef heart and demonic dishes I have just learned. As he thought of this, Song Shu Heng really got the urge to give it a try. Afterward, he unlocked his phone and opened up Yu Jiaojiao's private chat. "Jiaojiao, do you still have a signal? What clues do you have regarding that secret code?" For a short while, Yu Jiaojiao didn't reply. But eventually, she replied, "The signal is not very good. Wait, I will sort out the information, and pass it on to you all at once." Song Shu Heng laughed. "Okay." Just as he was about to put away his phone, Su Clan 16 sent him a message. "I'm out." "Did I see wrongly?" Song Shu Heng smiled slightly, and replied, "Where are you? I can come pick you up." Although he hadn't finished collecting the Young Master High 3-piece set yet, he could just collect it together with 16 now that she was out. Using a voice message, Su Clan 16 replied with a laugh, "I'll go to Western Orchid Island first. You can pick me up there. I'll call you when I'm near." As Song Shu Heng heard this, he noticed that her voice had changed slightly. Although it was still gentle and mild, it was now lower in register, and sounded more mature. Song Shu Heng replied, "Okay, I'll pick you up at Western Orchid Island then." At that time, should he make his appearance in a very handsome manner, and take 16 away? Should he use the Divine Lobster's chariot, or perhaps the Silver Puppet Dragon? Or maybe borrow the virtuous Lamia's virtuous fat whale? All of these approaches were pretty good, but they could only be used in front of cultivators. At the very least, he would have to conceal them with illusions if he did use them in front of ordinary people. If 16 lands directly on Western Orchid Island and appears in the middle of a crowd, I'll have to consider using some modern means to pick her up. For example, the several hand-guided tractors in my inner world. No, what the heck? Although hand-guided tractors are flashy, there's no way that I can go with such an approach. Without Senior White's looks and charms, I'm afraid that I won't be able to bring out the excellence of a hand-guided tractor. Maybe I could borrow a cruise ship from Senior Tian Kong instead? If not that. Well, I recently transferred horse magical beasts and camel magical beasts from the Black Dragon world into the inner world. They look similar to ordinary horses and camels, just that they're a bit bigger. Maybe riding them would look cool. Using another voice message, Su Clan 16 replied, "Then, I'll see you there." From the tone of her voice, she seemed to be in a rather good mood. After finishing talking with 16, Song Shu Heng put away his phone, and continued flying to Heavenly Field Island with Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword. While casually chatting about some topics with Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, he continued to use the saber-nurturing technique on the demonic god pillar and read up on information related to demonic cuisine. As he traveled, he would occasionally encounter other practitioners. Likely due to the recent wealth distribution event, there were a lot of cultivators who had gathered nearby, and they had not dispersed yet. There were also some who had come over to look around, checking if another wealth distribution would take place. Therefore, Song Shu Heng managed to see practitioners of various systems who were usually hard to come by. Some of these practitioners would stop when they saw Song Shu Heng from a distance, while some others would pay their respects with the courtesy of a junior encountering a senior. There were also some who would make way for Song Shuhang, and wait for him to leave before continuing on their way. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website. My thanks. But there was another portion of practitioners who, when catching sight of Song Shuhang from a distance, turned pale and sped away while tumbling crawling. Before escaping, Song Shuhang seemed to even hear these practitioners shouting, "It's Tyrannical Song! Tyrannical Song is here! Tyrannical Song! Why is Tyrannical Song still here? Don't look into Senior Tyrannical Song's eyes. I heard that Senior Tyrannical Song is already at the Tribulation Transcender realm. It would be best to hold your breath. I have special contraceptive pills on me. Would you like two? I've got hawthorn-flavored ones as well. I heard that hawthorn leads to miscarriage, so its effect should be better." Song Shuhang heard these voices speaking in various languages, filled with fear every now and then. If he hadn't mastered the languages of many countries recently, he probably wouldn't have understood what they were saying. Song Shuhang's face darkened. Gossip truly was a terrible thing. Of course, there were occasionally some positive comments. However, this young Tyrannical Song is very cute. Didn't he still look like an uncle when he delivered a speech previously? Profound Sage Tyrannical Song is at the Tribulation Transcender realm. His external appearance is no different from a fleeting cloud. He should be able to change his appearance whenever he so wishes. I feel that the look of an uncle suits Senior Tyrannical Song's personality a lot better. Most of the positive comments were about his appearance. Compared to his cultivation, it was his appearance that was of more value to some, going to show just how valued looks were in these times. When Song Shuhang arrived at Heavenly Field Island, the demonic god pillar had finished transmitting all of the basic knowledge that it contained to him. At the same time, Song Shuhang had finished extracting the knowledge on demonic cuisine and learned it. Song Shuhang said, "I'm about ready, but I shouldn't bite off more than I can chew. I should learn the basics first, and then go on to learn the more esoteric immortal chef content." Scarlet Heaven Sword remarked, "I think that you should practice first, and see if you even have any talent for cooking." Song Shuhang patted his chest, and said, "Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, don't worry. I have a chef heart, and I also have Demon Emperor Heji's immortal chef inheritance. As long as my talent for cooking is even a little better than my talent in the sword, I should be able to reach the level of an ordinary immortal chef." Scarlet Heaven Sword. Honestly, pretty much everything is good about Song Shuhang. His character is good, he treats other people kindly, and other than being a little too outspoken, he doesn't have any other large flaws. It's just that this guy really does tend to make others' hearts feel sour in pity for him sometimes. For example, his horrendous sword talent, his death rate, him bearing the burden while you receive the blessing, and so on. Now, before he even got to try cooking, Song Shuhang had already planted a flag for himself. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword felt that Song Shuhang might just be a goner in this regard. Song Shuhang said, "Let's enter the island, Senior." At this time, Heavenly Field Island had gotten a brand new island guarding formation. Before being able to enter the island, Song Shuhang had to go through a check by Island Master Tian Kong. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand, preparing to take the demonic god pillar back to his inner world. But before storing it back, Song Shuhang gave it one more saber-nurturing technique as a reward. The demonic god pillar, Buzz, it seemed to enjoy it a lot. Afterward, it transmitted some of its core knowledge. It was a large menu made by Demon Emperor Heji. This menu was still in the unfinished stage, and it was an especially crazy menu. If it was completed, this menu would likely fall in the top-tier demonic cuisine category of the world of immortal chefs. This terrifying menu and the huge amount of knowledge it contained were all stuffed into Song Shuhang's brain by the demonic god pillar, bringing him a lot of pain. Song Shuhang took a deep breath, hissing from the pain. After he pushed the demonic god pillar into the inner world, he reached out and rubbed his temples to relieve the pain he was experiencing. Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, "What happened?" Scarlet Heaven Sword knew how strong Song Shuheng's pain tolerance was. For something to have been able to make Song Shuheng react like that, if an ordinary cultivator were to experience it instead, they would definitely be rolling on the ground from the pain. My brain is overloaded. Song Shuheng gnashed his teeth. Scarlet Heaven Sword. Seeing Song Shuheng's pain-filled appearance, Scarlet Heaven Sword suggested, "How about you try using the saber nurturing technique on yourself?" Song Shuheng waved his hand. "It's fine. This kind of pain is still within the range of what I can bear." This kind of pain where his brain was suddenly stuffed with a huge amount of knowledge and became overloaded was new to him. As such, he wanted to get used to it and improve his immunity so that he wouldn't react as badly the next time he encountered it. "Pain makes me stronger." Song Shuheng laughed. Being still able to laugh at such a time just showed that he was gradually getting used to it. Scarlet Heaven Sword. Song Shuheng, this guy is really helpless in this regard. Scarlet Heaven Sword could only watch as Song Shuheng ran down a path of no return. Ding! At this time, Island Master Tian Tiankong's voice could be heard coming from the island guarding formation. "Little friend Shuheng, you've arrived? I will open the entrance of the island guarding formation for you. You simply need to go to the place I mark, and you can enter Heavenly Field Island that way." Song Shuheng replied, "Got it, Senior Tian Tiankong." Island Master Tian Tiankong marked out an area on the island guarding formation, and opened a path to the island there. Song Shuheng and Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword went through the island guarding formation. At the same time, Shuheng began to organize the menu that the demonic god pillar had stuffed in his brain. After organizing the knowledge about the menu, he extracted a part of it from his mind. Braised Heavenly Tribulation, Stir-Fried Golden Core Minor Heavenly Tribulation, Fried Pill Tribulation, Steamed Weapon Tribulation, Frozen Heavenly Tribulation Pastry. Song Shuheng. He reached out and rubbed his temples again. Was the information transmitted in one go by the demonic god pillar so much that it got mixed up with other information in my brain? Maybe I should take a deep breath, clear my mind, and look at it again. Song Shuheng quickly did a set of eye exercises to clear his mind. At the same time, he also activated the healing technique that came with the Defiant Whale Warrior's Glove, and used the whale body transformation spell. "What's wrong?" Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword asked curiously. "Is Song Shuheng in such difficulty that he's even tossing and turning?" Song Shuheng reached out, and patted his cheeks lightly. "It's nothing, Senior. I'm just clearing my mind. I was reading the menu transmitted by the demonic god pillar just now, but the information seemed to be slightly messed up, so I'm trying to sort it out." After saying that, he concentrated his mind, and read the Demon Emperor's menu. This menu had a name. Heji's Life Menu, Heavenly Tribulation Grand Banquet. In the world of immortal chefs, top immortal chefs were rather fond of making a life menu for themselves. When making this menu, the immortal chef would bring into play the cooking skills they were the proudest of, and create a unique menu with the ingredients they were the best at using. With the advancement of the immortal chef's cooking skills and their discovery of new ingredients, the dishes on their life menu were constantly replaced. Because of this, some immortal chefs died before being able to complete their life menu. As for Demon Emperor Heji, a top immortal chef who had 7 chef hearts when he was at the 9th stage, he embarked on a path to create an earth-shattering life menu. As a big shot who stood at the top of the world, he did not take the usual path when creating his life menu. What Song Shuheng saw was not an illusion, nor was it his brain mixing and matching data from all over. Demon Emperor Heji's life menu was really named Heavenly Tribulation Grand Banquet. Braised Heavenly Tribulation, Song Shuheng began to read the recipe for this dish. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword was stunned. "Braised what?" "Braised Heavenly Tribulation," Song Shuheng replied. "I read it right, and you heard it right, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword. That's the name of the dish." Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "It's the name of a dish?" The name of this dish and its actual content should differ. Just like the flying dragon soup, which did not actually use a flying dragon, and instead only used a hazel chicken, this braised heavenly tribulation should also be about braising some other ingredient, right? There weren't any squirrels inside a squirrel-shaped mandarin fish, and neither were there any wives in a wife cake. Going by the same logic, the so-called braised heavenly tribulation should be braising something else. It made perfect sense. Reading comprehension test passed. No, the ingredient being braised in this dish really is the heavenly tribulation, Song Shuheng said slowly. After confirming the recipe repeatedly, he reached this conclusion. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword. Heavenly tribulation, don't lose face like this. How is one even supposed to eat the heavenly tribulation? Regardless, are you telling me that the heavenly tribulation can be braised? Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword was utterly confused. No matter what was said, it was a divine weapon through and through. Before going around and having fun with Song Shuheng, it had stayed by Scarlet Heaven's side for a very long time, and had seen many things. However, it had never heard of the possibility of a heavenly tribulation getting braised. The heavenly tribulation generally consists of tribulation lightning, and advanced versions usually include the 5-element tribulations, inner demon tribulations, yin and yang tribulations, law-level tribulations, and so on. Not even mentioning other things, and only looking at the most basic tribulation lightning, can something like that really be braised? A lightning bolt can be put in a pot and braised? How in the world? Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword felt that its imagination was insufficient for this task. It simply could not visualize what a braised heavenly tribulation was supposed to look like. At this moment, in Song Shuheng's shadow, half of the black-skinned soft feather's body emerged, trembling slightly. She raised her hand cautiously, and asked, Senior Song, there isn't a braised inner demon tribulation, right? Song Shuheng replied, as far as I can see, there's only the braised heavenly tribulation. Oh, I've found it. There is an appetizer related to the inner demon tribulation, it's called smoked inner demon tribulation slices. The black-skinned soft feather nodded cautiously before silently retreating into Song Shuheng's shadow. She decided that she would not be coming out for a while. She would be staying silently in Senior Song's shadow, and be a bit more transparent for a while so as not to be pulled out by Senior Song to be smoked and sliced. Although she was an inner demon, and not an inner demon tribulation, the two could be said to be related since billions of years ago, they were of the same species. As such, she had to stay on guard. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, Shuheng, is there really no problem with your menu? It glanced at Song Shuheng's shadow while speaking. Perhaps it really is possible to make inner demon tribulation slices? Song Shuheng replied, I just had a look at the recipe and production process of the braised heavenly tribulation. Theoretically speaking, there shouldn't be a problem with it. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, do you mind sharing? Song Shuheng explained, sure, I'll start from the beginning. At the beginning of the menu, Demon Emperor Heji introduced the concept of this life menu. Allegedly, in the ancient era, there was a cultivator who had a very strange gourd. That gourd had the ability to absorb enemies, beasts, treasures, and even magical techniques, and then turn them into golden cores. As long as it was used properly, the gourd could even absorb the heavenly tribulation, and turn it into a nourishing golden core. And this is where Demon Emperor Heji got his inspiration for the heavenly tribulation grand banquet. Scarlet Heaven Sword's body swayed slightly. Now that you say that, I do seem to have heard of such a legend. I remember there was a rumor that the gourd was not something that could be forged, but rather it was a born treasure. The gourd came with its own powerful laws that allowed the objects that were absorbed into the gourd to be turned into pure energy. Afterward, that energy would be condensed into grain-like golden cores. Although these grains were called golden cores, they were in fact just pure grains of energy. As such, swallowing them could allow one to replenish one's energy. Placing that in consideration, it seems that the braised heavenly tribulation isn't actually that difficult to grasp. It might really be a possibility. Song Shuheng continued, Demon Emperor Heji's braised heavenly tribulation uses a similar method. The first step is to choose the ingredients. For example, for the braised heavenly tribulation, the ingredient needed is the tribulation lightning of a cultivator who's ascending to the third stage. Lightning of this level is easy to work with, is relatively convenient to hunt for, and is suitable to be braised. Moreover, its texture is very crispy and surprisingly chewy, and it tastes better than any pork ribs. Scarlet Heaven Sword. Am I really listening to the description of a heavenly tribulation of the third stage? What follows is the process of hunting the third stage heavenly tribulation. First, one needs to find a second stage cultivator who is about to ascend to the third stage. Next, set up a tribulation transcending formation, and get them to draw the heavenly tribulation. When the tribulation lightning descends, seal it. The method to seal the tribulation lightning is to turn it into strips and store them. It must be noted that the tribulation lightning has to be sealed in strips, otherwise, it will greatly affect the dish's taste. Song Shuheng read out the recipe. It is at this point that skill is required, as tribulation lightning can instantly switch between thousands of variations. If the tribulation lightning were to suddenly take the form of a lightning ball or lightning palm, it can't be stored in strips. It also needed to be taken into account that the current heavenly tribulation had been undergoing mutations. What if the cultivator who was ascending to the third stage happened to encounter a modernized tribulation where a big cannon made of tribulation lightning appeared? Although a big cannon was vaguely in the shape of a strip, what would it end up being called after being braised? Braised cannon tribulation? Braised tank tribulation? Even more vexing was that the sealing technique was not listed on the Demon Emperor Heji's menu. It was likely that the Demon Emperor had expected the person who received his immortal chef inheritance to have mastered exquisite sealing techniques already. He might have even thought that those who couldn't seal the heavenly tribulation into strips weren't worthy of his inheritance at all. After thinking about it, Song Shuheng said, should be able to consult Senior White about the sealing of the heavenly tribulation. After all, Senior White has quite a bit of experience in this regard. Not to mention strips, even if the recipe required for the heavenly tribulation to be sealed in twists, Senior White would definitely be able to do it. At this point, I can understand and visualize it, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said. Then, the most important step should be the next one. After sealing the heavenly tribulation, how are you going to transform it into a delicious and crispy yet chewy dish? Don't tell me that you're going to simply throw it into a pot. Were the heavenly tribulation strips going to be thrown into the pot directly and braised? If anyone were to do this, then they would have to have gone mad, as the heavenly tribulation in the pot would definitely explode in that person's face. Of course not. Before the heavenly tribulation strips are placed in the pot, one must first prepare the other ingredients. This process has 36 individual steps, making it rather complicated. First, the heavenly tribulation needs to be sealed inside a magical treasure. Afterward, add a medicinal liquid into the magical treasure that can liquefy pure energy. There are many choices of medicinal liquid that can be used, and they can all pretty much be bought from pill refining masters. Similar medicinal liquids are used in the process of pill refining, and the stronger the effect, the better. There are 6 formations recorded here which can suppress the power of the heavenly tribulation, and allow the medicinal liquid to exert its effect. After a period of time, 12 kinds of spices and natural treasures are poured into the sealing magical treasure procedurally. Their function is to solidify a little the liquefied heavenly tribulation and fuse with it, allowing the formation of solid strips. Similarly, there will be 6 formations here that will make it possible to suppress the power of the heavenly tribulation, and allow the 12 kinds of spices and natural treasures to display their prowess. What follows is a process similar to pill refining. The solidified heavenly tribulation needs to be placed into a pill furnace to be refined. Although the 36 steps were rather cumbersome, it was all worth it. Moreover, as long as one was proficient enough, the entire process could be completed within half a day. After these 36 steps are completed, the magical treasure is to be left sealed for a month. After a month, you will be able to get the perfect heavenly tribulation ingredient. The lethality of the third stage tribulation lightning would have been removed, and its entire body should be golden in color, and should have a lasting fragrance. After cutting it with a knife, you should be able to see the alluring meat texture. This process can be carried out in my time city. As long as I can supply some spirit stones to my time city, the required period of time can be drastically shortened, Song Shuheng said tactfully. Next was the braising. At this point, you can treat the heavenly tribulation as meat, and slice it into pieces before using demonic immortal cooking techniques to braise it. When done, the braised heavenly tribulation should appear reddish, with a golden hue and a rich fragrance to it. Once you take a bite, the first layer would appear fat but not greasy, and it should melt in your mouth. The second layer is chewy, and the more you eat, the more fragrant it gets. The third layer is extremely crunchy, and crumbles when you bite into it, Song Shuheng read aloud. The image of the completed braised heavenly tribulation appeared in his mind, and he was involuntarily salivating. Scarlet Heaven Sword. It was truly speechless at this moment. It just so happens that Chu Chu is about to transcend the third stage heavenly tribulation. Song Shuheng pondered, and said, perhaps, on the premise of ensuring Chu Chu's safety, we can hunt down a few strips of tribulation lightning and try it out? Nowadays, with Song Shuheng's defenses, there was pretty much no need to worry about his life being placed in danger by an ordinary third-stage heavenly tribulation. In addition, Song Shuheng was still carrying around a group of big shots. How could he possibly lose against a mere third-stage heavenly tribulation? Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, I feel that it would be best to look for a celestial or an enemy to conduct the experiment. Although a third-stage heavenly tribulation doesn't pose much of a threat, it's still best to be on the side of caution. Song Shuheng nodded earnestly. Senior is right. When facing the heavenly tribulation, one must absolutely not become complacent. The seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group might have gone hunting a group of celestials. I should go and see if any of them are at the second stage and approaching the third stage, then try making the dish that way. Next, Song Shuheng added, in addition, I still require Senior White's help in the matter of sealing the heavenly tribulation. I'll use the Golden Core QR code to try and see if I can contact him later. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, as for the medicinal liquid, there are pill refining masters among your seniors. You will probably need their help in several aspects. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword was very interested in the braised heavenly tribulation. It wanted to see for itself if something like the heavenly tribulation could truly be braised. It was a very studious and curious divine weapon, having a strong desire to explore all new things and knowledge. Song Shuheng and Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword soon landed on Heavenly Field Island while chatting with one another. At this time, the members of the 9 provinces number 1 group were already gathered together and preparing the banquet. There was a private immortal chef on Heavenly Field Island, and the seniors in the group had brought good wine. Shuheng, you're finally here. Northern River's loose cultivator squinted and waved at Song Shuheng. Senior Northern River seemed to be in a good mood. Chapter 1822. You guys keep talking, I'll leave first. Song Shuheng landed next to Northern River's loose cultivator with a smile, and asked, Senior Northern River, you seem to be in a good mood today. What happened? At the same time, he clapped his hands lightly, and the inner world assistant stepped out of the inner world. It temporarily paused its renovation project for the inner world in order to begin transferring over the food sent by the Dragon Network assistant from the Black Dragon world. A few disciples from Heavenly Field Island hurried over. They took the food, as well as the wine which Song Shuheng had gotten from Lady Kuna, from the inner world assistant, then repackaged them, and sent them to the banquet. Northern River smiled slightly, and was about to reply to Song Shuheng when thrice reckless Mad Saber, who was beside him, interjected. Old Northern River managed to learn the Taoist technique to materialize one's inner demon from soft feather. Besides Soft Feather, he is the only other person in the 9 provinces #1 group who has learned it. Right now, he is nurturing his inner demon, and trying to get it to materialize as soon as possible. That's why he's so happy. Song Shuheng laughed. So that was it. He then looked down at his own shadow, thinking of the black-skinned Soft Feather, who was pretty much equivalent to a clone. Actually, even better than a clone. A sweet and pure-looking woman beside thrice reckless Mad Saber said gently, "Honestly, I think the reason old Northern River has such a happy look on his face isn't that he's the first to learn the magical technique. It should be because he'll have the chance to see his old lover again soon, which is why he's exuding such a lively vibe." Song Shuheng glanced at the sweet and pure woman, and thought for a moment. Senior Copper Trigram? Didn't Senior take on the appearance of a teen just recently? When did he change his appearance again? He. Copper Trigram pointed at her own cheeks, and smiled sweetly. How is it? Do I look cute? Song Shuheng. He honestly felt that she did look pretty cute, but just remembering that this person was Senior Copper Trigram made Song Shuheng lose that feeling instantly. Northern River's old lover? Isn't Northern River a single dog? Immortal Visitor amidst clouds asked in confusion. Northern River's loose cultivator. I know about this story. Thrice reckless Mad Saber laughed. Old Northern River's first love was his inner demon. She was a blonde woman with a huge heart. But in the end, Old Northern River killed her to clear his path. Old Northern River, are you trying to have her reappear? When Senior Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said this, Song Shuheng also recalled something. When Northern River's loose cultivator and immortal Master Copper Trigram fought at the top of the Forbidden City, Copper Trigram resorted to whatever means possible to defeat Northern River's loose cultivator. Eventually, he chose to take on the appearance of Northern River's first love, which was his inner demon, in an attempt to apply psychological pressure on him. Unexpectedly, this so-called first love had long been overcome by Northern River's loose cultivator, and Copper Trigram's method was not able to bring about its desired effect. Now, Northern River actually wanted to cultivate the inner demon, and get her to materialize? In hindsight, the Taoist technique developed by Soft Feather was quite terrifying. This was because for the practitioners of the universe, most of their inner demons were related to their emotions. And these inner demons were usually their ideal types of the opposite sex or close relatives and close friends. If this Taoist technique were to spread in the universe, the future birth rate of the world of cultivation might become a concern. Northern River, are you really planning on cultivating that blonde inner demon? Young Master Phoenix Slayer came over with a wine jar. Young Master Phoenix Slayer seemed to have been drinking, his cheeks were flushed, and his breath was filled with the scent of wine. Northern River's loose cultivator smiled slightly. He picked up a wine glass, gently bumped it with young Master Phoenix Slayer's jar of wine, and then drained it in one go. I was planning on keeping it a secret from everyone until I'd raised my inner demon to the point where it could materialize before introducing it to everyone. He then stretched out his hand, and a small cloud of gray mist condensed inside his wine glass. Is this the inner demon that Senior Northern River is cultivating? Song Shuheng leaned over curiously. There were several fellow Taoists by the side who also leaned over to get a look. The only problem was that this inner demon was still a small cloud of gray mist, and couldn't be seen clearly. Song Shuheng asked, "What is Senior Northern River cultivating it to look like?" "I'm going to cultivate it to look like someone in the group." Northern River's loose cultivator squinted and sneered before saying, "Then, I'm going to slice it apart. And as long as I keep cultivating it, I should be able to continue doing so as much as I want." Thrice Reckless Mad Saber. Immortal Visitor amidst clouds. Hiccup Young Master Phoenix Slayer. Wonderful. Song Shuheng suddenly said. Immortal Master Copper Trigram. Slices are indeed good. Song Shuheng gave Senior Northern River a thumbs up, and said, "Senior Northern River, when you want to slice it, let me know." We can do it together and try out making smoked inner demon tribulation slices. Young Master Phoenix Slayer asked curiously, smoked inner demons? What for? For eating. It's going to be a delicious and crispy dish, Song Shuhang replied. Young Master Phoenix Slayer licked the corners of his mouth, and said, sounds interesting. Don't forget to call me Immortal Master Copper Trigram. He suddenly got up, and said, you guys continue talking. I'm going to get something to eat first. Wine really was a great thing, it could be enjoyed in times of joy and also in times of sorrow. Even when you were bored and alone, you could have some. The batch of fine wine that Song Shuhang had exchanged from Lady Kuna was nothing short of outstanding. Simply looking at the mental energy enhancement it brought, it could be inferred that this wine should be of the 7th stage. As it was brewed by the Dragon Networks will in order to allow Lady Kuna's body to withstand its power, this wine was not only delicious, but also very intoxicating. Although getting drunk did induce headaches, Lady Kuna's wine was only able to display its magical effects after one got fully drunk from it. The seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group never could have imagined that the immortal wine brought by Song Shuhang would be so strong. Despite having only downed several glasses each, most of the seniors had already gotten drunk. The banquet table was pushed to the side, revealing an open space in the middle. Fairy Dongfang 6, who was barefooted, leaped there, and started performing the bewitching dance, whose terrifying power quickly affected the audience. Fortunately, Fairy Dongfang 6 still maintained some sense of sobriety, and she did not use the offensive forms of the bewitching dance. Otherwise, it was likely that many of the members' means of resurrection would be used today. Anyhow, how could there be dancing without singing? Having thought of this, Dharma King Creation took out his guitar in a daze, and began to play, but due to his poor condition, he couldn't utter a single word, so he could only use his guitar to accompany Fairy Dongfang 6. The oblivious members of the group had avoided a calamity. And so, Fairy Dongfang 6 and Dharma King Creation led the party. Some people sang, some tapped to the rhythm, and some took out their instruments and played, while some recited poetry aloud. While all of this was happening, Song Shuhang sat and watched everything calmly. Senior Song, you aren't drunk? The black-skinned soft feather quietly emerged from his shadow. While wine is good, it's better when accompanied by food. Song Shuhang suddenly got up and laughed. It's time to show off some of my skills. Chapter 1823 So, it's my fault. Hearing his words, the black-skinned soft feather quickly returned to Song Shuhang's shadow, refusing to come out again. She was afraid that Song Shuhang, who was drinking quite a lot at the moment, would really slice her up. You don't have to be afraid. I'm not that crazy. Song Shuhang reached out, and grabbed Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword. What are you doing? Asked Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, who was enjoying Fairy Dongfang 6 bewitching dance and the singing of the other members of the 9 provinces number 1 group. Song Shuhang said, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, let's go catch some 3rd stage heavenly tribulation, and then come back and serve the seniors in the group a dish. Scarlet Heaven Sword. 1 And where are you going to just casually get a 3rd stage heavenly tribulation? Teacher, how about I draw my 3rd stage heavenly tribulation and transcend it? Asked Chu Chu with her head tilted. She had accumulated a lot of benefits from drinking the immortal tea of that mysterious senior back in the throne of wealth distribution. As such, she could draw out her heavenly tribulation at any moment. You shouldn't rush it. Delay your heavenly tribulation for now. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword is right, we can't be too complacent. Even if it's just a 3rd stage heavenly tribulation, you mustn't be careless, and should give it your all. Song Shuhang waved his hand around while holding Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword high up. I'll be going out for a walk. I've got a feeling that I'll definitely be able to catch a 3rd stage heavenly tribulation and return soon. Scarlet Heaven Sword said, stop fooling around. Heavenly Field Island is in the middle of a vast sea. Who would be transcending their heavenly tribulation of the 3rd stage out there? Moreover, even if you do encounter one, do you have the means to seal the heavenly tribulation? Why don't you just accompany me in enjoying the song and dance? Song Shuhang moved his hand, and used 6 instances of the saber-nurturing technique on Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "Ooh, you're a good young man. Alright, Choo Choo, can you record the show for me? Make sure you get everything, especially the bewitching dance performed by that little demon girl. I'll just go on a short stroll with Song Shuhang." Choo Choo nodded obediently. Song Shuhang waved his hand, and threw Lady Onion into Choo Choo's hands. Afterward, he and Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword flew out of Heavenly Field Island. Speaking of which, where are you going to find someone who's about to transcend their tribulation? Asked Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword. Song Shuhang replied, I'm leaving that up to fate. Let's just have a look around. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, alright, let's take a moment to consider this first. If you really meet a fellow Taoist who's about to transcend their heavenly tribulation of the 3rd stage, are you just going to meddle in their tribulation? Interfering with other people's tribulations was a big taboo in the world of cultivation. A group transcension might be refreshing every now and then, but that almost always ended up with everyone dead. Although Song Shuhang could be considered very experienced when it came to overcoming group tribulations, what if the other party didn't want to ride the bus? Song Shuhang said, so, should we look for celestials? If he were to provoke some celestials, at least he wouldn't feel any psychological pressure. After all, they were at odds with one another. Among the celestials who have come to the main world, none of them have strength below the 4th stage, replied Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword. The main reason the celestials came to the main world was to hunt down golden cores or monster cores, so why would they bother bringing over weak 2nd stage celestials? Just for fun? Song Shuhang said, Senior, you do have a point. Scarlet Heaven Sword remarked, well, it isn't late to go back now. Let's just go back and finish watching the bewitching dance. Song Shuhang said, it's fine. We went out so boldly, so we should at least stroll around a bit before going back. Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, why is it now that you're feeling thin-skinned? I've always been thin-skinned, Song Shuhang said with a smile. If there really isn't anything, we can just go into the sea to catch a big fish and bring that back. As they were talking with one another, Song Shuhang's phone suddenly rang. Has 16 arrived? Song Shuhang took out his phone, had a look at who was calling, and saw that it was Soft Feather. Why is Soft Feather calling me? Song Shuhang accepted the call curiously. Soft Feather, is something wrong? Soft Feather asked curiously, Senior Song, as soon as I arrived, I found that all the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group were drunk. My father was also pulled over by Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue to drink. I saw Choo Choo and Lady Onion, but I couldn't see you anywhere. Where did you go? Song Shuhang said, ha 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 ha, I just went out to grab something to eat. I'll be back in a short while. Why are you looking for me? Soft Feather replied, hee hee, I wanted to borrow Senior Song's hamster wheel for a bit. Song Shuhang laughed. Sure. In a short while, I'll use Lady Onion as the coordinates, and use the treasured saber Broken Tyrant to send you the hamster wheel. Thank you, Senior Song, Soft Feather said. Once I'm back home, I'll contact Senior Eternal Fire and see if I can get permission to study the impregnating gaze. If Senior Eternal Fire agrees, Senior Song, make sure to come teach me the technique. It really seems quite fun. After saying that, Soft Feather hung up. Song Shuhang. Too, when he used impregnating gaze himself, he felt no psychological pressure whatsoever, and it had even become something he could use skillfully. However, for some reason, just imagining Soft Feather using the impregnating gaze on the enemy made his views of the technique collapse. After thinking about it, he first sent the hamster wheel back with Broken Tyrant. I hope that Island Master Tian Kong can sober up and allow the island guarding formation to make an exception for the treasured saber. Just after he finished his call with Soft Feather, his phone rang again. This time, it was Sioux Clan's 16. Did they plan this beforehand? Song Shuhang reached out and accepted the call. Hello, 16, have you arrived? Sioux Clan 16 said softly, Yup, I'm here on Western Orchid Island. Song Shuhang replied, Wait for me, I'll come right over. One Song Shuhang said, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, let's turn around and go to Western Orchid Island first. Now then, how was he supposed to take 16 away? A car? Nope, drunk driving is bad. Even cultivators have to abide by the rules in this regard. One shouldn't be like Fairy Dongfang 6. Though Fairy Dongfang 6 doesn't really drive drunk, she just has extremely poor driving skills. In the end, will I have to resort to using a horse? One on Western Orchid Island. Sioux Clan 16 was wearing a black cap to cover the little dragon horns on her head. One she followed the crowd, and walked around Western Orchid Island. Sister 16, where are we going? At this time, there was a little boy, who looked quite similar to her, holding her left hand and walking with her. We're waiting for someone, Sioux Clan 16 replied. The boy asked curiously, Oh, is it little Grandpa 7? Sioux Clan 16 replied patiently, We'll also see 7 in a while. Oh. The boy nodded slowly. After a while, the boy said, Sister 16, I can't hold it anymore. Sioux Clan 16 replied, Just a little longer. But I've already endured it for several days. It's not like ascending is something that can just be delayed forever. The boy had a bitter and tense look on his face. While speaking, a tribulation cloud loomed over his and Sioux Clan 16's heads. One Sioux Clan 16 stretched out her hand and patted him. After doing so, the boy's aura was forcibly suppressed, and the tribulation cloud above their heads dissipated. Wouldn't it be better for you to have stayed in the Sioux Clan? How did you even run out? 16 felt troubled. The boy smiled proudly. I followed the secret path you used to sneak out of the clan last time. Sioux Clan 16. 2. Chapter 1824 Big Sis, I feel that there's a problem with your physique. The boy suggested from behind Sioux Clan 16, how about we call little Grandpa 7 and ask him to hurry up? I have a feeling that if my realm were to be suppressed like this for any longer, something bad will happen to my body. 16 took out her phone, and handed it to the boy. The boy. Sioux Clan 16 said, Go ahead and call 7 yourself. The boy took the phone, and opened the contacts list. He subconsciously glanced at the name at the top of the contacts list, Song Shuhang. Was this the guy Sister 16 was talking to just now? Judging from their name, they should be a male cultivator. No wonder Sister 16's voice was so gentle and soft when she was talking on the phone just now. It felt as if she was a different person. So it was because a male cultivator was on the other side of the call. This name sounds quite familiar. Right, I seem to have heard this name from the mouths of Sister 16 and Grandpa 7 every now and then over the past 6 months. The boy silently thought to himself, in a while, I must have a proper look at this guy. Afterward, he swiped down the contacts list, found Sioux Clan 7's name, and tapped on it. The call quickly connected. Sioux Clan 7's heroic voice could be heard singing from the other side of the call. What kind of saber is a saber? A ghost-handle saber. What kind of monkey is a horse monkey? A head with a bowl-like scar. The boy was bewildered. It did sound like his Grandpa 7, but what in the world was with that trashy song? Besides, there seemed to be all kinds of instruments accompanying 7 singing, and there was even the pleasant sound voice of a fairy maiden singing with 7. Is my heavenly tribulation so close that inner demons have been born within me, and my ears have begun to hear things? Or? A daring thought emerged in his head, and the boy asked aloud, Has Grandpa 7 been possessed? Sioux Clan 16 calmly answered, No, 7 is just drunk. Then, am I done for? The boy looked up at the sky as he spoke with a stifled heart. After sneaking out of the Sioux Clan, his luck had been at an all-time high. He had inexplicably run into fortuitous encounters, and his cultivation soared. And it was exactly because of that that he was now at the boundary between the second stage and the third stage. This was the reason as to why he had looked for a way to contact Sioux Clan 16 and travel all this way to find Sioux Clan 7 and be saved by him. Unexpectedly, 7 was drunk. It had to be stated that a cultivator getting drunk was different from ordinary people getting drunk. Generally speaking, even if a cultivator drank immortal brew, those of higher realms would not easily get drunk. Correspondingly, once a cultivator with a deep cultivation level did get drunk, it would be quite troublesome to get them to sober up. The boy fell into thought. I've heard that there was once a true monarch who had drunk too much. In the end, they were drunk for several years. Sioux Clan 7 is also at the true monarch realm now. If he were to end up drunk for several years, would my life not just be over? In a few years, the fruit trees at my grave should also have grown, right? Having thought of this, the boy silently took out a sheet from his arms, and began contemplating. Sioux Clan 16 glanced at the sheet in the boy's hand, and the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. It was the of True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon Seabed Cemetery. It had officially opened. Previously, she had always thought that True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon and Yu Jiaojiao were simply joking, but from the looks of things, they were being completely serious. Sioux Clan 16 said, "All right, let's take a break here." The boy immediately looked up. After doing so, he saw that they were at an ice cream shop. Because of the recent incident with the Celestials, Island Master Tian Kong had arranged for his subordinates to move a large number of ordinary people away from Western Orchid Island. But as the crisis related to the Celestials had only recently been dealt with, most of those who had been transferred away had not been able to come back yet. As such, the current Western Orchid Island had a lot fewer people on it, and the stores were mostly empty. The boy looked confused. "Sister, are we really members of the same Sioux clan? I'm in danger of facing the heavenly tribulation at any moment, yet you actually brought me here to eat ice cream? Are you not even the slightest bit worried that your cute little brother here is going to die to the heavenly tribulation?" "Don't worry," Sioux Clan 16 said. "While 7 isn't here, I am." "What are you afraid of?" The boy. "Sister, you might not be worried, but I'm completely out of my wits. Also, I remember that 6 months ago, you were nearly killed by your heavenly tribulation. How am I supposed not to be worried?" Sioux Clan 16 glanced at the boy with a smile, as if she could easily see through all of his thoughts. In the end, Song Shuhang did not choose to make a grand appearance. After he and the senior Scarlet Heaven Sword landed in a spot on Western Orchid Island with nobody around, Song Shuhang spread out his divine sense, and had it sweep across the entire Western Orchid Island in an instant. After he'd practiced the psychic energy that Senior White 2 had got him to train, Song Shuhang's mastery over his divine sense had become even more perfect. And soon enough, he managed to lock onto Sioux Clan 16's aura. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword hung itself on Song Shuhang's back while also making sure that ordinary people wouldn't be able to see it. Song Shuhang strode to the location of Sioux Clan 16's aura. Eventually, he saw Sioux Clan 16's figure in the distance. At this time, she was sitting in a restaurant, holding a cup of ice cream in her hand, and taking scoops out of it with a small spoon. Sitting opposite her was a boy who looked somewhat similar to her. Song Shuhang concluded that he should also be a disciple of the Sioux clan. When Song Shuhang saw 16, due to her keen intuition as a cultivator, Sioux Clan 16 turned her head at the same time, looked at him, and then gave him a smile. Although Song Shuhang looked like a young teen at this moment, she still recognized him at a glance. Song Shuhang waved at Sioux Clan 16, and strode towards the restaurant they were at. "It looks like there isn't much of a change to her," Song Shuhang thought to himself. "Sioux Clan 16 hasn't changed, she still looks the same as she did in the past. I thought that since her voice has become so mature on the phone, maybe her appearance has undergone a change as well. It seems that my worries were unnecessary, 16 is still the same 16. But she is sitting right now, so I wonder if she has grown slightly taller? Song Shuhang couldn't help but remember the happy look on her face when she had managed to grow a single millimeter. At the same time, the boy opposite Su Clan 16 also saw the change in his sister's demeanor, and immediately knew in his heart that Song Shuhang must have come. Let me see what kind of person you are, you mysterious, fellow Taoist Song Shuhang. The boy quickly turned his head, and followed Su Clan 16's line of sight. Afterward, he saw a young teen who looked to be about the same age as him, walking towards the small store they were in. So young? I didn't expect 16 to like this kind of guy. This was not what the boy had expected. He'd originally thought that 16 liked the mature and tall uncle-type male cultivators. In the past, the boy had heard from the elders in his clan that when a cultivator looked for a Tao companion, they would always subconsciously look for someone who could make up for their shortcomings. For example, those who were petite would generally look for those who were tall and big. Going by that logic, shouldn't 16 look for someone who has a large build? While he was in thought, the boy's heart suddenly thumped. Wait a minute, this guy looks familiar. He exclaimed, Ancient. Ancient sage tyrannical dragon. On Song Shuhang's body, nobody under the heavens doesn't know of me had taken effect, and his ancient sage name appeared. Ancient sage tyrannical dragon equals demon sage tyrannical scholar equals profound sage tyrannical song. A formula quickly formed in the boy's mind. He involuntarily covered his stomach with his hands, while his face turned pale. It's actually profound sage tyrannical song. The first sage in 1,000 years, and the most terrifying man who has appeared in the cultivation world in the past 1,000 years. Is he the Song Shuhang 16 was talking to just now? Wait, maybe profound sage tyrannical song is just passing by. The boy raised his head again, and quietly looked toward Song Shuhang. When he looked over, he saw that the renowned, profound sage tyrannical song had entered the store, and was looking toward 16 and smiling. The boy seemed to see a terrifying light glowing in the other party's eyes. The boy transmitted his voice. Big sis, the Song Shuhang you were talking to just now can't be him, right? He didn't even dare to speak out loud, afraid of his voice being heard by profound sage tyrannical song. Su Clan 16 looked at the boy curiously. Are you afraid of him? In the entire universe, there are few who aren't afraid of him. The boy shrank back. Is it too late for me to run away now? Wait, it's too late, profound sage tyrannical song has already seen me. If I run away now, it might cause profound sage tyrannical song to be dissatisfied. At that point, would I be completely disintegrated after receiving a stare from him? Hello beautiful lady. While the boy's thoughts were in a mess, two tall men came over, and forced their way to their table. Su Clan 16 looked up, and glanced at the two men. Sister, you look so cute. The man on the left revealed a handsome smile, and said, would you like to have a drink with us? Su Clan 16 replied, not interested. Miss, are you visiting Western Orchid Island? We brothers can act as tour guides for you. With how comfortable they were chatting her up, the two men seemed to be very experienced in this regard. Big sis, I really feel that there's a problem with your physique. You really should have it checked when you have the time, said the boy by transmitting his voice to her. He felt he'd seen such a scene at least 5 times. Su Clan 16. If she'd encountered this situation before when she hadn't been in a good mood, she would have definitely beaten the other party up, but today she was in a rather good mood. The boy asked, need me to throw these two guys out? With his strength, he could easily throw the two guys out of the store. But then, he changed his mind and laughed. Forget it, it seems that I shouldn't be the one to make a move. After saying that, he glanced at profound sage tyrannical Song's toes quietly. As he looked at Song Shuhang's toes, he wondered what he was going to do. Was he going to make a domineering appearance and throw the two out of the restaurant? Or was he going to directly use the impregnating gaze? If it's the impregnating gaze route, Brothers, would you like to experience pregnancy? As he pictured the scene in his mind, he couldn't help but become emotional. As long as a terrifying skill like the impregnating gaze did not fall on oneself, it felt rather amusing. He couldn't help but look forward to what was going to happen. However, to his surprise, profound sage tyrannical song did not make any big moves. The young, teen-looking profound sage tyrannical song appeared to be moving slowly, but in fact, he had already appeared beside the two tall men in just a few steps. The boy wasn't even able to notice him do anything when the two tall men seemed to be pushed away by an invisible force, and involuntarily took a few steps back. It almost seemed as if the two of them had taken the initiative to make way for profound sage tyrannical song. The two tall men looked at each other with puzzled expressions on their faces. When the two of them were pushed away, the young profound sage tyrannical song had already arrived beside Su Clan 16. He smiled, bent down slightly, and reached out to 16. 16 stretched out her left hand, and placed it in Song Shuhang's hand. The boy quickly transmitted his voice. "Ah, big sis, be careful. Holding hands will make you pregnant." 4. Su Clan 16. One Song Shuhang took Su Clan 16's hand, and walked straight to the exit of the small restaurant. The boy could only follow them while holding his ice cream, settling the bill along the way. The two men who had approached 16 had confusion written all over their faces as they watched them leave. When Song Shuhang reached the door of the restaurant, he suddenly turned around and smiled at the two men. The eyes of the boy who was settling the bill suddenly lit up. Here it comes, profound sage tyrannical song's gaze. So profound sage tyrannical song is still going to make a move. Become pregnant and feel a mother's love. Tremble under the profound sage tyrannical song's eye of love and shout daddy. Unfortunately for him, Song Shuhang hadn't become mad, and he did not use the impregnating gaze on the two ordinary men. He simply smiled at them, then pointed at his fair and tender face, and said triumphantly, "Today, tender puppies like me are what's popular. Cute and young." Su Clan 16 couldn't help but laugh out loud. Stunned_boy.jpg, is this really profound sage tyrannical song, who is known to be the most terrifying man in the entire universe in the past 1,000 years? I must be experiencing hallucinations due to inner demons. The two tall men were speechless. If you're a puppy, then what are we? The world really is unfair. When we were little puppies, girls liked uncles and big brothers. Now, when we've finally become mature big brothers, girls changed their preferences, and started liking little puppies again. We're simply destined to be abandoned in this era, aren't we? The boy caught up with 16 and profound sage tyrannical song, and asked aloud, "Senior tyrannical song, are you just letting those two guys go?" Song Shuhang turned his head, and looked at the boy questioningly. "Before you came, they were chatting up my sister," said the boy while thinking in his heart, "Are you really not going to use the impregnating gaze on them?" It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Two big men getting pregnant and giving birth in a restaurant was something that would be guaranteed to hit the headlines the next day. If someone comes over to chat her up, doesn't that just mean that 16 is cute? Song Shuhang replied with a smile. Maybe it was because he'd been drinking, but his brain was particularly active today, and his mind was filled with nice thoughts. 1. The boy from the Su clan. Profound sage tyrannical song's words do make sense. And so, Song Shuhang took Su Clan 16 to the coast of Western Orchid Island, while the boy followed closely behind them. After they left the restaurant, the two tall men suddenly felt sad. The two sat in the place where the boy and 16 had sat originally, and then looked at each other. Afterward, the two suddenly lay on the table and cried non-stop. They were filled with sorrow. They cried so much that it was as if there was a living spring in their eye sockets as tears continued streaming down their faces. We've already faced rejection in the past, but for some reason, our hearts are in so much pain right now. Was it because of that little puppy? Damn, that little puppy was amazing, but one day, you'll also grow up to become an old dog. Their cries sounded like explosions of thunder in spring. Fortunately, there were no other customers in the store. The store's owner silently glanced at the two very sad customers who were crying their eyes out, and shook his head gently. "Young lads, your minds are too fragile. It's just a rejection, yet you're crying like this. An old single dog like me truly has nothing to say." After saying that, the boss quietly gave the two men a glass of wine. Wine truly was a great thing. You could enjoy toast when you were in love, and you could enjoy it when you weren't. After Song Shuheng arrived at the coast of Western Orchid Island with Su Clan 16 and the boy, he quietly cast an illusion that covered the three of them. In the eyes of ordinary people, their sense of presence gradually disappeared, they were gone from their sight in the blink of an eye. Nobody on the coast noticed the three. Song Shuheng brought out the immortal fairy monster cat's divine gate from his combined magical treasure, and got it to start flying. Originally, he wanted to bring out the divine lobster's chariot, but when he was about to summon it, he suddenly felt like changing it up a bit. After all, each and every one of the magical treasures in the 33 divine beasts' combined magical treasure could fly, so why not use something else? And so, he summoned the gate. A G-gate? The boy looked desperate. Although he knew that cultivators had all kinds of magical treasures, such as abyssi, shields, suits of armor, and recently even some who forged their own magical treasures to look like laptops and phones, when truly faced with the chance to sit on a gate to fly, it felt quite strange. "I originally wanted to use something like a flying carpet, but the sheet that's of the same model as the one that the almighty merchant uses doesn't have the ability to fly," said Song Shuheng while holding Su Clan 16 and stepping onto the gate. The boy looked up at the sky, and had no choice but to bite the bullet and follow them. "Right, this gate," Song Shuheng patted the immortal fairy monster cat's divine gate lightly and added with a smile, "is an 8th stage magical treasure. F***CK. The boy lay on the gate, and gently stroked it. An 8th stage magical treasure. This was the first time that he had come in such close contact with an 8th stage magical treasure. Su Clan 16 laughed, and pointed at the little boy before introducing him to Song Shuheng. "He is a disciple of my spirit river Su Clan, Su Kongyun. In terms of seniority, he should be my cousin. However, if we were to consider the seniority according to my mother, he would be a generation younger than me." Su Kongyun explained, "My mother is 16th's mother's niece. However, they married 2 brothers. That's why I would be considered to be of a younger generation on the distaff side of the family." Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword smiled, and said, "This is exactly why cultivators eventually chose to directly consider seniority according to one's strength. Otherwise, if we were to use familial ties, then the seniority among cultivators would become a hot mess. I often hear about cultivator families where a son in a family falls in love with an ancestor-level senior fairy maiden in the mother's family. And there are even more outrageous stories. 3 with a long lifespan, you could really do whatever you wanted. With lifespans of several tens of thousands of years, there could be a father who married a 50th generation disciple of a certain sect and fathered a daughter. After that daughter grew up and went out to travel, she unknowingly met an ancestor of the sect, got to know him, fell in love, and became Tao companions with him. This kind of thing had become a rather common occurrence in the universe. I heard that when my daughter went out for experience, she was taken by an old dog 17,000 years older than her. That old dog. As soon as I met him, I found out that he was actually the ancestor of my sect, and I couldn't do anything but kneel down. On April 3rd, when I left my seclusion, the weather was very good. My strength had soared, and I was in a good mood. I then called my children and grandchildren to reunite and hold a family banquet to celebrate. During the banquet, I suddenly discovered that my great-great-great-great-great-grandson had become my grandfather. It was a truly heart-stifling experience, so I went to close up again for 100 years because I wanted to be alone. When I turned 8,000 years old this year, my grandmother gave me a very touching gift. She gave birth to a little uncle for me. This little uncle will share the same birthday with me in the future. I'm so happy. 1. A sword that can talk. Su Kongyun looked at Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword in shock. It was said that when divine swords had a spirit, they gained the ability to talk. However, this was the first time he had actually seen it for himself. This is Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword. It is the divine weapon of an immortal, introduced Song Shuheng with a slight smile on his face. An Immortal's divine weapon? Su Kongyun wanted to reach out and touch Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, but he didn't dare to do so. The other party was an immortal's divine weapon, something related to an immortal. Before today, that was something he might not have ever gotten the chance of encountering. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword smugly circled around in the air, and patted Su Kongyun lightly with its hilt. Kid, your talent isn't bad. I've got a good impression of you. Surprisingly, this kid was already in between the second stage and the third stage. Moreover, it seemed that his ascension was imminent. He looked like he was unable to suppress it for much longer. What a coincidence. Therefore, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword thought highly of this boy. Thank you. Thank you, Senior. Su Kongyun said happily. An immortal's divine weapon had actually praised his aptitude. Maybe he really was talented. Perhaps he would have the chance to compete for the Su clan's 18th title in the future. However, realistically speaking, it seemed like he might have to pass on the Su clan's 18 title. Instead, he could go for the Su clan's 19 title. You're welcome. Anyway, you have to have confidence in yourself. As a cultivator, you need to have a big heart. The bigger your heart is, the richer your imagination. Once your imagination is rich enough, you can face things that destroy your view of the world and still remain calm. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword tried to prepare Su Kongyun psychologically in advance. 3. This boy was different from Chu Chu, and there was almost no stopping his heavenly tribulation from descending. Su Kongyun nodded vigorously, remembering the words of Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword. Su Clan 16 asked, "Where are we going now?" Song Shuheng replied, I'm going to look for some ingredients first. 2. Chapter 1826 Tyrannical Song, a reliable senior. With his current strength, Song Shuheng could see through Su Kongyun's realm in an instant. 2. After taking a look, Song Shuheng discovered that the other party was at the peak of the second stage. In addition, he was in a state where he could face his heavenly tribulation at any moment. Although Song Shuheng had only been cultivating for a short time, he was already very familiar with the heavenly tribulation. Even with there only being mere traces of the heavenly tribulation's aura on Su Kongyun's body, he knew that the heavenly tribulation would soon be descending for the other party. 2. He was absolutely certain of it. Su Clan 16 said, "Looking for ingredients? What type? Maybe I can help." They were on the coast, and she had several magical techniques that could lock onto edible fish. If needed, she could easily use them to look for some seafood. There's no hurry in getting the ingredients. Song Shuheng smiled slightly, and then he looked at Su Kongyun. Are you about to ascend? 1. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword's tip rose slightly. This development was exactly what it had been expecting. 2. Su Kongyun replied, yes, Senior Song. After sneaking out of the Su clan this time, I've been lucky enough to have several fortuitous encounters. As a result, my realm can no longer be suppressed, and I need to transcend my tribulation pretty soon. That's why I contacted my sister here and came to find Grandpa 7. 2. To be honest, looking back at it now, he couldn't help but wonder if the elders of the Su clan had deliberately set up those fortuitous encounters for him. Otherwise, how could he have run into so many of them in succession? Su Clan 16 said, 7 is too drunk right now. Song Shuheng scratched his head. This was partly his fault. Nobody had thought that Lady Kuna's wine would be so strong. Nearly all the members of the 9 provinces number 1 group had drunk too much, and even Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue was no exception. 1. Senior Song, I'm unable to hold on for much longer. My sister has already helped me suppress my realm along the way, but every time it was suppressed, the urge I had to transcend the tribulation only became stronger, said Su Kongyun. Since 7 was too drunk, he could only resort to asking Senior Tyrannical Song, who was in front of him, to be his guardian while he transcended his tribulation. Song Shuheng pinched his chin, and said, "What a pity. I have just transcended my tribulation. Otherwise, I could have taken you with me." 3. Su Kongyun responded, "Huh? If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website. My thanks." Song Shuheng patted his cheek, and said, "No, I shouldn't fill his mind with thoughts of group tribulations. It's still best to be cautious." After saying that, he took out his phone, and went on to the 9 Provinces number 1 group. Tyrannical Saber Song 1, Seniors in the group, is there anyone who is not drunk? Northern River's Loose Cultivator, rest assured, everyone's been drinking a lot. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, no food, no food. 7 wants to chop my head off for a monkey brain banquet. Can someone persuade him to let go of that thought? 2 Immortal Master Copper Trigram, little friend Shuheng, have you already cooked up the dish? Hurry up and serve it up. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, I feel like I'm not drunk enough. What's the matter? Fairy Lychee, Shuheng, did something happen? If so, then let us hear it. Although we've drunk a bit too much, we might still be able to provide you with some advice. Even though they'd drunk too much, the seniors still paid attention to the group chat, and replied quickly. It was truly touching. Song Shuheng was about to ask if any seniors had ready-made materials for a formation for the 3rd stage Heavenly Tribulation. Are you touched? Everyone's still replying to you after drinking so much, Northern River's Loose Cultivator said again. Tyrannical Saber Song 1, happy nodding emoji, ha ha ha, it's good that you're touched. But I want to tell you, you don't have to be, Northern River's Loose Cultivator said proudly. Because I was the one who took all of the fellow Taoists' phones and unlocked them to chat with you. You think that everyone cares about you, but I'm the only one who cares about you. 4. Song Shuheng. 1 Senior Northern River really drank too much today. He almost blocked him. But giving it some thought, when he wasn't drunk, Senior Northern River was the only one who still had some conscience left in the 9 Provinces number 1 group. If Shuheng was to really block people, then he could block everyone but Senior Northern River. Su Clan 16 also took out her phone, and looked at the chat. This is the first time I've seen Senior Northern River like this. Senior Northern River also drank too much. Song Shuheng sighed. I wanted to ask the seniors in the group for some tribulation transcending formation materials. If any of them had the materials, we could have looked for a place to set up the tribulation transcending formation for Su Kongyun. But now it seems that we'll have to think of something else. Su Clan 16 said, I have some materials for a tribulation transcending formation. After saying that, she took out a cosmos bag, fishing out a batch of materials that could be used for a tribulation transcending formation. If it's just a 3rd stage tribulation transcending formation, then these materials should be enough. When 16 opened the cosmos bag, Song Shuheng felt as if he had nearly gone blind. The bag was completely filled with treasures and materials. The poor cosmos bag looked like it was about to burst from how full it was. It appeared that 16 had inherited elder sister White Dragon's inheritance. Big sis, when did you even get a cosmos bag? Su Kongyun's eyes widened. This kind of spatial magical treasure was very precious, and it had always been a treasure that juniors yearned for. In fact, for disciples who hadn't even reached the 3rd stage, let alone a cosmos bag, even a size-reducing purse was a treasure that was out of their reach. Su Clan 16 smiled, and didn't answer. Big sis, in the future, when you have a lot of cosmos bags, can you sell me one for cheap? It's best if I can pay with credit as well, said Su Kongyun enviously. He really wanted to touch this precious cosmos bag. However, even relatives had to conduct business properly with one another. Su Clan 16 replied, "Alright, but that's if I have a lot of them." "Oh, you don't have a storage-type magical treasure?" Song Shuheng asked. "Do you not at least have a size-reducing purse or something similar?" The size-reducing purse can only be obtained after reaching the third stage and placing within the top 10 in the Su Clan's youth competition every 4 years. Su Kongyun sighed. The size-reducing purse was also quite a precious treasure for him. As soon as he said that, Song Shuheng threw him a small bottle. Song Shuheng smiled. This bottle is a storage-type magical treasure. Its function is similar to that of a size-reducing purse. It should be just right for you. It can count as my meeting gift to you. This bottle was among the loot he had obtained from the Celestials. Song Shuheng had many such bottles, and for him, who owned the inner world, they were quite useless. He'd already prepared for the new year. When the time came, he would give all of the little guys he was close with one of these bottles. He was planning on gifting little Guogua, Loli Shi, and Loli Zhu with one bottle each. Su Kongyun blankly held the storage bottle in his hand. "Senior, you're giving this to me? I don't have anything suitable to give you as a gift on my person, so I can only give you something like that," said Song Shuheng slowly. He was telling the truth. As he was currently broke, he did not have any suitable treasures to give to the other party. He couldn't bring out the magical beasts or spirit plants from the inner world and give them away. After all, those magical beasts and spirit plants still needed to be kept for breeding and seeds respectively. Feeling moved, Su Kongyun exclaimed, "Thank you, Senior Tyrannical Song." Su Kongyun felt that going with 16 was the most correct decision he had made in his life. One Senior Tyrannical Song is the first sage in 1,000 years. All the treasures that he can give away are probably treasures at the level of a size-reducing purse. Su Kongyun's opinion of Senior Tyrannical Song rose sharply. He turned his head and said to 16, "Big sis, I'll be accepting his gift." This gift was given to him by Senior Tyrannical Song, and the other party was giving 16 face. Just accept it." Su Clan 16 smiled. Shuheng was really becoming more and more like a senior. It was not only due to his realm, but also due to his character and vision. It had only been half a year since they met one another, and back then, he was still a little cultivator who had just stepped on the path of cultivation and completed his foundation building. During this short period, he had experienced a lot. Song Shuheng said, "Since we've got materials to make a tribulation transcending formation, let's find a suitable place to set it up." Su Clan 16 responded, "Sure." For a heavenly tribulation of the third stage, she and Shuheng were enough to be guardians. 3 Su Kongyun said excitedly, "That's fine by me. In fact, if Senior Tyrannical Song is willing to be my guardian, I'll be very at ease. So young, so pure." Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword sighed. 7 If only you knew that this Senior Tyrannical Song beside you never relied on things like tribulation transcending formations, and only relied on his hard skin to go against the tribulation. While he's at the 6th stage realm and is quite experienced in group tribulations, he isn't someone that can be so easily relied on. Song Shuheng said, "Alright, let's go. I remember that there is a small island nearby. That place is very suitable for transcending a tribulation." Previously, he had taken the blonde mechanical girl to a small island near Western Orchid Island. Speaking of which, that blonde girl was still lying inside his inner world. I wonder if she'll revive a year later or after 10 years. 2-1 With Song Shuheng leading the way, the group of 3 people and a sword landed on a small island near Western Orchid Island. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword commented, "There are no other cultivators nearby. The spiritual chi of this island is sufficient, and it's far enough away from ordinary people. It's indeed a very suitable place to transcend one's tribulation. By the way, 16, this is for you." Song Shuheng took out a gold coin, and handed it to her. Su Clan 16 responded, "Huh? Song Shuheng said, "That's a resurrection gold coin that's suitable for cultivators of the 5th stage and below. If you bring it around with you, I can feel more at ease." Su Clan 16 smiled, and carefully kept the gold coin. Although she already had a means of resurrection, she still happily accepted the resurrection gold coin. At the side, Su Kongyun looked at the resurrection gold coin with envy. He really wanted to go and touch the resurrection gold coin. After all, it was a legendary resurrection magical treasure. Something like that was hard to buy with money. By having one could ensure their life. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song is truly worthy of being a senior. The gifts he gives are of such high quality. 3. Then, as for the tribulation transcending formation, Song Shuheng stretched out his hand, and used his mental energy and spiritual energy to draw a picture in the air. In a few breaths, he drew a great formation suitable for transcending the 3rd stage heavenly tribulation. Song Shuheng said, "Su Kongyun, follow this pattern and draw your own formation. If there is something you don't understand, simply ask me." Neither he nor 16 could intervene directly when it came to arranging the formation. Su Kongyun nodded. He began to arrange the formation according to the formation diagram drawn by Senior Tyrannical Song. When arranging the formation, he suddenly felt that this formation was easy to arrange. It was as if it was tailor-made for him. "Is this tailor-made for me?" Su Kongyun was startled and looked at Profound Sage Tyrannical Song. 4. Why does Profound Sage Tyrannical Song have a tailor-made tribulation transcending formation for me? This is our first meeting, right? Unless Senior Tyrannical Song has investigated me in the past. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword had just reminded him that he should have a bigger heart and a more open mind. As a result, Su Kongyun's imagination began to go wild, going so far as to even think that Song Shuheng might have secretly investigated him in the past. He even felt that the entire series of fortuitous encounters might have been arranged by Song Shuheng. As for the reasons for such, was there even a need to say it? He. The more Su Kongyun thought about it, the more he felt that it was the truth. If everything had really been planned out by Senior Tyrannical Song, then, he didn't really mind it. He even hoped that Senior Tyrannical Song's plans would go one step further. If there was a senior that would set up all kinds of fortuitous encounters and formations for him without any malicious intent, that would simply be a beautiful matter. Su Clan 16's voice sounded. "Stop thinking about nonsense. Just focus on setting up the tribulation transcending formation." Su Kongyun grinned, and gave Su Clan 16 a thumbs up. Su Clan 16 looked puzzled. Song Shuheng folded his arms and watched Su Kongyun draw the formation. At the same time, his divine sense spread out, covering the entire island and its surroundings. He wanted to prevent other cultivators from unknowingly running over, and getting involved in Su Kongyun's heavenly tribulation. Anyhow, going back to the tribulation transcending formation, it could indeed be said to be tailor-made for Su Kongyun to an extent. What Song Shuheng had was a very high-grade 3rd stage tribulation transcending formation diagram. It was the diagram he'd obtained from Demon Emperor Heji's inheritance, which was to be used for the braised heavenly tribulation among the heavenly tribulation grand banquet. This formation diagram for the 3rd stage heavenly tribulation was carefully made by Demon Emperor Heji so that it would be suitable for Taoists, scholars, Buddhists, demons, beasts, and practitioners from other systems. Compared to a true, tailor-made formation, it was definitely worse. However, since it was a general-purpose diagram useful to all kinds of systems, when it was presented to a cultivator, they would get the feeling as if the diagram greatly suited them. It could be likened to a wonder drug of sorts, or perhaps blood type O. It could be used by most, if not all, practitioners in the universe. In addition, Song Shuheng didn't give Su Kongyun the original version of the diagram. The heavenly tribulation was undergoing changes at every moment, and there was a good chance that if they directly used the Demon Emperor's tribulation transcending diagram without any thought or modifications, Su Kongyun would be decimated by a new form of the heavenly tribulation straight away. Therefore, he first handed Su Kongyun's data to Senior Turtle, who was in the inner world, asking it to modify the formation diagram to make it more suitable for Su Kongyun. He was carrying around so many great seniors, and these seniors generally wouldn't refuse to help him out with small, easy-to-do tasks like this. For a genuine tribulation transcender like Senior Turtle, it was very easy to modify a third-stage tribulation transcending formation. After Senior Turtle finished modifying it, Song Shuheng showed the formation diagram to Su Kongyun. Although I don't have the ability to draw a tribulation transcending formation, the seniors I carry with me do. Su Kongyun quickly set up his tribulation transcending formation. Song Shuheng and Su Clan 16 checked the formation to make sure there was nothing wrong with it. Su Kongyun shouted, "Senior Tyrannical Song, I'll be starting now." He then took out a spirit stone, buried it in the tribulation transcending formation, and activated the formation. Song Shuheng and Su Clan 16 used their sabers to fly away from Su Kongyun's tribulation area. Su Kongyun took a deep breath. The true qi in each of the small dantians in his body converged into a single stream, all pouring into the seventh small dantian, the dragon horn dantian. True qi came flowing out from the dragon horn dantian, connected with the world, and began to attract the heavenly tribulation. He then stretched out his hands and clutched a sword orb. True qi poured in, and the sword orb turned into threads, which then turned into swords in his hands. Song Shuheng asked curiously, Kongyun doesn't use the saber? Su Clan 16 answered, he once wanted to practice the saber with 7, but he didn't have a talent for it. Instead, he had a good talent for the sword. As such, later on, he learned a series of sword techniques from the Spirit River Su Clan. Song Shuheng's heart felt stifled. Exchange with me, exchange your talent with me. It would be great if the two of us could exchange talents. However, this thought merely flashed in his mind and was soon gone. Surprisingly, at some point in time, Song Shuheng had become less obsessed with sword talent. In fact, saber techniques and sword techniques were pretty much the same. What truly defined things was one's temperament. For example, even if Senior White were using an axe, he would still be able to fly handsomely. As long as Song Shuheng had the right temperament, he would be able to look especially handsome even when using the saber. A tribulation cloud began to condense in the air. It's here. Song Shuheng looked at the third stage heavenly tribulation, restlessness beginning to build up in his heart. This was the ingredient he wanted. However, the one transcending the tribulation was Su Clan 16's younger brother, someone who was as dear to 16 as Chu Chu was to Song Shuheng. As such, Song Shuheng decided that he would not interfere with this heavenly tribulation so as to avoid any accidents. Although the third stage heavenly tribulation was very tempting, he should wait until he caught a suitable celestial or enemy cultivator before testing it out. Patience was necessary in order to create the best dish. Meanwhile, on the ground, the true qi that erupted from Su Kongyun's body drew spiritual energy, and a large amount of it gathered towards him. At the place where he stood, grass grew and flowers bloomed. With the help of the tribulation transcending formation, his mental state was raised to its peak. On the clothes on his body, the defensive runes lit up. Su Clan 16 said softly, "Here it comes." In the air, thunder boomed. A golden bolt of lightning emerged from the tribulation cloud and shot towards Su Kongyun. The power of this lightning was not that great. This bolt of lightning merely signified that the tribulation had begun. This bolt of lightning wasn't even something that should belong to a third stage heavenly tribulation. Its might was, at most, at the beginner level of the second stage. Su Kongyun stretched out his hand and released a streak of sword qi. Inside this sword qi, there was already a sword aura that had condensed. From this, it could be seen that he was indeed a little genius. As long as he was given enough time to practice, he would be able to condense his personal sword intent. Strengthened by the tribulation transcending formation, the sword chi faced off against the golden lightning. Boom! The tribulation lightning exploded. After a while, the second wave of the heavenly tribulation officially arrived. Boom! A series of 3 tribulation lightning bolts descended from the sky. They were all at the peak of the second stage in power. In other words, each was equivalent to the full-powered blow of a cultivator at the peak of the second stage. Su Kongyun fully mobilized the power of the tribulation transcending formation, and sword light flashed. This sword light then turned into a huge turtle shell that covered the sky. Su Kongyun was baffled. Why did my sword intent turn into a turtle shell? Is it because of the tribulation transcending formation? After the 3 bolts of tribulation lightning landed on the turtle shell, they bounced off towards Song Shuhang and Su Clan 16 in the distance. At the same time, the tribulation cloud in the sky began to charge up again. With the lightning bolts from this wave having been bounced away, Su Kongyun was considered to have successfully dealt with this wave. Thus, the next wave had begun preparing itself. Facing the incoming tribulation lightning, Song Shuhang subconsciously wanted to reach out and grab it. Unfortunately, this lightning tribulation isn't in a long strip form. Could it be that I really have to roll it into a long strip? This thought suddenly popped up in Song Shuhang's mind. No, wait. If I reach out and grab this tribulation lightning, wouldn't I get involved in the Su Kongyun's heavenly tribulation? I must not grab it. Song Shuhang pulled Su Clan 16 and quickly backed away. At this moment, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword's voice sounded. It's fine. There's no longer a need to deliberately avoid these 3 bolts of tribulation lightning. Even if you make contact with them, you don't have to worry about getting involved in Su Kongyun's heavenly tribulation. These 3 bolts of tribulation lightning were already considered to have been blocked by Su Kongyun, as evidenced by the next wave of the heavenly tribulation already charging up. In other words, they were just an aftermath of the process now. This was only a 3rd stage heavenly tribulation, making it vastly different from heavenly tribulations of higher stages which had human-like traits, and would chase after the cultivator even after being blocked. The 3rd stage heavenly tribulation was similar to a bow and arrow. Once it had shot out its ammunition, that was the end of it. Whether the cultivator blocked the tribulation lightning, destroyed it, or endured it with their flesh, it made no difference. Of course, if it were a variant 3rd stage heavenly tribulation, then it would indeed be different. However, Su Kongyun's heavenly tribulation was an ordinary 3rd stage heavenly tribulation. His heavenly tribulation had not mutated. Meanwhile, the 3 bolts of tribulation lightning that had been bounced away by Su Kongyun's turtle shell passed through the barrier of the tribulation transcending formation and continued to shoot towards the location where Song Shuhang and Su Clan 16 originally had been. Other than helping one to face the heavenly tribulation head-on, the tribulation transcending formation also had illusory formations and basic defensive barriers on its periphery to prevent other cultivators from accidentally straying into the heavenly tribulation's range. Besides that, the formation also reduced the strength of the stray bullets from the heavenly tribulation. At critical times, this peripheral barrier could save lives. Song Shuhang asked, in other words, these bolts of tribulation lightning can be sealed? Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword responded, yes, but only if you have the means. It remembered that for the braised heavenly tribulation, the 3rd stage tribulation lightning needed to have the shape of long strips. While they were speaking, the 3 bolts of tribulation lightning had already passed the barrier of the tribulation transcending formation and arrived in front of Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand without hesitation, grasping the 3 lightning bolts in the air. With the help of his psychic energy, the 3 lightning bolts were forcibly stopped in place, the sound of crackling spreading from them. This psychic energy developed by Senior White 2 truly was useful, and also very easy to use. Su Kongyun, who was transcending his tribulation, glanced at Song Shuhang with a puzzled look on his face. Why had profound sage tyrannical Song taken hold of the tribulation lightning that he bounced away? Now, on to the next step, Song Shuheng said softly. I need to have it in long strips. Su Clan 16 asked suspiciously, Shuheng, are you making a special magical treasure? For most cultivators, the heavenly tribulation was deadly, and they wished to avoid it at all costs. Besides, it dealt bonus damage against cultivators. Every now and then, there were some daring cultivators who would desire this bonus damage and tried to seal the power of the heavenly tribulation into a magical treasure to use against other cultivators. Although it was something that could usually only be used once, it had astounding effects when it did come into play. No, I'm not forging a magical treasure. Song Shuheng laughed, and said, these are ingredients. Su Clan 16. She leaned over to Song Shuheng, sniffing him lightly. Are you drunk too? Song Shuheng still had a faint smell of alcohol on his body. Although I drank a bit, I shouldn't be drunk, Song Shuheng said. I'll store away these bolts of tribulation lightning for now. When the time comes, I'll make you a braised heavenly tribulation. Su Clan 16 smiled, and said, all right, I'll wait for you to prepare it. Whether Song Shuheng was drunk or if he was really going to braise the heavenly tribulation, she found it all very interesting. He. Song Shuheng stretched out his hand towards the 3 lightning bolts and kneaded them. Come on, turn into long strips. He mobilized his psychic energy, and rubbed the 3 bolts of tribulation lightning between his palms. I wonder if I'll be able to knead these lightning bolts into long strips. At the same time, he tried to contact Senior White through his clone and the QR code Golden Core composition. Among the people he knew, Senior White was the one with the most experience in sealing heavenly tribulations. Also, I wonder how Senior White is doing against the 9th stage heavenly tribulation. Does he have the time to reply to me? As Song Shuheng rubbed his palms together, the 3 bolts of 3rd stage tribulation lightning were really rubbed into long strips. The psychic energy developed by Senior White too was extremely practical. At the same time, Senior White, who was transcending the 9th stage heavenly tribulation, also replied to Song Shuheng. He did not directly contact Song Shuheng, but instead replied through Song Shuheng's clone that Song Shuheng had left with him in the heavenly tribulation. Why are you looking for me? Asked Senior White. His voice was transmitted through the connection between Song Shuheng's clone and the main body. Song Shuheng asked, Senior White, how is your tribulation going right now? I wanted to ask you some questions, would that be fine? Senior White replied in a soft voice, right now, the transcension is going pretty well. The power of the heavenly tribulation is rising steadily and slowly. To be honest, it's rising a bit too steadily and I'm a little bored. I was just thinking about whether or not to take this time to close up for a while. Anyway, what did you want to ask? Song Shuheng. Going into seclusion during the 1,000 days tribulation of the 9th stage heavenly tribulation? If Senior Melon Eater was next to him and heard this, he would definitely begin crying his eyes out. Song Shuheng said, Senior White, I want to seal a 3rd stage heavenly tribulation. Do you know of a quick sealing technique that you can teach me on the spot? In the past, Senior White had imparted him with magical techniques such as the lightning palm and turtle breathing technique. These versions that were imparted to him were simplified in a way that as long as you drew a rune and activated it with spiritual energy, you would be able to easily and quickly use the magical technique. You want to seal a heavenly tribulation? What for? Don't you still have a batch of heavenly tribulation missiles? If you don't have enough, I can seal a batch of the weapons the 9th stage heavenly tribulation is using and bring them back to you. While speaking of sealing the heavenly tribulation and bringing it back for fun, Senior White regained some vibrancy. Song Shuheng replied, no, there's no need for that. I actually want to try making a braised heavenly tribulation. I got the recipe for it in the life menu of a demon emperor. One of the steps to making it is to seal the heavenly tribulation. Braised heavenly tribulation? Is it a dish? Asked Senior White. Song Shuheng replied, yes. Senior White was puzzled. You can eat the heavenly tribulation? According to the preparation method listed on the menu, it should be edible after being braised. Song Shuheng was actually not 100% sure himself. Senior White's voice became cheerful, and his entire person seemed to have become full of energy. Wait for me. I will send a clone over to assist you. After a while, a cold light flashed 100 meters away from Song Shuheng. It was Senior White's disposable flying sword, the one that could traverse any space. On the flying sword, a Senior White's clone with facial paralysis could be seen. His hands were in his cuffs as he was teleported over. The flying sword swiftly moved toward Song Shuheng. Once it was a few meters away from him, it suddenly braked. Senior White's clone glanced at Su Clan 16. Little 16, it seems that you've made great progress recently. Not bad. After saying that, he looked at the 3 bolts of tribulation lightning. These are what you need to seal? Asked Senior White's clone. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, yes. When sealing them, make sure to keep them in strips and not deform them. This is very important. Sure. Senior White's clone stepped out, instantly appearing beside those 3 bolts of tribulation lightning. He then stretched out his hand and patted them, quickly sealing them. Senior White was worthy of being known as someone who liked farming the heavenly tribulation. He didn't look troubled at all as he sealed the heavenly tribulation, and he even sealed each of the 3 bolts of lightning using different methods. Although Senior White was unsure as to how Song Shuheng was going to braise the 3 lightning bolts, he guessed that the way he sealed them might affect their taste. Therefore, he deliberately used different sealing techniques to seal them. One Senior White's clone said calmly, if the tribulation lightning is braised, it will definitely have an explosive taste, right? He then stretched out his hand to bring the 3 sealed lightning bolts over, and handed them to Song Shuheng. It should indeed be delicious. Song Shuheng recalled the description of the braised heavenly tribulation in Demon Emperor Heji's life menu. From the description of the dish, it sounded like it would taste great. Theoretically speaking, as long as he could synchronize his chef heart and demonic immortal cooking skills, and get help from the members of the 9 provinces number 1 group, he should be able to perfectly reproduce the braised heavenly tribulation. Song Shuheng stretched out his hand, opened his inner world, and transferred the 3 sealed lightning bolts into it. Senior White asked, are 3 bolts of tribulation lightning really enough? Song Shuheng pinched his chin. These 3 bolts of tribulation lightning are pretty huge, so they should be enough, right? The 3 bolts of tribulation lightning had been kneaded into strips by Song Shuheng's psychic energy. However, they were still the size of giant columns, with length ranging from 15 to 20 meters. Such large ingredients should be enough for the whole 9 provinces number 1 group to enjoy. Su Clan 16 asked, do you need any help while cooking? Your help would be appreciated, Song Shuheng said with a smile. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword paused slightly, and said, if their volume doesn't shrink too much, then they should be enough. However, many of the over 30 steps of the recipe consist of compression, liquefaction, and solidification. After the cooking process is over, it would already be not bad if these 3 bolts of lightning could keep 1/10 of their volume. Song Shuheng said, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword is right. After going through all the steps, the size of the tribulation lightning will definitely shrink greatly. Senior White asked, so, should we seal some more tribulation lightning? After saying that, he turned to look at Su Kongyun. There was a 3rd stage heavenly tribulation right here ready for them. One inside the tribulation transcending formation, Su Kongyun was under a lot of pressure. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, Sage White, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, and Su Clan 16 were all staring at him. Everyone was waiting for the next wave of his heavenly tribulation to see if his turtle shell would continue to bounce the tribulation lightning away. More importantly, Su Kongyun's ears had always been good, this being his special talent since childhood. As such, even though there was some distance between them, he could clearly hear the entire conversation between his big sis, Senior Tyrannical Song, Sage White and Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword. They were waiting for his heavenly tribulation, and were planning on turning it into a dish to eat. Su Kongyun looked at the tribulation cloud that was charging up in the sky. For some reason, as he thought about how the heavenly tribulation was going to be taken away by Senior Tyrannical Song and the others to be turned into a dish to be eaten, his respect for it greatly diminished. Too, it seemed that the heavenly tribulation wasn't actually as terrifying as it was said to be. 1-1 on Heavenly Field Island. The members of the 9 provinces number 1 group were still in high spirits. Northern River's loose cultivator eyes were glazed. He habitually reached out and touched his pocket. Where's my phone? Without a phone by his side, he couldn't check the group chat, and Northern River's loose cultivator was very unused to this feeling. By the way, has anyone seen my phone? True Monarch Eternal Fire's voice could be heard from the side. At this time, True Monarch Eternal Fire was sitting coolly in a small pavilion, holding a glass of wine in his hand, and having just finished reciting a poem. Wine and poets made the best combination, with poets who had drunk a lot having their poetic inspiration heightened. After reciting the poem, True Monarch Eternal Fire wanted to record it down, but he couldn't find his phone. Fairy Dongfang Snow asked, "Why is fellow Taoist Eternal Fire looking for his phone?" "I wanted to call little friend Song Shuhang as I forgot to tell him something." True Monarch Eternal Fire laughed. "Previously, I made an appointment with him. After this banquet is over, I plan to go back to the scholarly faction with him to deal with some of the troubles there." These troubles were related to the ancient heavenly city fragments and the world of the Golden Lotus. True Monarch Eternal Fire wanted to learn from Song Shuhang how to transfer the fragments inside the world of the Golden Lotus to increase its area, allowing disciples of the scholarly faction to have more space for activities. Despite having tried several times, the people back at the scholarly faction couldn't transfer the ancient heavenly city fragments into the world of the Golden Lotus. 1-1 in the distant starry sky. An asteroid that was not reached by the sun's light all year round was now shrouded in warm golden light. In the artificial little sun, there was a humanoid figure faintly visible. At this moment, from behind the little sun, a fairy with slender legs stepped out. It was Soft Feather's ghost spirit, who was possessed by the Heavenly Emperor. Damn, what magical technique was that? The Heavenly Emperor rubbed her arms with both hands. Despite being in the body of a ghost spirit, her arms were covered with goosebumps. She had come up with a huge plan, and she was concentrating on setting everything up properly. But suddenly, a feeling of great comfort surged up, and she couldn't stop it no matter what. This comfortable feeling could only be described as domineering. No matter whether she wanted to feel it or not, it was forced on her. In a sort of way, it was similar to laughing. Laughing was good, but when someone tickled you, and forcefully made you laugh, it didn't feel that great. And this feeling of comfort came in waves. She wondered as to what was happening to Soft Feather's body. The Heavenly Emperor said softly, "It looks like I need to temporarily cut off the connection between my body and Soft Feathers. Otherwise, when I'm about to do something important, I might suddenly start feeling extremely comfortable and fail to reach my goal." To be honest, she now regretted occupying Soft Feather's ghost spirit. Although Soft Feather's ghost spirit matched her very well, its master was very unreliable. Soft Feather's mind was simply too jumpy, and the Heavenly Emperor couldn't keep up with her rhythm at all. However, if she cut off her connection with Soft Feather, there would be a lot less fun. I need to focus on what's important first. Fun can be put aside for a while. The Heavenly Emperor stretched out her hand, and grabbed a scroll. On it were written Chinese characters such as Scholarly Faction, Ancient Heavenly City Fragments, and Collecting. The Heavenly Emperor was the real owner of the ancient Heavenly City fragments, and she was collecting them. Her primary goal was to rebuild the Heavenly City now that she'd recovered. In fact, she had already collected a lot of them. Her next target was the scholarly faction, as the latter had collected the largest number of ancient heavenly city fragments back then. Back on the small island where Su Kongyun was transcending his tribulation. The third wave of tribulation lightning that Su Kongyun had been waiting for finally descended. This wave of the heavenly tribulation had charged up for a little longer, and a total of 6 bolts of lightning descended from the sky. By looking at the number of waves and the strength of the heavenly tribulation, one would generally be able to infer how talented the cultivator transcending the tribulation was. While Su Kongyun's heavenly tribulation had not mutated, and belonged to the scope of ordinary heavenly tribulations, the might of his tribulation was still higher compared to those of ordinary cultivators. From this, it could be seen that his cultivation talent was excellent, and that he could be ranked on the higher end among his peers in the Spirit River Su clan. When the wave of lightning fell, Su Kongyun raised his sword once again. Just like the previous time, after he slashed out with his sword Qi, the latter cooperated with the tribulation transcending formation to form a huge turtle shell, which firmly blocked the bombardment of the heavenly tribulation. When cultivators faced the heavenly tribulation head-on, they tended to be at a disadvantage, which caused their potential to come out. Under the pressure from the heavenly tribulation, Su Kongyun felt that his sword aura was showing signs of changing into sword intent. Sword intent was an ability that every swordsman aspired to master. Only by mastering sword intent could one be considered a qualified sword cultivator. If my sword aura transforms, what kind of sword intent will it evolve into? Su Kongyun was looking forward to his sword intent. One boom after the 6 bolts of tribulation lightning reached the turtle shell, they were bounced away just like their predecessors. They were all sent flying towards Song Shuhang's position. The third wave of tribulation lightning concluded, and the heavenly tribulation began brewing the next wave of tribulation lightning. They aren't in the form of long strips, Song Shuhang said. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, 6 bolts of tribulation lightning in one go. Can you handle it? A man can't say he can't. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand, and aimed at the 6 lightning bolts. As they broke through the barrier of the tribulation transcending formation, he mobilized all the psychic energy he could muster and locked onto the lightning bolts. Next, he rubbed his palms, and the 6 lightning bolts were rubbed into strips. Senior White, I'll be leaving the rest up to you. After rubbing the 6 lightning bolts all at once, Song Shuhang didn't even need to take a breather. He was clearly able to handle it with ease. Ultimately, this was only a 3rd stage heavenly tribulation, and Song Shuhang felt that even if the number of lightning bolts increased by 10-fold, he would still be able to handle it. 2 Senior White's clone calmly said, "Not bad, you've improved a lot." He then stepped forward, and sealed the 6 lightning bolts. After sealing the heavenly tribulation, Senior White's clone suddenly turned his head, and looked towards the west. "Someone is coming." Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, were they attracted by the sound of the heavenly tribulation? Under normal circumstances, when a cultivator encountered another person transcending the tribulation, they would retreat and avoid the area so as not to get involved in the tribulation themselves. But sometimes, when a cultivator was uncertain whether another person was transcending the tribulation, they would approach the area, and check the place from afar. This was because there were times when a heavenly tribulation would be attracted over due to the emergence of a treasure. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, the signal of the tribulation transcending formation should have already spread out. A cultivator only needs to glance at it to know that there is someone transcending the heavenly tribulation here and that they should retreat. If someone insists on breaking in, we, as the guardians, need to drive them away. They're coming closer. Song Shuhang frowned. There was a total of 3 cultivator auras. When they reached the signal range of the tribulation transcending formation, they did not stop, and continued approaching them. "I'll take a look." Su Clan 16 raised an eyebrow, grabbing her short saber. Seeing that the other party was still approaching despite having seen the signal sent out by the tribulation transcending formation, there was a high likelihood that they came with malicious intentions. Song Shuhang asked, "I'll go with you." Senior White, can I leave you to watch over the heavenly tribulation? Each of Senior White's clones had a different personality, and they could not be treated the same as the main body. This was why Song Shuheng specifically asked before doing anything else. Senior White's clone said, "No problem. I can need the heavenly tribulation just fine. You can leave everything here to me." Although he couldn't use psychic energy to rub the heavenly tribulation into strips, he could directly do so with his hands, and he felt that it would be more exciting as well. One Su Clan's 16th saber light flashed, and she rode her saber over to where the three auras were. Song Shuheng used the lotus blooming steps, following closely behind her. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword thought for a while, and then it felt that it needed to escort Song Shuheng, so it also joined them. After a few breaths, they met the owners of the three auras. Not cultivators? Song Shuheng looked at the three figures in front of him. One had a body that looked like wood, covered with wooden patterns, and with branches hanging down from his fingers. Overall, the other party looked like a tree that had taken on a human shape. Another one of the three had an astronaut-like helmet on their head, and was covered in fish scales. As for the remaining one, they appeared to be smoke that had taken on a human shape. They looked similar to Song Shuheng's smoke mode in a way, but this one was made of white fog. The three also paused after meeting Song Shuheng and Su Clan's 16. Song Shuheng stood in the air on a black lotus that had bloomed beneath his feet. Su Clan's 16 put away the saber light, landing on the black lotus flower. Scarlet Heaven Sword floated behind Song Shuheng's head, making it look as if he'd been stabbed in the head with a sword. One Song Shuheng looked at the three practitioners and opened his mouth to speak when fairy creation suddenly popped out of his head and sang loudly, "Who are you, Song Shuheng?" The three practitioners on the opposite side were slightly taken aback. Among them, the white fog replied subconsciously, "I'm who? Fairy maiden, were you addressing me?" For the scene suddenly became awkward. Ancient sage tyrannical dragon, tyrannical song, tyrannical scholar, the wooden cultivator said Song Shuheng's three sage names, stuttering as he spoke. As soon as the wooden man finished speaking, his two companions trembled slightly. The figure of white fog cupped his fists and said, "Who greets Senior Tyrannical Song?" The wooden man said, "Tree G greets S Senior Tyrannical Song." "Who and Tree? What's the last one going to be?" Song Shuheng looked at the practitioner wearing the astronaut helmet. "This person can't possibly be called Cosmos or Alien, right?" The practitioner wearing the astronaut helmet greeted Song Shuheng. "Junior Ding Qingyun greets Senior Tyrannical Song." One Song Shuheng asked, "Why is your name so normal?" "Ding Qingyun." 3. Cough. "Anyway, three fellow Taoists, you must have seen the tribulation transcending formation, right?" Song Shuheng said. "There is a junior who is acquainted with me transcending the tribulation, so can you give me face and temporarily stay away?" Then again, I wonder how old Su Kongyun is. Under normal circumstances, cultivators are much older than their appearance suggests. Although Su Kongyun looks like a teenager, he is already in the third stage realm. Could he actually be older than I am? As he thought of this, Song Shuheng felt that the word junior had become a bit difficult to say. The three practitioners on the opposite side fell silent. After a while, Ding Qingyun said, "Since Senior Tyrannical Song has spoken, the three of us will leave." The three turned and stepped back, leaving without hesitation. Su Clan 16 frowned slightly. The actions of these three guys were a little strange. It was as if they were testing the waters. "Take this, dignified backstab." A proud voice sounded behind Song Shuheng. For a giant sword emerged from the shadows, and stabbed toward Song Shuheng fiercely. 2. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being Cheng Lin's reincarnation. This is definitely dignified. When I backstab people, I remind them loudly. Although I do remind them slightly late, when the sword is already about to slash their waist from behind, I still do remind them. One that is both dignified and in line with the principles of stabbing others in the back. 2 Clang. The giant sword was blocked by Scarlet Heaven's sword. My back isn't a weak point. Song Shuheng slowly turned around, looking behind him. I noticed since a while ago that you were staring at my colorful waist. Unfortunately for you, the defenses at my back are especially tight. Not to mention the always reliable senior Scarlet Heaven sword, who was hanging at his back today. Even if it weren't there, Song Shuheng still had the 33 divine beasts combined magical treasure guarding his waist. It would be able to protect him even if others suddenly appeared and attacked his waist through spatial means. His waist was the most defended part of his body. It's 10 years too early for you to even be thinking about stabbing my waist. At this time, a woman wearing a knight's helmet and leather armor, and carrying a giant sword appeared behind Song Shuheng. She was sent back by the force from Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword's block, having to take over 10 steps back before she managed to stabilize her figure. As her body lightly touched the ground, she still maintained complete aggression. The eyes of the leather-armored woman shone with a crimson light as she stared at Song Shuheng. Her eyes seemed to be filled with madness just like that of a berserker. As Cheng Lin's reincarnation, if you couldn't even take this attack, you'd have been better off dead. The leather-armored woman leaned her body forward like a cheetah while holding the giant sword in her right hand. It seemed that she knew Cheng Lin and had a good understanding of her strength. Song Shuheng sighed, and said sincerely, if I were to say that I'm not Cheng Lin's reincarnation, would you believe me? Although your mouth can lie, the aura on your body can't deceive me. The leather-armored woman sneered. Even though I haven't fully recovered my strength, I can still kill you. This time, you won't get the chance to hinder us again. In other words, she was in a weakened state at the moment. A survivor from the ancient heavenly city? Song Shuheng thought for a while, and said, in fact, I have the contact information of the Heavenly Emperor. Why don't you have a chat with her and confirm that I'm not Cheng Lin that way? For as a matter of fact, your boss, the Heavenly Emperor, and I can talk to each other. The karma between him and the ancient heavenly city was simply too chaotic. Cheng Lin, who destroyed the ancient heavenly city, the Great Northern Emperor, elder sister White Dragon, who seemed to have extricated herself from the ancient heavenly city, but still appeared to have feelings for it, fairy at #%times, the Heavenly Emperor, who was occupying Soft Feather's Ghost Spirit and Crystal Clear Water Pavilion's Pavilion Master Chu. The founder of the Heavenly City, the main members of the Heavenly City, the representatives of the Heavenly City, the one who betrayed and brought about the destruction of the Heavenly City, the victims whose homes were destroyed because of the Heavenly City. The big shots in these positions were more or less acquainted with him. There's no use trying to sway me with your words. The woman's aura soared, and a layer of blood-red flames burned on her body. She felt too lazy to reason with Song Shuheng, and did not want to bother talking any longer. In this case, even if the famous Zhuge Liang possessed Song Shuheng's body and his mouth was 1,000 times more eloquent, it would still be useless. 6:16, said Song Shuheng while holding her small hand. You should go hide. The battle that was about to take place would bring about great destruction. Song Shuheng was afraid that with the realm that Su Clan 16 was in, she wouldn't be able to handle it. I'm fine, Su Clan 16 said. However, she did not reject Song Shuheng's suggestion, and as he stretched out his hand, she let herself be transferred into his inner world. Senior Turtle, what is the origin of the other party? Do you know her? At this time, Song Shuheng was also communicating with Senior Turtle, who was in the inner world, to see if he could make use of the Great Northern Emperor's emotional ties to communicate with the other party. Senior Turtle replied, I don't know. Her head is protected by a special helmet, and the weapon she uses is just an ordinary magical treasure. I can't determine her identity. The members of the ancient heavenly city back then consisted of all kinds of beings from the universe, and there were a lot of them. Even for the Great Northern Emperor, it was impossible to know all of the members of the ancient heavenly city. Moreover, this leather-armored woman was deliberately concealing her identity. The helmet she was wearing was a special magical treasure meant for concealing one's identity. It was likely that they would be able to figure out who she was only through her combat techniques and cultivation techniques during the battle to come. Song Shuheng asked, "Fairy Virtue, what about you?" When Fairy at #% heard him, she paused her work once again, and emerged from Song Shuheng's body. She wrapped her body of virtue around Song Shuheng, her beautiful eyes staring at the leather-armored woman. He, even Fairy at #% is wrapped around you. How dare you say that you are not Qing Lin's reincarnation? The leather-armored woman's aura rose to the limit. The giant sword in her hand blazed, and the blade liquefied. Qing Lin was the biggest liar in the world. Her beauty was definitely proportional to her proficiency at lying. It could be said that not even 2 of 10 lines that came out of her mouth were truthful. 3 With the woman believing that Song Shuang was her reincarnation, she thought that he had inherited her talent for lying. As such, she had long decided not to believe a single word that came out of his mouth. The woman said, "You guys go over first and take it out. After I kill Qing Lin's reincarnation, I will join you immediately." As soon as she finished speaking, Hu, Tri, and Ding Qingyun, who had left earlier, returned. And behind them was an immortal boat following them in secret. The 3 of them were indeed in cahoots with the leather-armored woman. Song Shuheng also seemed to have understood the situation. It seems that the place where Su Kongyun is transcending his tribulation just so happens to have a treasure that the ancient heavenly city survivors want to take. Do things always have to be so coincidental? When I was on the island with the blonde girl previously, I didn't see any of these ancient heavenly city survivors coming to take any treasures away. Could you really not have come any earlier or any later? Did you really have to come when I was here? Hu, Tri, and Ding Qingyun glanced at Song Shuheng, and then walked around him before flying towards the place where Su Kongyun was transcending his tribulation. The leather-armored woman confronted Song Shuheng. It seems that this battle is already unavoidable. In that case, let me feel the other party out first. Let me see if you are a peerless expert. If you are, then I'll immediately go to Senior White's clone. If not, by relying on Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, I can try fighting you. Expert's appraisal. Song Shuheng's left eye lit up, and a strange light shot towards the leather-armored woman. "Shameless," said the leather-armored woman. She obviously knew about Song Shuheng's trick, the expert's appraisal. It was not known whether she had experienced the move herself, or if she had seen other people experience the move, or maybe other people had told her of this terrifying move. Regardless, she had taken precautions against this particular technique. As soon as the strange light flickered in Song Shuheng's eyes, she predicted its trajectory and avoided it. At the same time, she accelerated, and the burning giant sword in her hand stabbed toward Song Shuheng. The expert's appraisal, which moved in a straight path, was something easily dealt with by those who were strong. Although the expert's appraisal was very fast, due to Song Shuheng's limited strength, its casting time was a huge flaw. However, he'd long known of this flaw in this move of his. Moreover, several big shots had already successfully avoided his impregnating gaze. As such, faced with this unfavorable situation, Song Shuheng was prepared. Still, he did not know whether his plan would work, as this was the first time that he was carrying it out in actual combat. "I'll just give it everything I've got. With Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword here, I can at least be certain that I won't be cut down by my opponent." And so, Song Shuheng urged his will. Expert's appraisal. After the last time he used the expert's appraisal, Song Shuheng had thought about using his psychic energy along with it. Now, it was finally to test it out in the real world. Following the pull of Song Shuheng's psychic energy, the light of the expert's appraisal, which had already shot out, spun around in a big circle and turned back. After it curved and redirected itself, it silently aimed at the target again. The leather-armored woman was hit by the light. She had no idea that the impregnating gaze had a turning function. The intelligence that she had received showed that the impregnating gaze always moved in a straight line. Sure enough, most of the things in this world expired after a certain period of time, and the same was true of intelligence. Especially this version of the impregnating gaze that was shot using the scholarly sage's eye. It caused nearly no energy fluctuations when used, so it was very difficult to block. Bullseye. Song Shuheng laughed. My hard work in modifying the technique was not in vain. Descartes Folium-style expert's appraisal technique. 1. Scarlet Heaven Sword. 2. He has actually created a folium of Descartes-shaped impregnating gaze. In the future, is he going to also make an equilateral triangle-shaped and parallelogram-shaped shot? After the leather-armored woman was hit, her body stopped moving in mid-air, and her offensive was forcefully halted. The intelligence she got also contained a detailed introduction to profound sage tyrannical Song's terrifying impregnating gaze. After being hit by it, the target would enter a pregnancy phase that would last for 10 seconds, and then a childbirth phase that would last for about an hour. Therefore, she had to stop her offensive so as not to be attacked by Cheng Lin's reincarnation while she was pregnant. She paused for a moment, and brandished her giant sword. At this moment, blood-red flames blazed on her body. The woman looked at her belly. There weren't any adverse reactions, no pregnancy, and no childbirth. It seems that the impregnating gaze of Cheng Lin's reincarnation has failed. She raised her head and grinned. Ha ha ha. Immediately afterward, her figure instantly appeared in front of Song Shuheng as if she had teleported, and the blazing giant sword slashed down. Oh no. She's a genuine peerless expert. The impregnating gaze launched by the scholarly sages was something that most tribulation transcenders weren't immune to. One clang, clang, clang. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword continuously moved about, its body also blazing with flames. In an instant, it had attacked over 300 times, blocking all of the attacks of the leather-armored woman. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "This is bad. If this continues, I won't be able to last long." It was a sword, and it couldn't use its full strength without anyone holding it. Therefore, Song Shuheng needed to cooperate with it. However, it couldn't extricate itself from the situation it was in. Once it stopped resisting, Song Shuheng would be cut apart by over 300 slashes in half a second. "You are the cutest." At this moment, the virtuous Lamia suddenly spoke using Song Shuheng's voice. This was the line Song Shuheng had said when complimenting the Dragon Network assistant. "You're still so useless," at #%times. The leather-armored woman laughed wildly. She held her sword with both hands, which ignited with hundreds of meters of flaming sword chi, and swiftly slammed down. The virtuous Lamia clasped her hands together, and flapped the small wings around her waist, summoning a projection of the virtuous palace. Now! Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword retreated, and fell into Song Shuheng's hands. Song Shuheng flipped his wrist to activate the heaven-burning flaming saber technique. Boom! The woman's sword chi struck the virtuous palace. The virtuous palace barely had any defensive properties at all, so it exploded as soon as it was touched by the sword chi. The virtuous Lamia placed both her palms together, and simultaneously performed her second secret technique, the virtuous giant sundae. All of the power of virtue in Song Shuheng's body transformed into the virtuous giant sun, shining dazzling light in all directions. The virtuous giant sun was much stronger than the virtuous palace's projection. It was at least able to block the sword chi of the leather-armored woman for a moment. Nevertheless, the sword chi carried on unabated as it broke through the virtuous giant sundae. At this time, Song Shuheng's heaven-burning flaming saber technique had yet to take shape. The slash of the leather-armored woman was too fast and too fierce. Seeing the incoming slash, the 33 divine beasts' combined magical treasure on Song Shuheng's body finally moved. The impregnable holy city emerged. It emerged, behind Song Shuheng. And because it barely had any time to gather itself together, the holy city was in a smaller form. 2. Fairy creation had been preparing for a long time. As soon as the holy city appeared, she raised her foot and kicked it. With that, the holy city was finally put to use, taking the blow for Song Shuheng. The impregnable holy city immediately fell apart, splitting into 33 separate magical treasures. At this time, they had all become damaged, and had to return to Song Shuheng's main spirit lake to recover. As for the flaming sword chi of the leather-armored woman's full-powered blow, it was still as domineering as ever, and was merely stopped for an instant. In the end, the virtuous Lamia wrapped around Song Shuheng with her own tail, embracing him with both hands, and using her body as the last layer of defense. The leather-armored woman showed no mercy at all. Under the sword chi, the virtuous Lamia was chopped into pieces. Before getting obliterated, the virtuous Lamia used her last strength to stubbornly let out Song Shuheng's four-toned scream. 2. Heaven-burning flaming saber technique. Song Shuheng held Scarlet Heaven Sword's hilt with both of his hands, using a heaven-burning flaming saber attack. Above his head, 42 holy apes appeared, each holding scholarly scriptures and chanting loudly. For this round of the heaven-burning flaming saber technique, Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword exerted the maximum power that Song Shuheng's body could bear. Most of the energy left by Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven was used up in a single breath. The blood-red flames and the golden heaven-burning flames slammed into one another. The world was now made of two flames of different colors. The seawater evaporated, while the flames intertwined, turning into a pillar of flames that pierced the sky. The terrifying energy generated by the impact tore the sky apart, and small spatial fissures appeared in the air around them. The area around the two became a dead space. At this time, if any cultivator below the 9th stage were to step into this area, they would be torn to shreds by the spatial energy. After a long while, the fire pillar dissipated, and the spatial fissures slowly healed. Song Shuheng's body exuded a metallic luster, while long black hair that resembled a cape protected him. This was Pavilion Master Chu's hair. He was completely unscathed. Song Shuheng shook his head lightly, flinging back the black and straight hair confidently. 8. Chapter 1833 Head-on Battle, Odds of Winning High. The leather-armored woman on the opposite side was much more miserable than Song Shuheng was. Her strength had yet to recover, placing her in a weakened state. As a result, her leather armor was in tatters, and her body was littered with gashes. Even the giant sword in her hand had melted all the way until the hilt. The leather-armored woman said solemnly, "You're quite capable. You were actually able to block my sword." It was as if she hadn't even used her full strength yet, which was true. After all, she was in a weakened state at the moment. Those who weren't affected by the expert's appraisal were truly monsters. They were simply abnormal. So, what next? Although Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword could still fight, it was only suitable for short, explosive battles. If a battle of attrition were to take place, the energy left by Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven would quickly be exhausted, and it would be the end of them. Song Shuheng held his senior, and used 3 instances of the saber-nurturing technique in a row. Pavilion Master Chu's long hair would not be able to last long either. Back when she had used her hair to snatch the Big Dipper away from the Celestials, Pavilion Master Chu had consumed a large amount of energy, and she had yet to recover from it. As for Senior Turtle, its strength was sealed. Other than its 9th stage turtle shell and some spatial energy, it wouldn't be able to do much. The puppet maiden was still adapting to her new core, and she couldn't help out, either. The 33 divine beasts' combined magical treasure was damaged, and could not fuse with the other set to form the all-destroying giant. This was also not the Black Dragon world, where he had a lot of authority. It seemed that his only option was to take a strategic retreat and try to find a way to rejoin with Senior White. Either that, or he could try summoning Senior White too and see if the other party would lend him a hand. "What the hell do you want?" Senior White 2's voice echoed in his head. Senior White 2's reply was too timely. Even the sentence, "What the hell do you want?" sounded beautiful to Song Shuhang's ears. Song Shuhang replied quickly, "Senior White, I'm being attacked again. Can you save me?" 1. Senior White 2. 1. Right, Senior White. It just so happens that I'm making an especially amazing immortal dish, and I think that you'd be very interested in it. Song Shuhang threw out another temptation. The things that Senior White found interesting were generally also things that Senior White too would find interesting. The hobbies of the two Senior Whites were actually very consistent, and there was almost no difference in their personalities. Sure enough, Senior White too took the bait. "What is it?" Song Shuhang replied, "Braised heavenly tribulation. It's definitely a dish you didn't expect, right? Moreover, I still have a whole menu on hand. On it, there's not only the braised heavenly tribulation, but also stir-fried golden core minor heavenly tribulation, fried pill tribulation, and steamed weapon tribulation. It's got a lot of good stuff." Senior White 2 replied, "Die." Then, the connection was cut off. Is he angry? Senior White? Senior White? Senior White 2. Song Shuhang called out several times, and even shouted, "Senior White 2, but he didn't get any response. Did I say something wrong? Could it be because I mentioned the braised heavenly tribulation? Does Senior White 2 not like braised heavenly tribulation? But it seemed like Senior White was very interested when he heard about braised heavenly tribulation. Wait a moment. Song Shuhang finally thought of a key point. Senior White 2 was the ruler of the netherworld. In Senior White 2's eyes, the heavenly tribulation was abhorrent. Song Shuhang rubbed his temples. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to get Senior White 2's help in the near future, as even he would hold a grudge at times. Am I done for? Song Shuhang raised his head, and looked at the leather-armored woman. When he was talking with Senior White 2 just now, she had not taken the opportunity to attack. Actually, Song Shuhang had been secretly preparing to counterattack just now, but the other party never attacked him. Could it be that she was seriously injured from the blow just now? The leather-armored woman said solemnly, "What were you doing just now?" Just now, she felt that there was a will that descended on Song Shuhang's body. When faced with that will, she felt like she encountered a natural enemy, and instinctively wanted to go on defense. With that, she had unwittingly failed to take the opportunity to attack Song Shuhang. Her keen intuition made her decide to stay right where she was. Cheng Lin's reincarnation was trickier than she thought. Song Shuhang looked at the leather-armored woman, and immediately understood. It seemed she could sense Senior White 2's aura. Despite Senior White 2 only talking to him remotely, she could sense it. No wonder she wasn't affected by the expert's appraisal. I see. At this moment, Senior Turtle's voice rang in Song Shuhang's ears. All this time, it had been watching the broadcast in the inner world. Song Shuhang asked, "Senior Turtle, have you figured out her identity? Knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy could bring one 100 victories. Look at her collarbone, how beautiful," Senior Turtle said solemnly. "When she turns her neck, you will be able to raise small fish in the deep pocket of her collarbone. I envy her collarbone very much." 4. Song Shuhang. One you've been watching for all that time, and that's all that you've found. What use is that for me? Senior Turtle continued, "Heavens, I really want to have a collarbone like hers where I could raise small fish in." Song Shuhang remarked, "While her collarbone can support small fish, your turtle shell can support dolphins." Senior Turtle. The leather-armored woman laughed. He. She couldn't hear Senior Turtle's voice, but she could hear Song Shuhang's ranting. "TSK. It looks like we're going to continue fighting. Shuhang, you sure know how to make people hate you," Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said. Song Shuhang. Has Senior White's clone still not dealt with those members of the Heavenly City? I thought that Senior White's clone would come over after a short while. After all, the battle just now was huge. Perhaps Hu, Tree, and Ding Qingyun, who went over where Su Kongyun was transcending his tribulation to look for treasure, were also not to be trifled with? Don't drag this on for any longer, little friend Shuheng. Just go. While he was in thought, elder sister White Dragon's voice rang in Song Shuheng's ears. After 16 came out of seclusion this time, elder sister White Dragon never showed up. Because of this, Song Shuheng had thought that she had left temporarily. Fight her head on, trust me. She is currently in a horrible state, elder sister White Dragon's voice continued. Moreover, I've accumulated a lot of energy lately. With elder sister White Dragon's words, Song Shuheng brimmed with confidence. He believed that his odds of winning were pretty high. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, let's go. Song Shuheng grabbed Scarlet Heaven Sword tightly. Behind them, 42 holy apes seemed to sense the stalwart state of their master, and opened their scholarly scriptures before beginning to chant loudly. Song Shuheng took a step forward, and a black lotus blossomed under his feet. As he took another step, he activated his smoke mode. He pushed the 33 Divine Beasts technique to its limit while also extracting all of the energy in the 7 small spirit lakes and the main spirit lake. Are we going to use the heaven-burning flaming saber technique? Asked Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword. Song Shuheng said, no, this time we'll use another saber technique. He was planning on using the karmic saber technique. 1. Hey Shuheng. How's the situation on your side? I unexpectedly found something good, an ancient heavenly city fragment. Wanna come and have a look? Senior White's clone transmitted his voice to Song Shuheng. 1. The corner of Song Shuheng's mouth rose after hearing Senior White's words. While he'd been guessing before, he now knew for sure. The leather-armored woman, Hu, Tree, and Ding Qingyun, these survivors of the ancient heavenly city, had come for a treasure, and that treasure was a fragment of the ancient heavenly city. Coincidentally, the fragment just so happened to be right where Su Kongyun was transcending his tribulation, the place guarded by Senior White's clone. Even if Hu, Tree, and Ding Qingyun wanted to take the treasure from Senior White's clone, it would be impossible. Song Shuheng was quite confident in Senior White's abilities. Song Shuheng transmitted his voice, Senior White, wait a moment. I will join up with you right away. Afterward, he handsomely brandished Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, and attacked the leather-armored woman. While attacking, he didn't forget to trash talk. Fairy, what you want is the ancient heavenly city's fragment, right? Unfortunately, that thing now belongs to Senior White. Regardless of whether the talk was effective, it was the cheapest way to attack the other party's mind. At the same time, he quickly approached, and with a swing of Scarlet Heaven Sword, he unleashed the Karmic Saber technique. This move was different from the Karmic Spear technique unleashed by the ancient Nether Chaos Will. When Song Shuheng performed the Karmic Saber technique, its main effect was not to sever karma, to achieve the desired effect. The attack method of his Karmic Saber technique had long gone astray. When the saber was slashed out, the several karmic powers in his body would spread out, and he would be able to request several big shots for assistance. The previous time, when he fought against Demon Emperor Heji in the Black Dragon world, Song Shuheng used the fragments of the ancient Nether Chaos Will's karmic spear to link up with 7 peerless big shots at once. With just one move, Demon Emperor Heji was felled. And this time, by relying on his cooperation with Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword and the boost from it being an immortal's divine weapon, half of a karmic thread materialized on Song Shuheng's body. Heavens, we couldn't even form a complete karmic thread. Song Shuheng had thought that with his tacit understanding with Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, at least one karmic thread could be condensed. It seemed that the tacit understanding between himself and Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword still needed to be improved. Using the saber nurturing technique would probably be a good choice. Besides that, he needed to increase his proficiency with the karmic saber technique. Although half a karmic thread had no way of contacting those 7 big shots, the technique still had the ability to sever karma, and its power was equally extraordinary. Just as Song Shuhang slashed out, the half of a karmic thread that they had formed actually connected to something. The thread passed through an illusory projection, the figure of the scholarly sage, and finally connected to the eye of the scholarly sage. Perhaps the reason they only needed half a karmic thread to connect with the sage's eye was that the eye itself was in Song Shuhang's eye socket. When the connection between the scholarly sage and the karmic saber technique was established, there was a loud voice that boomed in the small spirit lake formed from Song Shuhang's virtuous diamond ball. Virtuous spirit lake, tyrannical scholar, holy sage, universal education. Song Shuhang's left eye heated up, and a white plume of steam emerged from it, just as if it was about to explode. It hurt so much, yet it felt so refreshing. Unexpectedly, that half of a karmic thread could borrow power from the scholarly sage. The scholarly sage's eye exuded a dark golden luster, locking onto the woman in leather armor. With a glance, the sage's eye analyzed the leather-armored woman's data, and transmitted it back to Song Shuhang's mind. That data could guide Song Shuhang on how exactly to attack. This was guidance constructed from the combat experience of the scholarly sage. Impregnating slash. Song Shuhang growled, increasing his momentum. The name of the move was something he came up with on a whim. The name of the move could be used to bluff the opponent. 3. The leather-armored woman snorted coldly. She felt no fear when she saw Song Shuhang's left eye glowing with a strange dark golden light. She was no longer worried about the impregnating gaze. I'll just counterattack and kill Cheng Lin's reincarnation. When the leather-armored woman decided to act, a mental attack suddenly came from Song Shuhang's sage's eye. The intensity of the mental attack was tyrannical, and it had a kind of peerless in the world aura. After receiving the mental attack, the leather-armored woman was dazed for a moment. And at that moment when she was slightly dazed, Scarlet Heaven's sword reached her body. The combat guidance given by the scholarly sage's eye allowed Song Shuhang to slash with the karmic saber technique in the most suitable way. The defense of the leather-armored woman was broken by the karmic saber technique. The incomparably sharp Scarlet Heaven's sword then pierced through her ribs, and went straight through, leaving a long wound in her waist and abdomen. The sharpness of a divine weapon could absolutely not be taken lightly. The leather-armored woman retreated while experiencing extreme pain. She instantly moved outside the attack range of Song Shuhang and Scarlet Heaven's sword. This move shouldn't be called impregnating slash, Senior Scarlet Heaven's sword said solemnly. It should be called C-section. 6. Song Shuhang. 1. Did Senior Scarlet Heaven's sword get angry because it was dissatisfied with the name impregnating slash? And so, Song Shuhang moved his hand, and used 2 instances of the saber-nurturing technique on Senior Scarlet Heaven's sword, hoping that this could relax the other party, and improve the cooperation between them. The leather-armored woman withdrew her hand, and reached out to touch the wound on her waist and abdomen. Her blood was like boiling lava as it flowed out of her wound. Only, the blood did not drip. After the blood flowed out of the wound, it suddenly turned back, and returned into the wound. Soon enough, the hideous wound began to heal up. It hurts, the leather-armored woman said softly. I haven't felt pain like this in a long time. She threw away the melted hilt in her hand. Ha ha ha. Amidst the severe pain, she laughed. This is happiness. She enjoyed the pain. It seemed as if getting hurt only made her stronger and more violent. The aura of the leather-armored woman became even more tyrannical. Senior Scarlet Heaven's sword said softly, not good, this person is someone who enjoys pain like you. Song Shuhang called out, Elder Sister White Dragon. The leather-armored woman had only gotten more violent, so he could only ask Elder Sister White Dragon to take action. Besides doing that, he also locked onto the location of Senior White's clone, and prepared to join up with him. No longer wanting to waste any time, the woman in leather armor attacked. Without the giant sword, she could only use her fists. Deadly flames blazed on her fists, and the power condensed in those flames appeared to be no weaker than that of the heaven-burning flaming saber technique that Song Shuhang had slashed out just a short while ago. If her small fists were to hit his chest would definitely explode. In the air, a spatial gate appeared. A Taoist priest in a scarlet robe emerged from the spatial gate, and reached out to block the furious fist of the leather-armored woman. The Taoist priest smiled wryly, and said, "It seems I got up on the wrong side of the bed today." It was Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven. Today, Scarlet Heaven slept again after so long. While he was sleeping, he dreamt of holding Scarlet Heaven's sword and fighting a powerful enemy. Just when he was about to perform the heaven-burning flaming saber technique in his dream, he suddenly discovered that something was wrong with the Scarlet Heaven sword in his hand. He discovered that what he was holding had suddenly turned into a pure white neck. Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven was deeply confused. He had no idea as to why Scarlet Heaven's sword had transformed into a young girl when the battle had been in full swing. The hilt became her head, the grip her neck, and the handguard her shoulders. The sword's blade turned into her slender and thin body, and even a skirt appeared out of nowhere. What was the most heart-stifling in that dream was that he gripped onto the young girl's neck as he fought the powerful enemy with all his might. Squeezing the neck of the thin and weak-looking girl, he used her slender body to fight against the enemy's magical treasure. From time to time, he would also use the thin girl's body to strike the enemy's body. Besides that, he even used the heaven-burning flaming saber technique several times. After waking up from this dream, Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven's entire person did not feel great. An existence of his level generally would not dream for no reason. The dreams that those at his level had were usually foreshadowing. It can't be that problems are arising with Scarlet Heaven's sword, right? Because he was a little worried about the state of his life-bound sword, Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven crossed through space and came to its side. As soon as he came out of the spatial gate, he was confronted by someone. He was greeted by a woman in tattered leather armor throwing a flaming fist at his face. Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven didn't want to be hit, so he stretched out his hand and blocked her fist by grabbing it. Turning to Song Shuhang and Scarlet Heaven's sword, he asked, "By the way, can you tell me what's going on?" I didn't expect you to suddenly come over." "Scarlet Heaven, you came at the right time," said Scarlet Heaven's sword happily. Its energy was mostly consumed, and it wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Scarlet Heaven came just in time to recharge it. After it was recharged, it could easily fight the other party for another 300 rounds. "You aren't my target," said the leather-armored woman. Her fist was still stuck in Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven's grasp. She desperately urged the flames shrouding her fist, but the other party seemed not to even notice it. "This is what's happening, Senior. Before you appeared, I was being bullied again. This time, by her," said Song Shuhang as he pointed at the woman in leather armor. Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven. The word "again" in little friend Song Shuhang's sentence truly makes him appear pitiful. Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven glanced at the leather-armored woman, whose fist he was blocking, and estimated her strength, peak of the 9th stage tribulation transcend a realm. Moreover, she had seemingly touched upon her own path and made contact with an immortal level law. He also discovered that the leather-armored woman was in a severely weakened state. It seemed as if she had just come out of a seal. Either that, or she had yet to heal from a serious injury. It was already a wonder as to how she was able to even exert much strength in battle. This level was already at the top of the pyramid of strength in the universe. Why is little friend Song Shuhang often being hunted down by big shots who are far more powerful than him? "What did you do to her?" asked Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven. He subconsciously wondered if Song Shuhang had provoked the leather-armored woman. "It isn't my fault this time," Song Shuhang said. "This person should be a survivor of the ancient heavenly city, and she has a grudge with Qinglin. As soon as she saw me, she regarded me as her reincarnation and insisted on fighting me. I didn't do anything wrong. I'm innocent. I'm just a passerby who suddenly got involved in a tragedy." I see. Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven turned to look at the woman in leather armor. Fairy, it seems that you've indeed gotten it wrong. I can assure you that Song Shuhang isn't Cheng Lin's reincarnation. At most, he could be considered Cheng Lin's successor. Despite him trying to clarify things, the look in the leather-armored woman's eyes as she glared at Song Shuhang became more aggressive, her red eyes filled with madness. As long as Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven loosened his fist, there was no doubt that she would immediately go over and smash Song Shuhang's face. Song Shuhang. On his body, the light of virtue recondensed, and the virtuous Lamia, who had previously been blown up, was reborn. After being reborn, she constantly made strange faces and provoked the women in leather armor, looking particularly childish. But this kind of childish provocation was very effective, for the leather-armored woman gritted her teeth in anger. But despite her attempts, she couldn't break free from Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven's grasp. Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven said, "By the way, I'm here to take Scarlet Heaven's sword away this time." Scarlet Heaven's sword, you should be done playing around now, right? He had to take Scarlet Heaven's sword back and care for it lest his sword really did mutate. Scarlet Heaven's sword said reluctantly, "Ah. You want to take me back now? Can you wait a little longer?" Song Shuhang was in the process of finishing the braised heavenly tribulation, and Scarlet Heaven's sword wanted to witness the birth of the dish with its own eyes. Moreover, the saber-nurturing technique was just too refreshing. It hoped that Scarlet Heaven could learn about it from Song Shuhang. It really liked what Song Shuhang said previously, even an immortal's divine weapon needed maintenance. Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven looked at Scarlet Heaven's sword, who looked really happy and rather unwilling to go home, feeling very tired. He said solemnly, "No, this time you have to go back with me." Scarlet Heaven's sword bargained, "But I still want to understand the braised heavenly tribulation and saber-nurturing technique. Why don't you stay with me for a while and take me back when Song Shuhang's banquet is over?" Braised heavenly tribulation? Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven pinched his chin. Noticing the mention of a banquet, he wondered whether they were planning on eating the heavenly tribulation. As he thought of this, he grew interested in the creative idea. But what was the saber-nurturing technique? Hearing this name reminded him of the Scarlet Heaven sword who had turned into a girl in his dream. His intuition told him that this was something that he shouldn't touch. Scarlet Heaven's sword began to tempt his master. In addition to the braised heavenly tribulation, we also have a complete menu of heavenly tribulation dishes. Moreover, we also have fine wine, very high-grade one. Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven replied, "All right, I'm interested. I'll stay with you until the end of the banquet." After saying that, he felt something was wrong. When Scarlet Heaven's sword was talking to him just now, it said, "we," several times in a row, and those, "we," seemed to refer to itself and Song Shuhang. He, its master, was instead treated as an outsider. Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven. After the banquet, I must take my sword away. I can't let it continue to stay away from myself any longer. Finally, Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven looked at the woman in leather armor again. After thinking about it, he suddenly released his hand. The woman quickly retreated. She glanced at Scarlet Heaven and Song Shuhang, and then escaped into a spatial gate, disappearing from their sight. Scarlet Heaven's sword said curiously, "Scarlet Heaven, why did you let her go?" Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven said calmly, "Suppressing a tribulation transcender isn't an easy task, and killing one is even more troublesome." Scarlet Heaven's sword remarked, "Excuses." Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven laughed. "Ha ha ha." He was using her as bait to catch a bigger fish. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and his gaze crossed the barriers of space and vaguely locked onto the coordinates of the leather-armored woman. After learning that she was a survivor of the ancient heavenly city, the Taoist priest had secretly marked her. Chapter 1836 The Heavenly Emperor's Palace. Through this hidden mark, Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven was able to remotely lock onto the location of the leather-armored woman, and make her a fish hook for a bigger fish. Moreover, he didn't even need to prepare any bait for this fishing method, which made it very cost-efficient. However, the woman was still in existence that was at least at the peak of the tribulation transcender realm, so he couldn't watch her through the mark too much so as to avoid drawing her attention. Through the mark, Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven saw the leather-armored woman bring 3 seriously injured companions with her, taking them away through spatial means. This should work. Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven nodded slightly before slowly moving his gaze away from the woman. I'm really lucky to have come across survivors of the ancient heavenly city, and they're even at the tribulation transcender realm. Little friend Song Shuhang's misfortune is actually a fortunate thing for me. When Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven slowly retracted his gaze, the leather-armored woman, along with her 3 seriously injured companions, crossed through space and arrived at the entrance of a pure white space. The pure white space opened, revealing the corner of a palace. The palace was so grand that all the other ancient heavenly cities' fragments couldn't even come close to it. Could this be the Heavenly Emperor's palace? Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven's eyes lit up. It looks like I've really struck some luck today. Earlier, he was still pondering whether he was going to catch a big fish. Now, he'd already caught it. Scarlet Heaven soared, let's go. Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven stretched out his hand. Seeing this, Scarlet Heaven's sword had no choice but to fall into Scarlet Heaven's hand. Did you find something fun? Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven smiled, and said, yes. We'll be back soon. I just want to confirm something. After saying that, he quickly opened a spatial gate. Wait. Just in case, give my scabbard to Song Shuhang. Scarlet Heaven's sword suddenly remembered something. Its scabbard, which was also a part of its body, could be regarded as its clone after being separated from it. If its scabbard was left with Song Shuhang, it would be able to watch the entire process of Song Shuhang completing the braised heavenly tribulation. In addition, it could also enjoy the saber nurturing technique through the scabbard. At most, the experience would be slightly worse, and the refreshing feeling changed from a full-body massage to one that only focused on one spot, but it was fine with that. The corners of Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven's mouth twitched slightly, but he still took its scabbard, and threw it to Song Shuhang. Scarlet Heaven's sword shouted, little friend Shuhang, we'll be back in a short while. Afterward, it was taken away by Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven, disappearing through the spatial gate. Song Shuhang took Senior Scarlet Heaven's sword scabbard, and fell in thought. It seems that Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven obtained some very important information through the leather-armored woman and needs to confirm it immediately. When confirming this information, it is very likely that a situation might arise which will require the cooperation of Scarlet Heaven's sword. Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven was an immortal, so anything that he needed to take so seriously should also be at the immortal level. Song Shuhang tossed the scabbard up. Anyway, thanks to Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven, the leather-armored woman was dealt with. Elder Sister White Dragon did not need to appear for the time being. This was good as well, as she did not need to consume energy on the leather-armored woman this way. With that, she could continue to accumulate energy to protect Su Clan 16. Let's meet up with Senior White's clone first. Song Shuhang stretched his back, and then grabbed Senior Scarlet Heaven's sword scabbard. His hand accidentally slipped on it, and he habitually used the saber nurturing technique on it. Yaha comfortable, Senior Scarlet Heaven's sword's voice sounded from the scabbard. Song Shuhang asked, Senior, you can speak through the scabbard? Scarlet Heaven's sword scabbard responded, Hee, the scabbard is my clone. It's a pity that when the refreshing feeling from the scabbard is passed on to my main body, it isn't even 1/100th of the actual feeling. Song Shuhang asked curiously, where did Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven take you? We're monitoring a huge white space. There's a gorgeous palace in it, one with a similar style to the ancient heavenly city's fragments in your inner world, but even more magnificent, Scarlet Heaven's sword replied. More magnificent? Song Shuhang looked at the virtuous Lamia. The virtuous Lamia tilted her head, and looked back at Song Shuheng. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to get any clues from her. Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven held Scarlet Heaven sword, and used a magical technique to hide in the shadow realm while looking at the gorgeous palace in the pure white space. He said softly, "I thought that the Heavenly Emperor's palace had crumbled back when the ancient heavenly city collapsed, but now it looks like the palace was well preserved." Scarlet Heaven sword added, "It could also have been rebuilt or restored." Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven nodded. "That's true." Scarlet Heaven sword suddenly shouted, "Wait. That's the crystal clear water pavilion." In the pure white space, it saw the collapsed, original crystal clear water pavilion. When Pavilion Master Chu Tu was born, the thriving and withering trees grew from the ruins of the original crystal clear water pavilion, absorbing its essence. Finally, after Pavilion Master Chu Tu got a new head and perfected her own path, the new crystal clear water pavilion was born. The original crystal clear water pavilion had long since collapsed, and its ruins remained in the beast realm, but now it seemed that the ruins of the original pavilion had been transferred to this pure white space. Scarlet Heaven sword immediately relayed this news to Song Shuheng through its scabbard. "Let's go in and have a look." After thinking for a long time, Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven prepared to explore this pure white space personally. Scarlet Heaven sword asked, "Will it be dangerous? Wouldn't it be better to call for some help?" Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven smiled slightly. "No need, it should be fine as long as we're careful." The Daoist priest stepped out of the shadow realm, no longer concealing himself, and walked directly to the pure white space. In the pure white space, the projection of an eye suddenly appeared. That eye blinked at Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven, and then the pure white space closed instantly. However, Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven was already prepared for this. He stretched out his hand and made a hand seal, which he then directed in front of him. Naive. He simply needed to rely on the mark he'd left on the leather-armored woman. Through it, he could break into the pure white space. However, Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven paused when he was in the middle of making his move. He frowned, staring into the dark void in front of him. He asked, "Why are we here?" Scarlet Heaven sword answered, "We seem to have chased something until this place." Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven laughed. "So that's the case." It was the effect of the wielder's small black room. Under the influence of the heaven's will, the memories of everyone in the universe about the objects in the small black room would be erased. The only entity that couldn't be affected by this effect of the small black room was the ruler of the netherworld and the corresponding wielder of the heaven's will. "I'll mark this place down. Although I can't remember what we were chasing, it must be a big fish." Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven waved his hand dashingly. Meanwhile, Song Shuheng finally reunited with Senior White's clone. Su Kongyun was going through the last wave of the third stage heavenly tribulation. And not far from him, Senior White's clone grabbed the crackling tribulation lightning, which he then wildly kneaded with his bare hands. Even after going through the tribulation transcending formation, the third stage lightning tribulation was still the size of a giant pillar. Senior White's clone grabbed the lightning tribulation, swinging it around. Then, he used his bare palms to rub it. After he began doing this, it didn't even take a moment for the tribulation lightning bolts to be turned into long strips. Senior White's clones formed sealing runes with his palms, sealing the whole thing. Sealing heavenly tribulations was something that Senior White had a lot of experience in. Done. After hauling up the sealed lightning tribulation, Senior White's clone flew towards Song Shuhang's location. Next up was the eighth wave of the heavenly tribulation. Judging from the might of Su Kongyun's tribulation, this should be its last wave. A third stage heavenly tribulation generally had 5 to 10 waves. Some people would have their tribulation end right after the 5th wave, while some others would still have to continue even after the 10th wave. Su Kongyun was above average, having 8 waves in his heavenly tribulation. It was honestly not bad. Senior White's clone handed over all the sealed strips of tribulation lightning to Song Shuhang. "This should be enough, right?" Yeah. Song Shuhang nodded. When Su Kongyun is done with the last wave of his heavenly tribulation, we can go back to Heavenly Field Island and try the braised heavenly tribulation. During the cooking process, he could make use of Time City, for which he'd have to gather together some spirit stones. If he couldn't manage on his own, he would have to borrow some more from Senior White. Originally, he wanted to use the throne of wealth distribution to repay his debt to Senior White. But his bet with the mysterious young senior was still going on, so he couldn't simply give it away. Song Shuhang lifted his foot again, and stepped lightly in the air, a black lotus condensing right where he strode. Su Clan 16 jumped out of the inner world, and landed lightly on the black lotus. She was so petite that she could fit snugly onto the black lotus. Su Clan 16 asked curiously, "Senior White, do you know what happened to the 3 survivors of the ancient heavenly city that headed your way just now?" "Right. Hu, Tree, and that Ding Qingyun, or whatever their names were. How are the 3 of them?" Song Shuhang was also curious. The leather-armored woman that had attacked him had been driven away by Senior Scarlet Heaven, but what about the 3 who ran to Senior White for the ancient heavenly city's fragment? Were they dead? Oh. So those 3 were survivors of the ancient heavenly city? No wonder. Does that mean that they came for the fragment that I found? Senior White's clone nodded calmly. Su Clan 16 asked curiously, "Senior White, did you kill them?" Senior White's clone shook his head, and pointed to a nearby sea area. "Previously, when I was rubbing my first batch of tribulation lightning, I messed it up due to inexperience. The bolts of tribulation lightning exploded in my hand, so I threw them away over there, where they unearthed that ancient heavenly city's fragment." "That's how you found the fragment?" Song Shuhang asked. He could imagine how the entire scene had transpired with Senior White's luck. Senior White's clone nodded. "Yup. Afterward, the 3 people you mentioned appeared, flying to the fragment. In the main world, some treasures that are hidden for millions of years can form a large spiritual energy area around them. When they are unearthed, there is a very small chance that they'll bring about a weapon tribulation. But it has to be taken into account that this fragment reappeared after I threw tribulation lightning over to where it was. As such, as soon as it was unearthed, a weapon tribulation descended. The 3 people who approached the fragment were blown away by the tribulation and fell unconscious. The power of that tribulation was quite explosive, blocking it actually took me some time. There were many types of weapon tribulation, some of which rained down when treasures appeared. Unlike the heavenly tribulation, it did not specifically target anyone. In other words, it was fine as long as one resisted it. There was no need to worry about things like the tribulation's strength increasing due to others getting involved in it. Song Shuhang. Those 3 are really pitiful. Since they aren't members of the 9 provinces number 1 group, they didn't know that when accompanying Senior White, one must always abide by the principle of seeking wealth in danger. After Senior White unearths a treasure, it will be the wrong choice for those accompanying him to go for it immediately. The correct action is to first look at the distance between you and Senior White. This is very important. If the distance between you and Senior White isn't that large, then try to get as close to him as possible. In this case, the closer you are, the safer you will be. If the distance between you and Senior White is large, then run as far away as you can. The farther you are, the safer you will be. You have to be either extremely close or extremely far. If it feels as if it's too late to go close or run away, then squat down and put up all of your defenses. It is advisable to put up a 360-degree defense with no weak spots and then pray. As long as you don't die, you've already profited. Every time Senior White gets a treasure, he would generally give those present a share of it. In short, whoever else he sees there will get a share. Thinking about it this way, Song Shuhang suddenly realized that Senior White and that mysterious teenage senior really complemented each other. One was responsible for losing, while the other was responsible for distributing wealth after winning it. Next time, Perhaps he should try to bring Senior White's main body with him, and see if Senior White could bet in his place. In the sky, the last wave of Su Kongyun's heavenly tribulation took shape. This last wave was a magical treasure-type heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation condensed into a magical treasure that Song Shuheng was familiar with, Iron Lady, also known as Iron Maiden. I've heard of this magical treasure. It's a well-known magical treasure in the third stage. It comes from Western mages, and is used to torture one's enemy to obtain information from them. It's a torture-type magical treasure. Our Spirit River Sioux clans 3 had collected this type of magical treasure in the past, and I've long wanted to examine it, said Su Kongyun while looking at the last wave of his tribulation without fear. The first 7 waves of his heavenly tribulation had been taken away, rubbed, or sealed in order to be braised in the near future. After he had seen all that, his state of mind as he faced his heavenly tribulation became very calm and stable. Song Shuheng. With the strength of this little fellow Taoist from the Sioux clan, it shouldn't be difficult for him to deal with this final wave, Senior White's clone said calmly. Alright, let's take a look at the ancient heavenly cities fragment that I found earlier. A fragment that had a 9th stage tribulation transcender member of the ancient heavenly city coming to collect it was definitely not normal. At least, it shouldn't be a piece of debris like the toilet of the Divine Beast Department. However, before taking a look at the fragment, Song Shuheng had an important matter that he needed to consult Senior White's clone about. Senior White, does your current clone come with innate facial paralysis? Or are you using a magical technique to keep your face completely still? Song, frank and outspoken, Shuheng felt that he needed to understand whether this facial paralysis was related to some sort of magical technique. Senior White's clone calmly said, innate. It isn't a magical technique this time. I have to test it. Song Shuheng thought for a moment, and then he copied Senior Copper Trigram, poking his own face with his fingers. Senior White, can you do this? Senior White's clone. Sioux Clan 16 quickly pulled Song Shuheng away. Ahem, Senior White, Shuheng has drunk too much today. Boom! At the same time, the heavenly tribulation Iron Maiden came crashing down on Su Kongyun's tribulation transcending formation. Su Kongyun didn't panic, he stretched out his hand and waved his sword. Sword aura, condense into one. Sword intent, sword intent. An embryonic version of sword intent condensed, and clashed with the heavenly tribulation. After several breaths of time, the heavenly tribulation Iron Maiden was bounced away. Chapter 1838 Mr. Please don't kill me. The heavenly tribulation Iron Maiden bounced toward Song Shuheng, Senior White's clone, and 16. Senior White's clone stood at the front and waved his hand at the heavenly tribulation, slapping it away like it was no different from a bug. However, the heavenly tribulation magical treasure was sent flying toward Song Shuheng and Sioux Clan 16 instead. As it flew towards them, it opened up, revealing its horrific insides. Nice pass. Song Shuheng stretched out his hand to protect Sioux Clan 16 behind him and jumped up. Bicycle kick. He turned over and kicked the heavenly tribulation Iron Maiden away, kicking it into the vast sea. After doing this, Song Shuheng wondered whether the magical treasure would fry the fish in the sea. Sioux Clan 16 blinked and smiled. This heavenly tribulation magical treasure can't possibly unearth another treasure, right? Song Shuheng replied, I'm the one who kicked it last, so that shouldn't be the case. While he was saying that, a small island suddenly floated up from the bottom of the sea. The island was covered by an island guarding formation. The formation activated, directly swallowing the heavenly tribulation Iron Maiden. Scarlet Heaven Sword Scabbard exclaimed, WTF. Surprised, Song Shuheng said, Did I actually unearth something? Senior White's voice sounded. Calm down. This small island is the heavenly city's fragment that I found previously. Since I couldn't store away such a large thing so easily, I had it sink down into the sea first. It just so happened that the heavenly tribulation you kicked into the sea shot towards the fragment, causing it to respond. Does this fragment have any special effects? Which part of the ancient heavenly city is it? Song Shuheng turned his head and looked at Senior White. When he turned his head, he happened to notice that Senior White's clone was quietly poking his own cheeks. Song Shuheng. Senior White's clone naturally switched from poking his cheeks to rubbing his cheeks, and then said calmly, "I don't know. Since I was busy rubbing the heavenly tribulation into strips, I didn't have the time to enter and check out the fragment." Scarlet Heaven Sword Scabbard said, "Then, should we go in and have a look?" Senior White's clone said, "We should probably wait for the little fellow Daoist from the Su clan to finish transcending his tribulation." The last wave of Su Kongyun's heavenly tribulation was dealt with perfectly. The entire thing went very smoothly. It could be said to have been a textbook transcension of the third stage heavenly tribulation, as long as one didn't pay any attention to the fact that Song Shuheng and Sage White were at the side, playing with the lightning tribulation. Anyhow, the heavenly tribulation had ended, and the tribulation clouds dissipated. In Su Kongyun's body, the true qi from his original dantian and 7 small dantians formed a ring, a vast river of true qi taking shape. During this process, Su Kongyun felt very comfortable. After a slight shake, he broke through to the third stage realm. After he broke through, his mind, physique, and true qi skyrocketed. He felt as if he was in a paradise. For cultivators, transcending the tribulation was a bittersweet matter. The transcension process was one that could lead to their deaths, but after they successfully transcended their tribulation and ascended, they would experience a period of euphoria. This feeling they got after succeeding in transcending their tribulation was very addictive. Su Kongyun stretched out his hands and shouted happily, "Ha ha ha ha, I broke through." Running away from the Su clan and looking for 16 had indeed been the right decision. He could only guess as to how much longer it would have taken him before he could have ascended to the third stage if he had stayed in the Su clan. There was even a chance that he might have failed to transcend his tribulation, getting reduced to ashes. But now, profound sage tyrannical song made a tailored tribulation transcending formation for him, and then there was also Sage White, who stayed by the side to protect him. During this period, he had even gotten to touch an 8th stage magical treasure with his hands, chat with an immortal's divine weapon, and receive a small storage treasure. In addition, he got to see just how good-looking Sage White was. He discovered that Sage White looked much better in real life than when he had appeared in the Divinity show. Even if his face was expressionless, he was still charming. At this moment, he really wanted to touch Sage White with his hands. If he could touch Sage White, he would definitely brag about it to his brothers after returning to the Spirit River Su clan. "Do you know Senior Tyrannical Song?" I looked him in the eye. "Do you know about Immortal's divine weapons?" I talked to one. "Do you know about 8th stage magical treasures?" I touched a few. "Do you know Sage White?" I touched him with my hands. "Do you know the third stage heavenly tribulation?" My heavenly tribulation was kneaded into strips by profound sage tyrannical song and then braised. Su Kongyun felt as if the experiences he'd had in this short half a day could let him write a short story consisting of 100,000 words. Senior White's clone said, "Little fellow Daoist from the Su clan, are you ready? We're leaving." Su Kongyun waved his hand vigorously. "Senior, I'm ready. Senior Tyrannical Song is taking Su clan's 16, so if I'm going to be brought into the air, Sage White should be the one taking me, right? At that time, won't I have the chance to touch the corner of Sage White's clothes?" While he was in thought, Su Kongyun's body seemed to be grabbed by an invisible big hand as it flew up. It was a hand made of Song Shuhang's psychic energy. "Little guy, although I don't know what exactly you were thinking about, the expression on your face is too weird," said Song Shuhang calmly. Because of that, he decided to grab him with his psychic energy and bring him into the air. Su Kongyun was like Song Shuhang in some ways. He had a very honest and expressive face. Soon enough, they arrived in the air above the Heavenly City Fragment Island. Senior White's clone said, "Little friend Shuhang, do you have any way to transfer it into your inner world? That way, we can explore it more easily, and we don't have to worry about being disturbed by outsiders. Scarlet Heaven Sword Scabbard said, taking the map of a game, and transferring it into your personal world. Song Shuheng looked at the small island, and then said, "It's too big." This ancient heavenly city's fragment exceeded the size of the entrance to the inner world. He wouldn't be able to bring it in unless, like previously, Senior White 2 helped him shrink the fragment. However, Senior White 2 was angry with him at the moment. Since it was very likely that the main world's heavenly tribulation was unpalatable to Senior White 2. Perhaps he could make the roasted demonic tribulation and fried demonic tribulation, which might be to the liking of Senior White 2. Senior White's clone said, "If it's too big, let's cut it into parts." Just like how they did with the Death Forest, they could cut the fragment into pieces, and then slowly move it into the inner world. After saying that, Senior White reached out to Song Shuheng. "Give me a sword." Since Senior Scarlet Heaven's sword was taken away, this is the only thing I have left. Song Shuheng stretched out his hand, and reached into his original spirit lake. After doing so, Senior White 2's version of the 33 divine beasts' combined magical treasure, the Holy Sword of the End, emerged. The 300-meter-long blade should be perfect for cutting apart this isle-like fragment. Senior White's clone stepped forward, landed beside the hilt of the Holy Sword of the End. As he willed it, the 300-meter-long sword rose up high, locking onto the ancient heavenly city's fragment. At this moment, from the ancient heavenly city's fragment, a terrified voice sounded. Mister, please don't kill me. I will cooperate with you in whatever you wish to do." The voice sounded as if it was about to start crying. Song Shuheng said curiously, "A living artifact? Something like the ancient heavenly city's fragment could actually turn into a living artifact?" Chapter 1839 Someone is Coming. Senior White's clone stood on the hilt of the Holy Sword of the End as he said, "Regardless of whether it's a living artifact, if we can communicate with it, that will save us a lot of time." Scarlet Heaven Sword Scabbard asked, "But this guy stutters too much. Can we really trust it?" Su Clan 16 said, "I think that it's just frightened. Since you can understand me, shrink down your body. Can you do that?" Senior White's clone tapped his foot lightly. As he did this, the Holy Sword of the End tilted to aim at the ancient heavenly city's fragment while exuding a chilling aura. If it's just shrinking my body, I can do it," a voice quickly replied from the fragment. It was afraid that if it was too slow to reply, it would be directly split into smaller pieces. Soon after, the fragment shrunk itself down. After a few moments, it had shrunk from having a radius of 1,500 meters to that of 1,499 meters. Su Clan 16. Scarlet Heaven Sword Scabbard asked, "Are you done shrinking?" The voice coming from the ancient heavenly city's fragment said, "Yes, I've already tried my best in shrinking down my body to the smallest I can currently make it." Song Shuheng couldn't help but say, "Are you serious? I could take a deep breath and have my belly shrink better than what you did just now. What use was shrinking from a radius of 1,500 meters to that of 1,499 meters? It would still not be able to fit into the entrance to the inner world." Senior White's clone said blankly, "All right, let's cut it apart." "Wait. Wait a second," cried the fragment. "Can you give me a little more time? I've been trapped under the ground for too long. My body hasn't fully recovered yet. If you give me some more time, I might be able to shrink my body even further." Scarlet Heaven Sword Scabbard responded, "How much more can you shrink yourself? Don't tell me that you're only talking about shrinking yourself by another 10 meters? The ancient heavenly city's fragment replied, "If I can get back to my prime condition, I can shrink down until I only have a radius of 5 meters. That's as little as I can go. If it only has a diameter of 10 meters, then it should be able to enter my inner world." Song Shuheng nodded. Senior White's clone asked, "How long will it take you to get ready?" After thinking for a moment, the fragment replied, if I were to slowly recover by myself, it should take about 10 to 15 days. If someone helps me, this time can be shortened greatly. Su Clan 16 inquired, what type of help do you need? Scarlet Heaven Sword Scabbard chuckled. Don't tell me that you're going to need someone to give you spiritual energy? If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website. My thanks. The Ancient Heavenly Cities fragment said, actually, I'm not sure either. However, I feel that massaging me should allow me to recover faster. In fact, its consciousness had only come to existence after the collapse of the Heavenly City, when this fragment had long since been buried in the ground. Because of that, its knowledge was very limited, and there were many things about itself that it wasn't too certain of either. Let's just cut it into pieces. After saying this, Senior White's clone readied the holy sword of the end. Song Shuheng said, wait, Senior White. Let me try something. The saber nurturing technique? Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword immediately had an idea as to what Song Shuheng was planning on trying. Song Shuheng said, yes, I want to try it out. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword said, the saber nurturing technique is not omnipotent. Moreover, the size difference between you and this Heavenly City's fragment is too great. Wouldn't using the technique on it be like massaging a single cell of the human body? Song Shuheng replied, I'll just try it out. If it doesn't work, then we can think of other solutions. After saying that, he jumped down from the Black Lotus, landing on the defensive barrier of the Ancient Heavenly City's fragment. Song Shuheng asked, is the defensive barrier also a part of your body? The fragment answered, yes. Actually, it is not even a defensive barrier but a solid, transparent cover. After activating its defenses, it looks like a barrier. Then get ready. Song Shuheng stretched out his hand, and laid it on the fragment's cover. His right hand slid wildly on it, repeatedly using the saber nurturing technique on the fragment. Senior White's clone. So comfortable. The Ancient Heavenly City's fragment immediately let out bursts of cheerful sounds. Clearly, the saber nurturing technique worked better than they had expected. It completely ignored the difference in size between Song Shuheng and the fragment, and directly brought the greatest pleasure to it. I don't know why, but I always get the feeling that there's something strange about your saber nurturing technique, said Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword. No matter what kind of magical treasure it was, the saber nurturing technique always seemed to be effective on it. In addition, this wasn't the case only for magical treasures, either. The saber nurturing technique worked on the invisible saber insect, on inner demons, on clones, and even on the inheritance demonic god pillar. It felt as if the guy who created the saber nurturing technique were an unparalleled genius. Did it work? Asked Senior White's clone. The Ancient Heavenly City's fragment said, yes, yes, yes. It's working very well. After saying that, the body of the fragment shrunk again. Every time Song Shuheng's right hand used the saber nurturing technique, the fragment would shrink a little. Its effects were remarkable. If things continued like this, it wouldn't take 10 to 15 days for it to shrink to its limit. As long as Song Shuheng used the saber nurturing technique fast enough, it would soon shrink down to a size that could be loaded into the inner world. Senior White's clone said, Shuheng, try to hurry it up. No problem. Song Shuheng placed both hands on the Ancient Heavenly City's fragment, and cast the technique with both hands. Using the saber nurturing technique did not consume much spiritual energy, and with Song Shuheng having 8 spirit lakes in his body, the spiritual energy spent using the technique was instantly recovered after each use. After about 10 breaths of time, the Ancient Heavenly City's fragment yelled, wait, let me rest a bit. I need to take a breather. At this moment, the fragment had shrunk down to 1/3 of its original size. Okay, take your time, said Song Shuheng understandingly. He then withdrew his hands from the fragment. Thank you. The Ancient Heavenly City's fragment began to adjust its state. Seeing this, Scarlet Heaven Sword Scabbard descended, and placed itself into Song Shuheng's hands. Shuheng, do that to me as well. Song Shuheng asked, are you talking about the two-handed saber nurturing technique? Scarlet Heaven Sword Scabbard said, yes. Don't stop until I tell you, either. I want to see what my limits are. Okay. Song Shuheng felt particularly lively today, so he agreed to do what Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword asked him to without hesitation. He placed both of his hands on Scarlet Heaven Sword, and then began crazily using the saber nurturing technique. Ha ha ha, this is so refreshing. I can't get enough of it. Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword let out a pleasant laugh. Meanwhile, over at where Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven was. While Scarlet Heaven was setting down a marker at his location, Scarlet Heaven Sword, which was in his hand, vibrated violently. Huh? Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven looked puzzled. Truly amazing, said Scarlet Heaven Sword. Although it was only a partial massage, it was still especially refreshing. Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven. Scarlet Heaven Sword suddenly said, someone is coming. Due to the series of saber nurturing technique maintenance it had received, it was in a great condition. It was in such good condition that it had discovered the person approaching them one step earlier than Scarlet Heaven. As soon as Scarlet Heaven Sword finished speaking, a man wearing a royal robe appeared beside Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven. The man was holding a pagoda, and when he came into view, he was smiling while looking at Taoist priest Scarlet with a hint of compassion in his eyes. Scarlet Heaven Sword said softly, be careful, Scarlet Heaven. This guy looks quite strong. I know, Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven replied. Judging from the other party's aura, he did indeed seem to be quite powerful. Since he's wearing a royal robe, he must be related to the ancient heavenly city. Could he be an incarnation of the heavenly emperor? At this time, it would be great if we had the expert's appraisal, Scarlet Heaven Sword suddenly said. That way, we could immediately confirm whether or not the other party is truly a peerless expert. What's the expert's appraisal? I've never heard of such a technique in my life. The great Southern Emperor of the heavenly city greets fellow Taoists. At this moment, the man with the pagoda in his hand spoke out. He spoke without moving his lips, directly transmitting his voice through the air. Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven greeted the other party in return. I'm Scarlet Heaven. In addition to the heavenly emperor, the ancient heavenly city also had several immortal-level existences. Among them, the most well-known were the heavenly city's 4 great emperors of the cardinal directions. Each of these great emperors was a top-tier powerhouse. Currently, the great northern emperor had managed to get a new lease on life, and the same seemed true for the great western emperor. However, compared to the two of them, there hadn't been any news of the great southern emperor and the great eastern emperor ever since the collapse of the heavenly city. Scarlet Heaven did not expect that he would come to meet one of the great emperors in this place. He's a truly powerful existence. As he thought of this, Scarlet Heaven tightened his grip on his life-bound sword, experiencing a hot-bloodedness he hadn't felt for a long time. When it came to peak existences, there was no need for nonsense. After they declared their identities, what came next was a battle between immortals. The great southern emperor stretched and raised his hand, and layers of dazzling light appeared on the pagoda. The treasure light shone brightly in all directions, and it was so powerful that it even suppressed spatial energy. Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven slowly raised his sword, holding it level in the air. The blade was completely encased in violent sword intent that felt as if it would easily tear the sky apart. Even before they properly clashed, merely the confrontation between two immortals could change the color of the world. Every ordinary thing that was within the area of their confrontation would be reduced to nothing. For some reason, Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven suddenly had a very strong feeling of déjà vu. He felt as if his confrontation with the great Southern Emperor had already happened in the past. However, Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven didn't have time to dwell on such thoughts at the moment. The great Southern Emperor made his move, and the treasure light from his pagoda shot up, turning into a dazzling Buddhist halo. Was this great emperor a Buddhist immortal? And so, the battle between the two immortals began. Meanwhile, over in the main world, Song Shuheng stopped using the saber-nurturing technique and asked, "Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword, you still need me to continue? Slow down first. My main body and Scarlet Heaven have encountered a powerful enemy. At this time, we shouldn't cause Scarlet Heaven any trouble," Scarlet Heaven Sword Scabbard said with a tinge of regret in its tone. Song Shuheng's two-handed saber-nurturing technique is just so refreshing. If I have a chance, I have to experience it again. Song Shuheng asked, "A powerful enemy? Where did they come from?" Scarlet Heaven Sword Scabbard replied, "It's the ancient heavenly city's great southern emperor." Song Shuheng's heart thumped. Afterward, he sent his consciousness into the inner world and contacted Senior Turtle. Senior Turtle, inside the inner world, Senior Turtle was lying upside down with all four of its legs up in the air. While it was in such a position, Lady Onion was pouring water into its shell. "What are you doing?" Song Shuheng looked confused. Senior Turtle replied, "I want to see if I can raise fish in my turtle shell." "Senior, are you really that bored?" Senior Turtle asked, "Is something up?" Song Shuheng nodded. "Senior Turtle, do you know anything about the Great Southern Emperor? For example, his weaknesses? If you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear 100 battles. As the beloved pet of the Great Northern Emperor, Senior Turtle should know a little bit about the Great Southern Emperor, right? After all, they're both great emperors of the 4 cardinal directions." After thinking for a short moment, Senior Turtle said, "The Great Southern Emperor? Oh, that guy is very sinister. On the surface, he looks like a good person, disguised as a Buddhist cultivator. However, his path to immortality is related to temptation. When fighting against him, you should never listen to him. Just focus on the battle and don't bother with any nonsense." Song Shuheng asked, "Thank you, Senior Turtle. Is there anything else you know about him?" At the same time, Song Shuheng quickly passed the information he got from Senior Turtle to Scarlet Heaven Sword Scabbard so that it could then be passed over to Taoist Priest Scarlet Heaven. One should never look down on off-site assistance, as it could be the deciding factor in many matters. Also, if I remember correctly, he should have a pagoda with him. On each floor of the pagoda, there is a charge of a full-powered attack from the Heavenly Emperor. I just don't know if his pagoda is still of any use after all this time. Nevertheless, back then, he had a lot of those charges stored inside, so it's best to watch out for that. In the past, among the 4 great emperors, he was a strong supporter of the Heavenly Emperor. Senior Turtle pondered. "I don't remember anything else. After all, an existence at the level of my master has next to no weaknesses. For existences of their level, if they did have a weakness, they would quickly deal with it. Sometimes, their rumored weakness was their strongest trump card." Song Shuheng said, "Thank you, Senior Turtle. This piece of information came just at the right time." Senior Turtle suddenly remembered the list of big shots Song Shuheng had fought against in recent times, asking nervously, "Wait a minute. Why are you suddenly asking about the Great Southern Emperor? Don't tell me that you've gotten in a fight with him?" Song Shuheng said, "No, Senior Turtle, don't worry. It's Taoist Priest Scarlet Heaven who is fighting against the Great Southern Emperor. Right now, I'm just relaying some information about the Great Southern Emperor, and providing off-site support to Taoist Priest Scarlet Heaven." Senior Turtle said, "Oh, that's good then. The Great Southern Emperor is quite difficult to deal with, and you would probably never have a peaceful day if you made him your enemy." Song Shuheng laughed. "Don't worry, Senior Turtle. I actually have a pretty good grasp of my own capabilities. I do my best to avoid big shots like him if I can." Right after saying that, Song Shuheng relayed the information about the Great Southern Emperor's pagoda to Scarlet Heaven Sword Scabbard. This was all he could do for Taoist Priest Scarlet Heaven. "Alright, have you had enough rest?" Song Shuheng called out to the ancient heavenly city's fragment. The fragment shouted happily, yup, profound sage tyrannical song, let's continue. Song Shuheng laughed and landed on it again. As soon as he did, he began using the two-handed saber nurturing technique once more. The ancient heavenly city's fragment exclaimed, "It's actually faster, stronger, and more comfortable than the last time. It's truly a great fortune of mine to have been able to meet profound sage tyrannical song after exiting the ground." In the air, Senior White's clone said softly, "Such a terrifying secret technique." With Song Shuheng's hard work, the fragment finally shrunk to a small enough size. Life is wonderful. Great. Okay, you can head in now. Song Shuheng opened the inner world, and sent the fragment inside. Inside the inner world. Song Shuheng, Senior White's clone, Su Clan 16, Senior Turtle, Lady Onion, the Puppet Maiden, Fairy Creation, the Virtuous Lamia, Pavilion Master Choose Consciousness, and Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword Scabbard all gathered at the entrance of the new fragment of the heavenly city. Song Shuheng called out, "Okay, you can open the cover." Heavenly Court Fragment said, "Sure, profound sage tyrannical song." It slowly opened its defensive cover, revealing a well-preserved temple-shaped palace. The Southern Autumn Temple. F***CK, and you're saying that you weren't fighting the great Southern Emperor? Senior Turtle said. You even moved his old home here. Daoist priest Scarlet Heaven fought against the great Southern Emperor in an epic battle while Song Shuheng secretly went and took away the latter's home. For some reason, Senior Turtle truly felt it to be quite the familiar plot, as if it had heard of a similar matter in the past. Stealing a person's home while keeping them occupied elsewhere. Song Shuheng. This is the palace of the great Southern Emperor? Isn't that too much of a coincidence? The name Southern Autumn Temple did indeed sound like it matched the style of the palaces of the four great emperors. The Palace of Winter, the Palace of Summer, and now the Southern Autumn Temple. At this point, Song Shuheng was slightly curious as to what the name of the palace of the great Eastern Emperor was. However, that doesn't change the fact that acquiring this Southern Autumn Temple wasn't my fault. Song Shuheng responded, I really didn't know that this fragment was the Southern Autumn Temple. Senior Turtle. Song Shuheng turned to look at Senior White again. Moreover, the one who unearthed the Southern Autumn Temple wasn't me, it was Senior White. It was indeed me. Senior White's clone nodded expressionlessly, and said, So, should I return it to its original owner? Huh? Why should we do that? That's not what I said. Senior Turtle flipped itself over, causing all of the water in its shell to pour out. Afterward, it continued, we aren't familiar with the great Southern Emperor. Although he and my master were both part of the four great emperors, there wasn't much of a deep connection between us. Also, that guy is currently fighting with Scarlet Heaven, Scarlet Heaven Sword Scabbard said. Scarlet Heaven is on our side, which means that this great Southern Emperor is our enemy. Since we've picked up an enemy's treasure, then it's ours to keep. That makes sense, Senior White's clone said calmly. Then, this Southern Autumn Temple is ours, and we can temporarily store it here in little friend Song Shuheng's private world. After saying that, Senior White raised his head, asking, Are you fine with this? This question was directed at the Southern Autumn Temple's spirit. I'm completely fine with that. In fact, I don't have any impression of my master either, replied the Southern Autumn Temple. After all, its consciousness had only been born in the ocean after the ancient heavenly city collapsed. By that time, the city was history and nobody owned it. The Southern Autumn Temple added, however, there are a lot of restraints on my body which should have been placed on me by my previous master. If my former master came into contact with me and forcibly controlled me, I would likely be unable to resist. In fact, it felt that it should choose to follow its original owner if the latter really did show up to take it away. While the saber nurturing technique was very refreshing, its original master was the one who created it, making him equivalent to its father. Relax, there is always a possibility that these restrictions can be removed, said Song Shuheng. After all, he knew a lot of big shots. Lady Onion asked, so can we go in and explore now? Ever since she had regained her freedom, she had become interested in such adventures, and this kind of adventure where she got to explore a treasure area while staying inside Song Shuhang's inner world was her favorite. This way, she could play around and have her adventure, all while being at home. The inner world was the best. Let's go. I'll lead the way. I'll bring you in so that we can have a look if there's anything of value in this Southern Autumn Temple, said Senior White's clone. Song Shuhang nodded, and said, okay, you guys go in first. My consciousness will accompany everyone. I will take Su Kongyun to Heavenly Field Island first. The fewer people knew about the Southern Autumn Temple, the better. Having this in mind, Song Shuhang felt that he should first bring Su Kongyun to Heavenly Field Island to avoid any mishaps. Speaking of little friend Su Kongyun, why not bring him in here? Senior White's clone suggested. The reason we were able to find the great Southern Emperor's palace has quite a lot to do with him transcending his tribulation. Whenever Senior White discovered a treasure, he always shared it with those present. Senior White's clone added, as for the parts of his memory about your inner world and the Southern Autumn Temple, you can leave that to me when the time comes. Song Shuhang's inner world was a life-saving trump card of his, so the fewer outsiders knew about it, the better it would be for him. It seemed that this clone of Senior White had a particularly meticulous mind. Song Shuhang smiled. Since Senior White has said so, I'll bring him in. After saying that, he stretched out his hand, summoning Su Kongyun over to where the Southern Autumn Temple was in the inner world. Senior Tyrannical Song, have you really ascended to the 9th stage? When Su Kongyun appeared, he looked at Song Shuhang with admiration in his eyes. Just now, he only felt heaven and earth change before suddenly finding himself appearing in front of a grandiose temple hall. Spatial teleportation, this is a power that only those at the 9th stage can grasp, right? As of late, there were some rumors in the world of cultivation that Senior Tyrannical Song wasn't actually an 8th stage profound sage, but rather a 9th stage tribulation transcender that had managed to show his divinity again and again. There were also theories that this was happening due to tribulation transcender Tyrannical Song experimenting on his path. In the past, Su Kongyun hadn't really believed these rumors. However, seeing that Senior Tyrannical Song had seemingly grasped spatial powers, he now thought otherwise. Don't think too much. Just follow Senior White around while in the Southern Autumn Temple. Song Shuhang stood on the tip of his toes, reached out, and patted Su Kongyun's head. This Southern Autumn Temple comes from the ancient heavenly city. It belongs to one of the 4 great emperors of the cardinal directions. This palace is the great Southern Emperor's palace. If you can comprehend anything while exploring it, you can consider yourself to have greatly profited from this trip. The great Southern Emperor's palace? Su Kongyun was taken aback. Legends related to the ancient heavenly city were partly recorded in the Spirit River's Su clan. While Su Kongyun hadn't read much of those records, he did know that those who were a part of the 4 great emperors of the cardinal directions were all at the immortal level. He couldn't help but step forward, reach out, and begin stroking a pillar of the Southern Autumn Temple. This is the palace of an immortal. Ah, this pillar, this carving, this plaque, this wonderful feeling is simply addicting. The Southern Autumn Temple couldn't help but say, little brother, can you stop touching my pillar? It's rather annoying. Su Kongyun was taken aback. Who spoke just now? Was it this pillar? It's the spirit of the Southern Autumn Temple that spoke. Su Clan 16 could decipher at a glance what Su Kongyun was thinking about. His face was simply too easy to read. The palace can speak too? Su Kongyun couldn't help but touch the pillar again. It is indeed worthy of being the palace of an immortal. It even has a spirit, and knows how to speak. The trip I made to look for 16 was truly worth it. As for me, I'll go back to Heavenly Field Island first. I still have to deal with the sealed 3rd stage heavenly tribulation, said Song Shuhang with a smile. Afterward, he gave the Southern Autumn Temple another instance of the saber nurturing technique, and said, cooperate with my inner world assistant, it will arrange for a suitable position for you in my world. I'll place it next to the Palace of Winter. The inner world assistant appeared, revising the plan in his hand. Palace of Winter? After a slight pause, the Southern Autumn Temple said happily, that buddy of mine is here in this place as well? I know that guy, it was my neighbor back then. Alright, enjoy your stay. Song Shuhang gave the Southern Autumn Temple one last taste of the saber-nurturing technique. In addition, before leaving the inner world, as Song Shuhang did not want to appear like he was favoring one over the other, he turned around to give Senior Scarlet Heaven Sword Scabbard 2 instances of the saber-nurturing technique. Meanwhile, Scarlet Heaven, who was in the midst of fighting with the great Southern Emperor, retreated rapidly. In his hands, a dazzling and beautiful light shone from Scarlet Heaven Sword's body. Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven asked, "What's going on with you?" Scarlet Heaven Sword went silent for a moment, and then said, I feel like I'm about to start evolving. Evolving? What do you mean by that? You're already a top-tier divine weapon, and one with a sword spirit at that. By saying that you're evolving, are you saying that you're about to become a primordial treasure? Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven said, stop playing around. Our opponent this time is one of the 4 great emperors of the ancient heavenly city. He's a powerful man, completely different from those guys we encountered in the past. Scarlet Heaven Sword responded, I'm not joking. I'm really about to evolve. Let me transform and show you. These words instantly evoked a memory in Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven's mind. He remembered his absurd dream. The scenes in that dream were exactly like the ones taking place right now. In that dream, he'd been holding Scarlet Heaven Sword and fighting a formidable enemy. But as the fight progressed, Scarlet Heaven Sword suddenly turned into a frail little girl. In that dream, he'd held Scarlet Heaven Sword by the neck, and repeatedly used her to continue dueling with the powerful enemy. As he remembered this dream, he suddenly felt a wave of exasperation and exhaustion hit him. Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven asked, what are you going to turn into? If Scarlet Heaven Sword really did turn into a girl like in the dream, could he still use it as a weapon? Meanwhile, after Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven retreated, the great Southern Emperor stopped attacking. He continued to look at Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven with a compassionate gaze while holding the pagoda in one hand, floating in the void. I don't know. I just feel that I've met the conditions to evolve, Scarlet Heaven Sword said. Speaking of which, what I'm going to become definitely has something to do with you. I am your life-bound sword, after all. Any changes that a life-bound magical treasure experienced were generally related to its owner. Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven. If Scarlet Heaven Sword really was going to transform and take on a human form, what would be a suitable form? Logically speaking, it should take on his appearance. After all, it was his life-bound divine weapon. It could transform into a young male version of him, or perhaps even a kid version of him. This would all be in line with the concept of a life-bound flying sword taking on a human form. But for some reason, when he thought of this specific topic, the image of the little girl that he saw in his dreams kept appearing in his mind. The more one didn't want to remember something, the more that memory would appear in their mind. The more shameful the memory, the stronger the memory would be. On the other hand, when it came to knowledge or information that one wanted to remember, they would contrarily find themselves having difficulty remembering it. Sometimes, memory was just such a jerk. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website. My thanks. Bah. Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven swung Scarlet Heaven Sword vigorously. If he continued to think about the thought of Scarlet Heaven Sword turning into a human, Scarlet Heaven Sword might really turn into that young girl from his dream. Moreover, who said that it was going to take on a human form after evolving? Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven said solemnly, become a great sword. Scarlet Heaven Sword was a standard longsword. If it was really going to evolve and transform, it had to become a great sword. Scarlet Heaven Sword shouted, I will try my best to cooperate with you. On Scarlet Heaven Sword's body, the light became increasingly blinding. At the same time, Scarlet Heaven glanced at the Great Southern Emperor. The Great Southern Emperor raised his palms in front of his chest, and politely said, "Fellow Taoist, please feel free to upgrade your weapon." Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven asked, "You'll wait for my sword to evolve before resuming the battle?" "Exactly." The Great Southern Emperor squinted his eyes, keeping a crafty smile on his face. "Are you similar to me, and have been craving for a good opponent?" Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven displayed a hearty smile. "Exactly," the Great Southern Emperor said slowly. His voice echoed directly in the void, creating a convincing appeal. Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven held his sword and said, "Then we won't be wasting your time. Scarlet Heaven Sword, let's quickly complete your evolution. Waiting until my weapon upgrades before fighting? Craving for a good opponent? There's no way I'd actually believe you." According to the information he had obtained from Song Shuhang, the Great Southern Emperor had several full-powered blows of the Heavenly Emperor sealed in his pagoda. His own path to immortality was related to temptation, and his compassionate Buddhist appearance was just a facade. After knowing the other party's character and path to immortality, Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven was certain that the Great Southern Emperor would definitely take advantage of the critical moment during Scarlet Heaven Sword's evolution to strike. However, Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven had nothing to fear, because he knew he was stronger. Even without Scarlet Heaven Sword, he believed he was still stronger than the Great Southern Emperor. "Evolve, Scarlet Heaven Sword." Scarlet Heaven Sword exclaimed, "No problem. I'd also like to become a great sword." It was as if the light had become a colored cloth, completely wrapping around Scarlet Heaven Sword, and concealing it from sight. As it was encased in the light, Scarlet Heaven Sword really did begin to become larger. Its blade became wider and thicker. As Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven envisioned, it became a 2-meter-long great sword. "Very good, that's it." Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven was in a good mood. Scarlet Heaven Sword truly seemed to be evolving. After changing into this great sword form, its power had increased. It wasn't just a pure change of appearance. "The young girl I saw in my dream isn't what I want Scarlet Heaven Sword to become." Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven's thoughts flashed. In the next moment, the location of the grip of the sword in his hand turned into a white neck. Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven. Immediately afterward, the handguard stretched and became shoulders and arms. Finally, even the sword's hilt began to transform. "Are you really going to become the head of that girl that appeared in my dreams? If you transform into a girl's head, how can I feel at ease when fighting with you?" Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven said solemnly, "Sword hilt, please become what I looked like when I was younger." "But that isn't right, either. The scene of me holding the neck of a younger version of myself would still look very strange. So, become someone else's head." "But whose head would be good?" While he was in thought, the sword hilt had begun to take on the basic shape of a human head. Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven decided, "Fine, let it be him." At this moment, the Great Southern Emperor suddenly raised his pagoda and attacked Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven. The Heavenly Emperor's attack stored in the pagoda was instantly released. 2 fingers stretched out from the pagoda, shooting towards Scarlet Heaven. Behind those 2 fingers was a starry sky. Star-suppressing strike. It was an attack of the ancient era's Heavenly Emperor. This attack that was sealed in the pagoda crossed through time, making its reappearance in the world. During the long time it was sealed, the power of this attack had decreased sharply. "I knew it." The corners of Scarlet Heaven's mouth curled up. As he had expected, at the most critical moment, the Great Southern Emperor did indeed seize the opportunity to launch an attack. A full power blow of the Heavenly Emperor. "Hee, I've been waiting for this move of yours for a long time." Scarlet Heaven grabbed Scarlet Heaven Sword's fair neck, and a flame that seemed like it would burn everything in the universe blazed on the sword. After learning from Song Shuhang that the Great Southern Emperor's pagoda contained full power blows of the Heavenly Emperor, he wanted to have a taste of those attacks. The Heavenly Emperor came after the scholarly sage, and he was another existence that was able to suppress all of the practitioners of the universe. Scarlet Heaven wanted to test and see the gap between himself, the scholarly sage, and the Heavenly Emperor. On Scarlet Heaven's sword's body, the saber intent skyrocketed. And on its white neck, a head that had similar features to Song Shuhang's appeared. Chapter 1843 Seniors, I'm not an omnipotent god. At least, I feel no psychological pressure when holding its neck now. With the head not being that of a little girl or resembling what I looked like when I was a young adult, I don't feel much discomfort. While swinging his sword, Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven thought to himself and nodded. The Heavenly Emperor's star-suppressing strike brought with it the force of an entire starry sky. Faced with this, Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven slashed out his heaven-burning flame. The two super-powerful attacks collided with one another. But surprisingly, no sound came out after they made contact. Under the surprised gaze of Scarlet Heaven's sword's newly born head, the two law-filled forces intertwined with each other. Afterward, a scene similar to when two liquids of different colors mixed together took place as the two forces began to fuse. In a short while, the heaven-burning flame and the Heavenly Emperor's attack merged together to form a small sun. This small sun then quietly floated in between Scarlet Heaven and the Great Southern Emperor. What's going on? Scarlet Heaven's sword said in confusion upon seeing this. Why did Scarlet Heaven's heaven-burning saber and the Heavenly Emperor's attack fuse together? Is it the doing of the Great Southern Emperor's pagoda? But at this time, the Great Southern Emperor, who had also witnessed what had taken place, frowned and looked at Scarlet Heaven. He had used the full-powered blows of the Heavenly Emperor several times already. However, this was the first time that he had encountered a situation like this one. The small sun that floated in between Scarlet Heaven and the Great Southern Emperor appeared to be very calm. The energy inside it was stable, and it showed no signs of disorder. If it were pulled into a world without sunlight like the Black Dragon world, it could probably be directly used as a small sun, bringing light to the darkness and accumulating boundless virtue. Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven said, although I'm not sure what exactly happened, judging from the results, this isn't too bad. The Heavenly Emperor's attack, which had been sealed until this day, was definitely not as powerful as the Heavenly Emperor's actual full-power blowback in the ancient era. Nevertheless, the fact that his heaven-burning flaming saber technique was able to block it was still something above his expectations. The strange voice of the Great Southern Emperor resounded in the void. Fellow Taoist Scarlet Heaven is truly powerful. I'm afraid no one in this era can outperform you. I'm certain that you will stand atop the universe one day. Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven smiled slightly and shook his head. Unfortunately, I'm someone with no such ambitions. At this time, Scarlet Heaven's sword opened its mouth, and said, don't talk nonsense with him. Let's just go and cut him up. Knowing that the path to immortality that the Great Southern Emperor practiced was related to temptation, it felt that it was best to avoid chatting with the other party when fighting. It felt that if one were to be brought into the other party's rhythm, then they would be done for. Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven said, no, it's fine. After saying that, he stepped back, and a spatial gate opened behind him. They were running out of time. If they continued to move about in the outside world, they might end up attracting the attention of the current wielder of the Heaven's will. He did just have a battle with the Great Southern Emperor, after all, and the fluctuations that the battle caused were not small. Fellow Taoist, why don't you take advantage of the times and ascend to the supreme position? The corners of the Great Southern Emperor's mouth curled up as he spun the pagoda in his hand, disturbing the nearby space, destroying the spatial gate, and preventing Scarlet Heaven from leaving. Taoist priest Scarlet Heaven smiled gently. Fellow Taoist, you really are quite enthusiastic. The voice of the Great Southern Emperor echoed in the void. Well, I was originally the most hospitable person in the heavenly city. Since that's the case, it seems I have no other choice. Scarlet Heaven held his life-bound sword and laughed. Alright, Scarlet Heaven Sword, let's destroy this star region and create a spectacular meteor shower for fellow Daoist Great Southern Emperor. Although he and Scarlet Heaven Sword had forgotten who they had chased to this star region, or what secrets were hidden inside, they were certain that whatever was hidden here was extremely important to the ancient heavenly city. Since they were being kept here, then they would continue playing with fire and see who would be set ablaze. I like that. Come on, my sword body is raging with excitement. Speaking of which, Scarlet Heaven, what do I look like now? Should I give you a kiss as a reward after the battle? Scarlet Heaven Sword said while motioning for a kiss with its mouth. Daoist Priest Scarlet Heaven. I'd rather think of a way to lose, and decide on a decent pose for that. Meanwhile, Song Shuheng split his mind into two. He had a part of his consciousness follow Senior White's clone to explore the Southern Autumn Temple with everyone else. The other part controlled his body and took out his phone, turning on the GPS before flying towards Heavenly Field Island. While he was flying, young Master Phoenix Slayer suddenly sent Song Shuheng a request for a video call through the chat software. Song Shuheng casually accepted the video call. On the screen, young Master Phoenix Slayer's glasses were visibly foggy. He had a flushed face as he held a wine glass in his hand, calling out to the camera, "Little friend Shuheng." Song Shuheng replied quickly, "Senior Phoenix Slayer, are you out of food? I'll be there soon." I still haven't asked you the question, yet you've already answered. Why do you have to snatch my lines? Young Master Phoenix Slayer exclaimed in dissatisfaction. Song Shuheng. We actually asked the immortal chefs on Heavenly Field Island to cook us some side dishes so that we can eat them while waiting for you. Young Master Phoenix Slayer raised his glass. Anyhow, cheers. Did you drink over there? I'm flying at the moment, Song Shuheng said earnestly. One shouldn't drink and drive, and the same goes for flying. What if there is a traffic accident? He was a law-abiding young man, and he wouldn't even drive a tractor after drinking. Senior Song. At this time, Soft Feather's small face suddenly squeezed into the camera, pushing young Master Phoenix Slayer aside. Her eyes were hazy, and it was obvious that she had been drinking as well. She said to the camera, "We want to watch a meteor shower." Song Shuheng. Soft Feather said, "We want to watch a meteor shower. Could you bring a meteor shower for us to watch?" Vaguely, Song Shuheng could hear a voice calling out from behind Soft Feather. "Soft Feather, how do you stop this running wheel? This isn't good." "I'm going to throw up," Song Shuheng sighed. "Soft Feather, how am I supposed to do that? I'm not an omnipotent god." From the call, several other voices said, "Little friend Shuheng, we also want to watch a meteor shower." Senior Northern Rivers, Senior Dongfang 6, Senior Immortal Amidst Clouds, Senior Susus, and many seniors whose words were beginning to merge together were all shouting in unison. They had initially been by the side, doing their own things. But when they saw the others shouting, they all joined in. "Seniors, you've all drunk quite a bit. How about you take a rest? Anyway, I can't just blow up the stars and create a meteor shower for you," Song Shuheng said. "However, I'm bringing back some good things. Senior Medicine Master, when I get back, I'll be needing your help with the cooking." The heavenly tribulation ingredients were neatly arranged inside the inner world. Rivoli Purple Mist's voice sounded. "No problem. That's what Medicine Master said." Song Shuheng. Senior Medicine Master only has problems typing, right? Since when did he start practicing silent meditation as well? Even his words need to be said by Rivoli Purple Mist now. After ending the call with young Master Phoenix Slayer, Song Shuheng quickened his pace, and rushed back toward Heavenly Field Island. Chapter 1844 Shuheng, you're crazy. When Song Shuheng approached Heavenly Field Island, the island guarding formation around it quickly opened a path for him to enter. Fortunately, before Senior Tian Kong had gone drinking, he had arranged for his disciples to keep watch over the formation so that Song Shuheng wouldn't end up locked outside the island. After Song Shuheng entered the island, he adjusted his posture slightly, and landed at the place where the seniors of the 9 provinces #1 group were having the banquet. There, the immortal chefs of Heavenly Field Island and Song Shuheng's disciple, Chu Chu, were busy at work. Chu Chu was helping these veteran immortal chefs, and gaining experience from them. When Song Shuheng landed, he saw thrice reckless Mad Saber running frantically inside the hamster wheel. If I remember correctly, the voice I heard behind Soft Feather in the call wasn't Senior Thrice Reckless voice, right? Song Shuheng thought to himself. Did the person in the hamster wheel change while I was flying over? Little friend Shuheng, you're finally back. Senior Yellow Mountain was calmly seated on one of the seats. He smiled gently at Song Shuheng. Song Shuheng asked, Senior Yellow Mountain, you haven't drunk too much, have you? Senior Yellow Mountain smiled slightly and said, my alcohol tolerance is actually pretty good, so you don't have to worry about me. Anyway, you went out to look for ingredients, right? Did you find what you were looking for? Song Shuheng said, I did. However, the ingredients are quite large, so I had to store them elsewhere first. I'll bring them out in a while. Senior Song, where's the meteor shower? Soft Feather rolled over on the grass with the almighty merchant's sheet wrapped around her, stopping in front of Song Shuheng. She stared at him with shining eyes. Song Shuheng smiled bitterly. Soft Feather, I really can't do that kind of thing. But father said before that he created a meteor shower for my mother back then, and it was very gorgeous. Soft Feather blinked. Song Shuheng. So this is actually Senior Spirit Butterfly's fault? Huh, weird. Since that was something done by Senior Spirit Butterfly in the past, and Soft Feather now wants to see it, then shouldn't Senior Spirit Butterfly be doing his best to make her happy? With Senior Spirit Butterfly's character and strength, he should have quickly gone and brought a huge meteor over before exploding it above Heavenly Field Island to create a meteor shower. So why isn't that happening? Song Shuheng turned his head and found Senior Spirit Butterfly. Then, he saw that Senior Spirit Butterfly and Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, who both had clearly drunk too much, were looking at each other intently. What are Senior Spirit Butterfly and Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue doing? They aren't competing on who can drink more, are they? Song Shuheng worried. The potency of Lady Kuna's wine was too domineering, and even 8th stage profound sages wouldn't be able to handle it. With the two seniors having already drunk so much, it was very possible that they were indeed competing. Competing on such a thing was very dangerous, so why didn't the other seniors stop them? There's no need to worry. My dad and Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue are just playing a little game. The look at each other, don't talk, don't move game. Whoever blinks, talks, or moves first loses, said Soft Feather while rolling around on the ground, wrapped in the sheet. Song Shuheng. Soft Feather said, so, Senior Song, the meteor shower. It seemed that she was very intent on seeing a meteor shower. When the banquet is over, we can try setting that up. Song Shuheng could only reply this way. When Soft Feather sobered up a bit, she shouldn't be this focused on meteor showers, right? Okay. Soft Feather nodded obediently. She tightened the sheet around her body before rolling away into the distance, rolling all the way to Daodu and Chu Chu. Little friend Shuheng, what ingredients were you looking for? And what do you need us to do? Medicine Master took Rivoli Purple Mist's hand and came to Song Shuheng's side. Northern River's Loose Cultivator and young Master Phoenix Slayer followed. Song Shuheng said, hee, seniors, see for yourself. Afterward, he looked for an open space before stretching out his hands, and saying, ingredients, come out. With a burst of electric arcs and dazzling light, long strips of 3rd stage tribulation lightning appeared one after the other by exiting the inner world. The Heavenly Tribulation? Medicine Master's eyes widened at the sight of the tribulation lightning. I can't be wrong. This is definitely the lightning from the Heavenly Tribulation. As a cultivator, I might sometimes have trouble discerning other forms of lightning, but I would absolutely never misrecognize the lightning from the heavenly tribulation. Tribulation lightning? Young Master Phoenix Slayer jumped back on instinct, afraid of being affected by the tribulation lightning before him. Venerable Yellow Mountain looked at the seals on the strips of tribulation lightning and said calmly, "There's no need to be afraid. This lightning has already been sealed, and it seems to be fellow Daoist White's sealing technique." Has fellow Daoist White returned? From the looks of things, Senior Yellow Mountain really hadn't drunk much, and was still very sober. Song Shuheng replied, "It was Senior White's clone that was sent over to help me with sealing the lightning tribulation." True Monarch White Crane, who was in the form of a petite woman, swiftly came to Song Shuheng's side and asked, "Where's Senior White?" Although it was only a clone, it was still a clone of Senior White. "He's currently exploring the Southern Autumn Temple. He should come out in a while," replied Song Shuheng. He then stepped forward, stretched out his hand, and lightly pressed on the sealed tribulation lightning. Touching the familiar lightning, Song Shuheng pulled out the recipe for the braised heavenly tribulation and reviewed the steps to making it. True Monarch White Crane's wings drooped to the ground, clearly showing that it was feeling listless. "Wait a minute, I have a question," said Medicine Master. "Where are the ingredients? Where are the ingredients that you needed my help with?" Song Shuheng turned around, displayed his pearly white teeth to the seniors, gave a thumbs up with one hand while patting the sealed heavenly tribulation with the other, and said loudly, "These are the ingredients. Venerable Yellow Mountain. Fairy Lychee. Have you drunk too much, little friend Shuheng?" Northern River's loose cultivator asked while rubbing his temples. Song Shuheng replied, "No, not at all. Although I did drink a little, I'm still very sober." "It looks like he has indeed been drinking too much," Venerable Yellow Mountain concluded. Young Master Phoenix Slayer stepped forward, touching Song Shuheng's forehead. "You don't seem to have a fever, so why are you talking such nonsense? I'm going to make some braised heavenly tribulation. Seniors, watch me show off my skills and experience with the explosive taste of the heavenly tribulation." Song Shuheng patted his chest confidently. He had acquired Demon Emperor Heji's immortal chef inheritance from the other party's demonic god pillar. Besides that, he had also won Demon Emperor Heji's demonic chef heart from that mysterious young senior. With these, he had the confidence to tinker with the braised heavenly tribulation. Senior Yellow Mountain asked, "Fellow Daoist White knew you were going to make this braised heavenly tribulation?" Song Shuheng nodded and replied, "Yup. Senior White is also looking forward to the completion of the braised heavenly tribulation." Senior Yellow Mountain responded, "Very well, I understand. Then, everyone, let's cooperate with Shuheng. Just take it as we've drunk too much and have gone crazy. Don't blow up my heavenly field island." Senior Tian Kong let out a faint cry. Song Shuheng said, "The first step to make the dish is to take the sealed third stage lightning tribulation and place it inside a magical treasure. Afterward, a medicinal liquid that liquefies energy must be added into the magical treasure. I'll be relying on Medicine Master for this medicinal liquid. As for a magical treasure that could store the lightning tribulation, that could be left to him." Song Shuheng stretched out his hand, and summoned the 4 kings' walls, the immortal fairy monster cat's divine gate, and the ferocious camel's rock from the 33 divine beasts' combined magical treasure, and used them to form a closed box. After that, he threw the sealed tribulation lightning into the box. At the same time, the members of the 9 provinces number 1 group came over to assist him in moving over the lightning. During the process of throwing the lightning into the box, the drunk Dharma King creation grabbed the Big Dipper, which was amidst the lightning, and threw it into the box. The Big Dipper was a treasure that allowed those at the true monarch realm to raise their strength by a small realm. After a cultivator entered the 6th stage realm, they would need to go through several small realms: Spirit Lake Formation, Laketop Life Wheel, 10 Heavenly Layers, Lotus Formation, Nascent Soul Formation. Among them, the 10 heavenly layers was a very important part of a sixth-stage cultivator's journey. The number of layers one had was greatly dependent on the foundations one had laid down for themselves while at the fifth stage, and this could determine how far one would be able to go on the path of cultivation. The Big Dipper was a treasure that provided assistance during the Laketop Life Wheel and 10 heavenly layers portions. When a medium-grade Big Dipper appeared, it would attract large forces and sects to fight over it. The Big Dipper that Song Shuhang had was the one he had snatched before the throne of wealth distribution had officially opened. According to the estimates of the seniors in the group, this Big Dipper was at least a high-grade one, and there was a chance that it was of an even higher grade. After all, the celestial that had made its appearance back then was in existence at the 9th stage tribulation transcender realm. For such an existence to make the effort of crossing through space to snatch the Big Dipper, it meant that the treasure was very valuable. And now, this Big Dipper was thrown by Dharma King Creation into a box together with the strips of 3rd stage tribulation lightning. After the entire tribulation lightning was thrown into the box, Medicine Master rose into the air, took out a few bottles of medicinal liquid from his pockets, and poured them into the huge box. Rivoli Purple Mist accompanied Medicine Master. She looked at the box and curiously asked, "Can those medicinal liquids really affect the heavenly tribulation?" "Who knows," replied Medicine Master. As his alcohol tolerance wasn't that high, he couldn't properly stand after having drunk the wine Song Shuhang had brought. As such, he needed Rivoli Purple Mist to support him. Nevertheless, Medicine Master's mind was still very clear. Moreover, even though he couldn't stand steadily, his hands were as steady as a mountain, perhaps having to do with his being a pill master, which was a profession that required stable hands. Medicine Master laughed. "But if this braised heavenly tribulation thing really works out, I think that it would be very interesting." Rivoli Purple Mist replied softly. After Medicine Master poured the medicinal liquid in, he suddenly felt dizzy. Rivoli Purple Mist supported him from behind. "You drank too much. I will take you to rest. After you take a nap, I'm sure you'll feel better." Medicine Master stabilized himself and said, "Okay. Little friend Shuhang, do you still need my help anywhere else?" Song Shuhang recalled the steps of the recipe for the braised heavenly tribulation and replied, "I won't need Senior Medicine Master's help for the time being. However, after I complete the 36 steps, I'll have to ask for your help again." "Then I'll go and rest for a while," said Medicine Master while leaning on Rivoli Purple Mist. Suddenly, he thought of something. With his mind still very sober, Medicine Master felt that he had to take advantage of this time when he had such good wine. His parents did not have a talent for cultivation, and they also missed the best age to cultivate. It was only by relying on longevity pills that Medicine Master could make them live to this day. Remembering his parents, he wanted to take advantage of this time when they were still healthy to make them happy. Although his parents never mentioned anything explicitly to him, Medicine Master knew that they had always wanted for him to give them a grandchild. Rivoli Purple Mist's petite body supported the tall and thin Medicine Master. Noticing his thoughts, she curled her lips in a smile. Then, she reached out and hugged him before leaving the banquet. They had a good understanding of each other. Seeing Medicine Master's actions, she knew exactly what he was intending to do. When she passed by Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue and Senior Spirit Butterfly, Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue suddenly got up and came to her. Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue took out a small bottle of medicinal pills from her skirt's pocket, and stuffed it into Rivoli Purple Mist's hands. "These are medicinal pills refined by 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. Cultivators and ordinary people aren't the same. The greater one's strength is, the greater the difficulty in having a child. Fortunately, you're both below the 6th stage realm, and these medicinal pills just so happen to be effective for you. They can slightly increase the chances of you bearing a child." "Thank you, Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue." Rivoli Purple Mist gratefully took the small bottle. Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue waved her hand, returning to Sage Monarch's seventh cultivator of true virtue's side and sat down. She accompanied him, her beautiful eyes staring at Sage Monarch's spirit butterfly. When husband and wife were united, they could even split iron apart. Even if this was just a small game, she felt that she should play together with seventh cultivator of true virtue. In the distance, behind Song Shuhang, fairy creation suddenly appeared and began to whisper, "Spring is here, everything comes back to life, this is a..." But before she finished what she was saying, she covered her face and drilled back into Song Shuhang's body. She felt that the entire line was too shameful to say. She had lost. Previously, the virtuous Lamia had managed to say the entire line. Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly. The couple working together placed him under great pressure. At this time, his adorable daughter was still wrapped in a sheet and had rolled to somewhere unknown. She wasn't creating a father and daughter united as one image with him at all. Just when Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly was feeling quite stifled, a black-skinned soft feather silently appeared, gracefully kneeling beside him. After doing this, her bright eyes stared at Sage Monarch's seventh cultivator of true virtue, accompanying Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly in creating the image he wanted. Sage Monarch seventh cultivator of true virtue. His heart thumped. He swept his consciousness over the area, finding that his daughter was still rolling in the distance. Yet, there was now a black version of her right beside him. A black soft feather? When did I have another daughter? Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly's heart began to feel unsettled as he wanted to know the truth, but he was still unwilling to admit defeat. While he was in thought, Soft Feather rolled over, sitting on his other side. Afterward, she stared intently at Sage Monarch's seventh cultivator of true virtue just like the black-skinned Soft Feather. Father and two daughters, three united as one mode. Sage Monarch seventh cultivator of true virtue. This 3 as 1 mode didn't bring him much pressure. But for some reason, when he saw the combination of one white and one black soft feather, plus Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly, he inexplicably felt happy and wanted to smile. However, he had to endure, or he would lose. And so, that left him with a hard time trying to suppress his desire to smile, making him feel uncomfortable. At this time, Song Shuhang had already drawn 6 auxiliary formations inside the box. These 6 formations were meant to cooperate with the medicinal liquid in suppressing the power of the heavenly tribulation and liquefy the lightning. Without these 6 formations, it would be impossible for the medicinal liquid to affect the sealed heavenly tribulation on its own. Song Shuhang's proficiency in formations was barely at the beginner level. However, he was at the 6th stage realm and had a lot of spiritual energy. By simply following the steps in Demon Emperor Heji's inheritance, it was possible for him to slowly draw the formations. Soon, the 6 formations were successfully completed. As the formations were completed, the medicinal liquid began to affect the sealed tribulation lightning. Song Shuhang said, "Now, I'll need 12 kinds of natural treasures and spices." Venerable Yellow Mountain asked, "What spices do you need?" Song Shuhang reported the names of the required ingredients one by one. Spices were commonly used by immortal chefs, and Heavenly Field Island had a large stockpile. On the other hand, natural treasures weren't something that could be found whenever one wanted. While rubbing his temples, Su Clan 7 asked, "What do we do? We're still missing several spices." "No worries." Song Shuhang smiled slightly. After saying that, he took out a trading ticket. This trading ticket was something Song Shuhang had obtained from Fairy Almighty Seller. Fairy Almighty Seller was also known as Almighty Restocker or Almighty Retailer. She was the only disciple of the Almighty Merchant, and was at the 9th stage Tribulation Transcender realm. After completing her previous transaction with Song Shuhang, she felt that he was a potential business partner she could come back to again, so she left him a trading ticket, an object which could be used to summon her once. As long as the trading ticket was used, she would immediately cross through space and arrive at the place where the ticket was used. It could be said that the trading ticket was a very valuable object, since it worked across the entire universe, most of the treasures that existed could be bought from Fairy Almighty Seller. And even on the off chance that she didn't have the treasure you wanted in stock, she could simply go to her master, the Almighty Merchant, to restock on the item. It was undoubtedly a waste to use up the chance to summon her to purchase some ingredients for making the braised heavenly tribulation. However, since there were so many seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group present at the moment, they could also make use of this opportunity where they got to meet Fairy Almighty Seller to purchase some things from her. As long as the seniors wanted to buy anything, he could relay that to Fairy Almighty Seller, allowing everyone's wishes to be fulfilled. Now, the only problem was money. He was currently broke. Venerable Yellow Mountain asked curiously, "What is this trading ticket?" Song Shuhang waved it and explained, "This is a summoning ticket that can be used to summon the Almighty Merchant's disciple, Fairy Almighty Seller. We can buy all kinds of items and treasures from her. If you seniors want to buy anything, you can simply tell me and prepare the spirit stones. I can buy it for you." That's convenient. It just so happens that there's something I want to buy, Venerable Yellow Mountain said. Right, if there's anyone who isn't that drunk yet, can you use your phone to tell the others in the group of this news? Ask those in the group who haven't come to text us what they want to buy. As long as it doesn't cost too much, I can pay for it first. Song Shuhang. In other words, Senior Yellow Mountain, who didn't seem to be very drunk, was actually so drunk that he couldn't even type on his phone. As expected of Mama Yellow Mountain. Despite being too drunk to type properly, he could maintain a calm expression and keep all the members of the group in check. I'll send it. Fairy Lychee rubbed her eyes. But I'll use the voice message function. Fairy Almighty Seller. When Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue heard this, he grew slightly anxious. He happened to have something that he wanted to buy, but he was currently competing with fellow Taoist Spirit Butterfly, and did not want to lose to the other party. Forget it. I'll just admit defeat. Compared with this competition, buying what I need is more important. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue thought to himself. Freeing 6th Cultivator of True Virtue was his most important goal, right? Besides that, he also wanted to have a child with her before he became a 9th stage tribulation transcender. But when he was about to throw in the towel. I can't do this anymore. Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly suddenly exclaimed. I admit defeat. Then, he turned to look at the black-skinned Soft Feather, and then at his cute daughter who was wrapped in a sheet. Soft Feather, what the hell is going on? For Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly, his daughters were more important than the results of the competition. Hee. Soft Feather smiled, pointing at the black-skinned Soft Feather. This is Butterfly Song White Creation Yellow Trigram Lychee 6 Doe Phoenix, my inner demon. I had her materialize, and then become my inner demon clone. Dad, you can treat her like your other daughter, although her personality is slightly different from mine. Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly. He turned to look at the black-skinned Soft Feather again. Soft Feather said, call him Daddy. The black-skinned Soft Feather said in a graceful and obedient manner, Daddy. Seeing this take place, Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly's emotions fell into a mess. She's clearly an inner demon, but she's so well behaved. How am I supposed to deal with this new daughter? However, I can't deny that the feeling of having another daughter is quite good. Butterfly Song White Creation Yellow Trigram Lychee 6 Doe Phoenix, this name is too messy, Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly said. Alright, Daddy will give you a new name. Dad, you still owe me dozens of Taoist names. Soft Feather turned to Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly, glaring at him. Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly. I almost forgot about that. Then, he couldn't help but turn his head to look at Song Shuhang, the culprit. At this time, Song Shuhang was noting down the items that the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group wanted to purchase one by one. In terms of spirit stones, the settlement would be made after the purchase was completed. After noting down all of the items, Song Shuheng asked, "Is this all?" Fairy Lychee responded, "Yeah. That should be everything that everyone wants to buy. I've also checked on the items that the fellow Taoists in the group wanted to buy. As for those who haven't replied, they'll just have to miss out on this. Then, I'll summon Fairy Almighty Seller." Song Shuheng grabbed the trading ticket and got ready to use it. Just as Song Shuheng finished speaking, a spatial gate opened above his head. Afterward, Fairy Almighty Seller, who he hadn't seen for quite a while, jumped out of the gate. When she came out, she was wearing a tight-fitting black suit, a short skirt, black stockings, and very tall, high-heeled shoes. Who called for me?" Fairy Almighty Seller looked bewildered. She had randomly chosen to open a spatial gate here, but before she could fully come out, she happened to hear someone calling for her. Who was so powerful that they were able to tell that she was going to appear here? Song Shuheng held the trading ticket in his hand and stared at Fairy Almighty Seller, who was in female business attire, in confusion. He hadn't used the trading ticket yet, so why was she already here? Fairy Almighty Seller turned her head and saw Song Shuheng. So it's actually fellow Taoist tyrannical Song. Song Shuheng smiled slightly, quietly putting away the trading ticket. This ticket could be used some other time. Song Shuheng asked calmly, "Fairy Almighty Seller, why did you suddenly appear here?" Fairy Almighty Seller nodded and said, "I was originally heading to the Beast Realm from the Companion Realm to exchange for a few fragments of the Eastern Spring Pavilion from someone, but before I began my journey to the Companion Realm, I felt like using the Earth of the main world as a transit point, as that would save me some time and effort. Then, when I randomly opened a spatial gate to Earth from the Companion Realm and jumped through, this is where I happened to arrive. I felt that when I was jumping through space, someone was calling for me. There was no confidentiality agreement in this transaction, so she could speak more casually." Song Shuheng scratched his head. Could it be that when Fairy Almighty Seller was crossing through space, he just happened to pull out the trading ticket, and so she got attracted by the aura of the ticket and teleported over? "Fairy, it seems fate has brought us together yet again," Song Shuheng said. "Shall we conduct a transaction?" Fairy Almighty Seller said readily, "Okay." Song Shuheng immediately stretched out his hand, handing a list of items to the Fairy Maiden. On this list were all the items that the members of the 9 provinces number 1 group wanted to buy, items that generally couldn't be bought through ordinary channels. Fairy Almighty Seller was elated when she saw the long list of items. The bigger the transaction and the more precious the items, the more profit she would make. Her eyes swept across the list, quickly scanning all of the items on it while checking if she had an inventory of them. Song Shuheng asked, "Fairy, do you have all the items?" "You don't need to worry. Although some of these items are relatively rare, I do have them in stock," Fairy Almighty Seller said calmly. "And even if I didn't have the goods on me, I could still arrange for them to be brought over at a later date. As long as you have enough spirit stones, you'll be able to get what you want." Song Shuheng smiled and nodded. "Fairy, please help me calculate the price of the treasures on the list. We can settle the bill right away." This time, as he didn't have treasures that Fairy Almighty Seller needed urgently, he would have to rely on Senior Yellow Mountain, Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, Senior Spirit Butterfly, and the other seniors to settle the bill. In addition, he had also noticed the Eastern Spring Pavilion's fragments which the fairy had mentioned just now. It sounded like it matched the Palace of Summer, the Southern Autumn Temple, and the Palace of Winter in style. Could it be that the Eastern Spring Pavilion was the palace of the Great Eastern Emperor? Fairy Almighty Seller said, "No problem, I'll calculate the price for you." As she spoke, she noticed that at the end of the list of goods, there were 7 relatively common natural treasures, which belonged to the kind of things that a cultivator could gather if they searched carefully. Fairy Almighty Seller asked, "What's with these last treasures?" The 7 ordinary natural treasures lowered the value of the entire list by a notch. Song Shuheng replied, "These 7 treasures are the ingredients I need to make the braised heavenly tribulation. I need them to complete the first 32 steps and process the tribulation lightning. Braised heavenly tribulation? You captured the heavenly tribulation to cook it? Fairy Almighty Seller asked. When she heard of the dish called braised heavenly tribulation, she was unexpectedly able to stay completely calm. This probably had something to do with her occupation. As a disciple of the Almighty Merchant, she was someone who conducted business all across the universe. The people, creatures, and things that she encountered would quite often be beyond most people's imagination. Therefore, her ability to accept novelties was outstanding. Yes, and the braised heavenly tribulation is just the simplest one in the menu. This dish only uses third-stage tribulation lightning, Song Shuhang introduced. It sounds good. It should have a pretty good value, said Fairy Almighty Seller. Afterward, she took out a laptop before typing the words, Profound Sage Tyrannical Song plus Braised Heavenly Tribulation plus Heavenly Tribulation menu, into a line on the laptop. This laptop was connected to the Virtuous Network, and the information entered by Fairy Almighty Seller would be stored in a specific area of the Virtuous Network for her and the Almighty Merchant to reference. This information was also the basis on which she and her master were able to conduct business across the universe. In case someone wanted to eat a dish from the Heavenly Tribulation Grand Banquet in the future, she could contact Song Shuhang and order a dish from him. Fairy Almighty Seller said, Fellow Taoist Tyrannical Song, you really are a good business partner. Then, she took out a calculator, and entered a series of numbers on it. The treasures in this transaction are mostly at the 5th and 6th stage realms, while there's a small amount of 7th stage treasures, so we'll use 6th stage spirit stones for this trade. This is the total, and I've already included a discount in this. Do you have enough spirit stones? Although this is not the first transaction between us, I don't accept credit. Song Shuhang said solemnly, Fairy, do you think I'm someone who will owe others a debt without having any money? Fairy Almighty Seller stared at Song Shuhang, and said affirmatively, you are poor. Fairy, you are right. Song Shuhang clapped his hands vigorously, a smile on his face. I'm penniless. Right now, I can't even bring out a single entire 6th stage spirit stone. Moreover, I still owe someone an entire spatial magical treasure full of 8th and 9th stage spirit stones. Goodbye, see you never again. Fairy Almighty Seller put away the calculator while fuming with anger, getting ready to blacklist Song Shuhang. Fairy, don't be in such a hurry. The seniors behind me are all rich, Song Shuhang hurriedly said. Senior Yellow Mountain, Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, Senior Spirit Butterfly, and everyone else, please come settle the bill. As for the 7 ingredients at the end of the list, I'll have to request seniors to pay for that for me. I'm currently out of spirit stones. Senior Yellow Mountain stretched out his hand, calmly brought out 9 cosmos bags from his pocket, and threw them boldly at Song Shuhang. He mainly did this because he could no longer stand up properly, so he couldn't do anything other than give Song Shuhang spirit stones in such a pretentious manner. Song Shuhang used his psychic energy to gently catch the 9 cosmos bags. It felt really good to be hit in the face with spirit stones. The only regretful thing was that these spirit stones did not belong to him. It was only rich people like Senior Yellow Mountain who would casually bring 9 cosmos bags filled with spirit stones when going out. Song Shuhang opened the cosmos bags, counted the spirit stones, and paid for the items. The moment she received the spirit stones, Fairy Almighty Seller's expression instantly changed from anger to joy. Her beautiful eyes twinkled like stars, and the smile on her face was like a blooming flower, her countenance so bright that it was quite literally shining. She and the Almighty Merchant were indeed of the same line of business, their face-changing skills were exactly the same. They were likely the only people with such high strength whose faces would brighten up so much from a few cosmos bags of 6th stage spirit stones. The payment has been received. Fairy Almighty Seller put away the spirit stones. She then turned around, and transferred out the items from a spatial gate before having them land in front of Song Shuhang. Please check your items. Song Shuheng turned his head, and shouted, "Senior Phoenix Slayer, Senior Lychee, all of you who are still sober, can you come and help me confirm the items?" It wasn't that he didn't want to check the items himself, it was just that he didn't recognize the majority of the treasures. His cultivation-related knowledge was honestly still too low. Fairy Lychee rubbed her eyes and came over with Phoenix Slayer to help check the items. Song Shuheng chatted with Fairy Almighty Seller while the seniors were looking through the items. He wanted to see if he could get any information about the Eastern Spring Pavilion's fragments from her. Since he felt that he couldn't be too obvious while looking for this information, he first raised another topic. "Fairy, do you have high-level resurrection magical treasures on you? The kind that can be used by those at the 6th stage?" The previous set of resurrection gold coins had been of great use to him. He would definitely rate it 5 stars. Fairy Almighty Seller asked curiously, "Do you plan on buying resurrection magical treasures for your disciples again? Have the ones you bought previously already been used?" Song Shuheng pointed at himself. "My disciples don't need any at the moment, but I do. I've nearly used the entire set I got previously. As for the remaining few, since I've already ascended to the 6th stage and can't use them anymore, I gave them to others. As such, I want to buy a few that can be used by people at the 6th stage." "You used them yourself, and you've nearly used them all? And wait, ascended to the 6th stage? Aren't you an 8th stage profound sage?" Fairy Almighty Seller stared at Song Shuheng, her eyes filled with doubt. Song Shuheng replied, "Fairy, don't doubt your eyes. The cultivation realm you see is the real one. A person might be able to deceive others with a false name, but they can't fake their cultivation realm." "Fellow Taoist tyrannical Song, you truly are interesting," Fairy Almighty Seller said. She felt that if profound sage tyrannical Song became an item, he would definitely sell for a good price. Unfortunately, she and the Almighty Merchant did not conduct human trafficking. Therefore, unless Song Shuheng himself strongly demanded himself to be sold, she had no intention of selling him. Song Shuheng asked, "So, does Fairy have any resurrection magical treasures suitable for me?" Fairy Almighty Seller shook her head. "Those at the true monarch realm are no longer able to simply use treasures to resurrect. Other than a few very valuable treasures that can be used directly, those at the true monarch realm generally need to set up a large formation as a means of resurrection. I have several such formations on hand, and the materials for those formations can also be purchased from me, but they are very costly. If you want, I could introduce a formation to you. But compared to this, I have a better business deal which I can introduce you to. Would you like to know about it, fellow Taoist tyrannical Song?" Song Shuheng asked, "What is it?" Fairy Almighty Seller, in her tight-fitting business attire, very much looked like a salesperson. "It's an exclusive life insurance which was started by my master and me." "Are you interested in subscribing?" said Fairy Almighty Seller. Song Shuheng. He didn't expect that after becoming a cultivator, and even reaching the true monarch realm at that, he still wouldn't be able to escape the fate of having insurances sold to him. Moreover, the one selling him the life insurance was a fairy maiden at the 9th stage tribulation transcender realm. Song Shuheng asked, "After taking this insurance, how much compensation will my relatives get if I die?" Fairy Almighty Seller eloquently promoted their new product. Don't associate our insurance business with those of mortals. Our insurance business sells real, life insurance. After you apply for the insurance, you simply need to place the provided insurance ticket on your body. When you find yourself in danger, this ticket will launch some defenses and buy you some time. At the same time, I or my master will cross through space, directly bringing you out of the danger you're in. Think about it, as long as you have this ticket, you will have 2 people who have grasped spatial means that will come to save you. This is more reliable than an ordinary 6th stage resurrection formation, right? Also, we've only just launched this insurance program, and we're giving discounts for those who buy early. The price for buying an insurance ticket the first time is cheaper than buying a 6th stage resurrection formation. Moreover, each insurance ticket can be used one time, so the more you buy, the more chances you get at keeping your life. Song Shuheng remarked, "It does sound tempting." Fairy Almighty Seller said, "Yeah, would you like to get a few now?" Song Shuheng shook his head. "Unfortunately, it won't be useful to me." As he said that, his figure retreated, drilled into the inner world, and then jumped out before going back in again, and jumping out again. Facts spoke louder than words. Song Shuheng proved with his actions that he did not need to subscribe to such an insurance program. Fairy Almighty Seller. The other party had their own spatial ability, so what use would that insurance ticket be? This was the first time that she felt the future of their insurance business to be bleak after promoting it to a customer. Speaking of which, Fairy, I remember you mentioning the fragments of the Eastern Spring Pavilion. What kind of magical treasure is this Eastern Spring Pavilion? It's not a magical treasure, it's something way more valuable, Fairy Almighty Seller said. Song Shuheng asked, "It's more valuable? Then, what is it? Do you want to know?" Fairy Almighty Seller stretched out her small hand, placing it in front of Song Shuheng. "I also sell intelligence. You can know what you want as long as you pay enough." She really was just like the almighty merchant. "Seeing that we've conducted transactions several times now, can't you give me this information for free?" Song Shuheng said. He currently had no money, so he couldn't buy the information even if he wanted to. "If you were currently in that uncle-looking state back when you were delivering the speech, I might give you face." Fairy Almighty Seller reached out and poked Song Shuheng's face. "But unfortunately, I don't like little puppies. With the way you are now, I don't want to give you any face." "Fairy, that really hurts my heart, you know. We've finished checking. All the items are here. There wasn't any problem with the transaction." Fairy Lychee's voice sounded, interrupting the embarrassment Song Shuheng was feeling at this time. "Then, the transaction is complete." Fairy Almighty Seller nodded. "Do you still need the information?" No, I can't afford it," Song Shuheng said as he shook his head. In fact, from hearing her words just now, he was basically able to determine that the Eastern Spring Pavilion's fragments came from the ancient heavenly city. As for whether it was the old home of the great Eastern Emperor, he wasn't able to tell. But he really didn't need to buy the information about this, he could simply go and ask Senior Turtle in a while. After all, Senior Turtle was an authentic survivor from the heavenly city. Fairy Almighty Seller giggled. "Alright, see you next time then." "See you next time." Song Shuheng bent over, picked out the ingredients needed for the braised heavenly tribulation from the pile of treasures, then went to the large box, starting to follow the steps of Demon Emperor Heji's life menu. He carefully poured the spices and ingredients into the large box. Fairy Almighty Seller glanced at Song Shuheng from a distance, opened a spatial gate, and stepped into it. But then, the Almighty Merchant's voice suddenly sounded in her ear. "Dear disciple, I just saw the information you added about the braised heavenly tribulation and a heavenly tribulation menu on the Virtuous Network. Where did you get this information from?" Fairy Almighty Seller asked rhetorically. "Master is interested in this?" The Almighty Merchant said, "I've had a transaction that's been on hold for nearly 10 million years now. The other party just wanted to have a taste of a dish from the Heavenly Tribulation Grand Banquet, and they had not set a definite trading period. However, even after searching all over the universe, I wasn't able to get any information on the Heavenly Tribulation Grand Banquet, and so this transaction has been on hold for all this time." Fairy Almighty Seller said, "It's profound sage tyrannical song. He's the one who has the method for making the braised heavenly tribulation dish of the Heavenly Tribulation Grand Banquet." The Almighty Merchant. "Seriously? Why is it that guy again?" The Almighty Merchant gritted his teeth, and said, "Wait for a moment, I'll be right there." Customers came first, business was above everything else. Although profound sage tyrannical song was a blacklisted customer, he was also a potential customer at the same time. He was a guy who died very frequently, and was thus a good customer for resurrection magical treasures. As soon as he thought about the resurrection, rebirth, and life-saving magical treasures that Song Shuheng quickly used up, the almighty merchant felt elated. Moreover, the customer who wanted to taste a dish of the heavenly tribulation grand banquet was a very special existence. Not only were they powerful, but they were also very rich and generous. The other party was a potential major VIP customer, and was worth working with. As he thought of this, the almighty merchant gritted his teeth and moved Song Shuheng from his blacklist to the temporarily under investigation list. He would give him another chance. However, if Song Shuheng was placed on the blacklist again after this, he would never be removed from there again. This was his last chance. Meanwhile, Song Shuheng carefully completed the 36 steps for handling the tribulation lightning. With the demonic chef heart and demon emperor Heji's immortal chef inheritance, Song Shuheng was able to handle these procedures on his own. At this time, several seniors from the 9 provinces number 1 group were curiously surrounding the box, watching the changes inside. They watched as the tribulation lightning liquefied and solidified into strips. Inside the box, the lightning size had shrunk over 10 times, and it was still slowly shrinking. However, there was already a faint fragrance wafting out from the solidified strips of tribulation lightning. There were also faint lines that streaked across the strips, looking like the marbling in beef, which made it appear particularly beautiful. Thrice reckless Mad Saber sniffed, and said, "It seems edible for real." Song Shuheng said, "After a while, when its size has stopped changing, I'll need Senior Medicine Master to take action and place the strips in a pill furnace to refine them." "I'm afraid Medicine Master won't be able to come over in a short time," Sage Monarch's 7th cultivator of true virtue said. "I'll handle the refining when the time comes." Thrice reckless Mad Saber remarked, "It's a pity that Senior Skylark is not here. If she were, she would definitely enjoy this." Fairy Lychee asked curiously, "By the way, what happened to Senior Skylark? I don't seem to have seen her during the last few events." Before this meeting, Senior Skylark had spoken in the group. Because of that, Fairy Lychee thought that Senior Skylark would come this time, but it turned out that it was just Thrice Reckless who had been using Skylark's account since his got muted. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said, "Senior Skylark is preparing to go to the Netherworld realm." Song Shuheng reacted. "What? Why was Senior Skylark going to the Netherworld realm again? She had clearly gone through so much just to escape from the fat ball." Thrice Reckless Mad Saber replied, "She wants to get back what she lost." Song Shuheng. "Senior Skylark is planning on going directly against the fat ball to retrieve her bone of eternity? Does she have a plan in mind?" Song Shuheng said, "I'll try to get in touch with that person." Senior White too loved fighting the fat ball. Moreover, he was the ruler of the Netherworld. If Senior Skylark was going to be in the Netherworld realm, it would be much safer for her if Senior White 2 was taking care of her. He just wondered whether Senior White 2 was still angry at him. Song Shuheng tried summoning Senior White 2 several times without success. I would never have expected that the braised heavenly tribulation would make Senior White 2 so angry. In the future, if there comes a day when I want to anger Senior White 2, can't I just make use of the braised heavenly tribulation? No. I need to stop right away. I must never let this kind of thought that's easy to detect surface in my mind in the future. Song Shuheng's strong desire to survive allowed him to forcibly put an end to his previous line of thought. There was definitely no problem with thinking about certain matters in your mind, but when it came to thoughts directly related to Senior White 2, you were simply looking for the fast lane to death. I have to apologize to Senior White 2. Song Shuheng patted his cheeks. Senior Skylark did not have her bone of eternity right now. As such, it would be extremely dangerous for her if she were to head to the Netherworld realm alone to fight the fat ball. This time around, she would stay dead if she died. This was a serious matter. After properly arranging his thoughts, Song Shuheng summoned Senior White 2 in his mind again. Senior White, it was my mistake when I mentioned the matter regarding the heavenly tribulation. Can you please reply when you see this message? Would you like to join us in fighting the fat ball? Song Shuheng felt that fighting the fat ball should be one of Senior White 2's favorite hobbies. Before he met Song Shuheng, Senior White 2's life mostly revolved around eating, sleeping, and fighting the fat ball. Of course. It had come to his mind that a verbal apology might not be enough. And so, Song Shuheng began to think. Should I go to the netherworld realm to capture a demonic tribulation, and then make it into an immortal dish? For Senior White 2, an immortal dish made from the demonic tribulation should be similar to how we see the braised heavenly tribulation. If not that, I could also try making the smoked inner demon tribulation slices. Although the inner demon tribulation is a kind of heavenly tribulation, its attributes are more inclined to neutrality. In addition, evil demons of the netherworld would also have to go through inner demon tribulations, so Senior White 2 shouldn't be averse to it. Hello, the Senior White you are trying to reach is currently exercising to lose weight. Please avoid tempting him with food. Suddenly, Senior White's mechanical voice sounded in Song Shuheng's mind. Song Shuheng. Senior White 2, you are already so handsome, so why are you even trying to lose weight? Song Shuheng asked, Senior White, can we talk? Buzz, the Senior White you are trying to reach is currently exercising to lose weight. If there is nothing important, please avoid disturbing him. The mechanical voice sounded once more. It sounded like an automatic reply. Song Shuheng. He did not give up just yet and tried contacting Senior White 2 several more times. However, every time he did, he would receive a reply that sounded like it had been pre-recorded. Losing weight truly is bad. Speaking of which, why did Senior White even think of losing weight? Song Shuheng thought for a while. Wait. This seems to be my fault as well. Song Shuheng rubbed his cheeks forcefully, his liver aching. The bitter fruit he had planted was doomed to end up in his mouth one day. This was karma. Thrice reckless Mad Saber asked, Shuheng, have you contacted that person? He was surprisingly calm and composed as he stayed by Song Shuheng's side, waiting patiently. Song Shuheng shook his head, and replied, we might have to wait a bit. That person cannot be reached at the moment. I will try to contact him again after a while. When is Senior Skylark going to the netherworld realm? Thrice reckless Mad Saber said, I'll ask. He took out his phone, violently tapping on the screen several times as he looked for Skylark's contact number. As he watched, Song Shuheng grew worried that Senior Thrice Reckless might end up directly destroying the phone if he tapped even a little harder. After Thrice Reckless found her number and dialed it, the call quickly connected. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said, Hello, Senior Skylark. Where are you right now? Yo, Thrice Reckless, you actually took the initiative to call me? Skylark's voice, which sounded surprised, came from the other end. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber responded, This is a serious matter. Senior Skylark, where are you right now, and when are you heading to the netherworld realm? His drunkenness seemed to have dissipated a little, and he spoke rather clearly. Skylark said, I was just preparing to enter the netherworld realm. However, I'm planning on heading to the scholarly faction first to borrow a treasure from fellow Taoist Eternal Fire. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber replied, True Monarch Eternal Fire is with me. We're currently at Heavenly Field Island. Skylark said, What a coincidence. So Eternal Fire isn't at the scholarly faction? Well, no matter, I'm familiar with the people of the scholarly faction. I can just look for other fellow Taoists to borrow that treasure. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber went silent for a moment, and then suddenly said, Senior Skylark, you couldn't have already entered the netherworld realm, could you? Skylark replied, How could that be? If I were already in the netherworld realm, then how could you call me? Thrice Reckless Mad Saber asked, That's true. Then why don't you come to Heavenly Field Island to join the other fellow Taoists of the group? Skylark calmly said, No, I don't want to involve the fellow Taoists of the group in this, I can handle things on my own. Fear not, I'm just going to get what is mine back. I won't directly face off against that existence from the netherworld. Even if I do end up in a confrontation, it would only be with my old body, and I happen to have left a few safeguards in it that only I would know of. After all, nobody understands my old body better than I do. Thrice reckless Mad Saber responded, all right, I understand. Wait. Song Shuheng suddenly thought of something, and hurriedly said to Thrice reckless Mad Saber, Senior Skylark's old body is no longer in the hands of that existence from the netherworld. Therefore, the treasure that Senior Skylark wants to retrieve is very likely to have been transferred to another body. Back in Jiangnan University Town, the fat ball had used Skylark's old body to approach Song Shuheng to read his memories. But in the end, that operation ended in failure, and Skylark's old body, which was under the control of the fat ball, was hit by Song Shuheng's impregnating gaze and embryonic gaze combo. Afterward, the fat ball's clone used all its energy to take the bone of eternity, bringing it back into the netherworld realm. Therefore, Senior Skylark's plan of using the safeguards of her old body to retrieve the bone of eternity was no longer feasible. Thrice reckless Mad Saber. He quickly relayed this information to Skylark. On the other side of the call, Skylark went silent. Thrice reckless Mad Saber frowned. He always felt as if Skylark wasn't in the right state. Her main body couldn't have already run into the netherworld realm, only leaving a clone to receive his call, right? Tyrannical Song, my master, who is currently exercising, asked me to tell you something. Don't let your blue-haired senior go to the netherworld realm. The fat ball's consciousness and the bone of eternity have occupied a new body, and are heading to the main world. At this moment, the voice of the little son, "You're busy T233, sounded in Song Shuheng's ear. Song Shuheng said, the fat ball is coming to the main world again? This was bad news. Every time the fat ball came to the main world, it would always look for a chance to fight him. On Song Shuheng's list of people that he least wanted to see, the fat ball sat firmly at the top of the list. Song Shuheng had died the most at its hands, to the point that he couldn't even remember how many times he had died to the other party back in the scholarly faction's world of the Golden Lotus. If Song Shuheng hadn't had a firm will, he would have been scarred for life. The little son, "You're busy T233, said gently, yes. My master has been secretly monitoring the actions of the fat ball. At this moment, the body in which the bone of eternity is hidden is trying to sneak into the main world, and my master is making plans to capture it. Tyrannical Song, if you're interested, I can bring you along when my master is confronting the fat ball." As soon as Song Shuheng heard this, his heart calmed down. If Senior White too wanted to fight the fat ball, he just needed to cheer from the side. At that time, he could simply bring Senior Skylark along. If the bone of eternity could be retrieved, everything would be solved. I am very interested. At that time, can I bring another person along? Song Shuheng asked. The little son replied gently, no problem. Tyrannical Song merely needs to prepare himself in the near future. It is expected that within 1 week, the fat ball's clone will be heading to the main world. Got it. Oh, right, can you thank Senior White for me? Song Shuheng said. The little son let out a simple and honest laugh, and severed the connection with Song Shuheng. Senior Thrice Reckless, tell Senior Skylark to delay her plans to go to the netherworld realm. Song Shuheng turned to look at Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, and said, it would be best for Senior Skylark to simply follow me when the time comes. As soon as he turned his head, Song Shuheng saw a deeply frowning Senior Thrice Reckless, who seemed to be in a very solemn mood. Heavens! Song Shuheng was startled. It was very rare to see Senior Thrice Reckless be calm and composed, but this solemn expression of his made him seem like a different person altogether. It was like he was possessed. Senior Copper Trigram? Song Shuheng said doubtfully. Could this Thrice Reckless Mad Saber be Senior Copper Trigram in disguise? Above a tree, a penguin flapped its wings and said suddenly, "Why are you calling me Song Shuhang? What, have you never seen me disguised as a penguin?" Immortal Master Copper Trigram jumped down from the treetop, landing in front of Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang said, "This is no longer a disguising technique, Senior Copper Trigram." Immortal Master Copper Trigram patted Song Shuhang with his small wing, and said, "You seem at a loss just because I disguised myself as a penguin. However, this is the very essence of my disguising technique." Song Shuhang. Penguin Trigram asked, "So what did you call me for?" Song Shuhang suddenly said, "Seniors, there's a penguin here, and it looks delicious." Penguin Trigram. In the next moment, Su Clan 7 and Dharma King Creation, who had been drinking too much, rushed over before carrying Penguin Trigram away to the kitchen on Heavenly Field Island. "Idiots, I'm Copper Trigram." Immortal Master Copper Trigram struggled violently. Su Clan 7 laughed. "Ha ha ha, that only makes you more delicious." "Baboons are also delicious," said Dharma King Creation. Northern River's loose cultivator. After seeing this scene, he felt an inexplicable sense of comfort. Then, he followed them into the kitchen. Song Shuhang smiled and waved his hand, happy of his achievement. Then, he looked at Thrice Reckless Mad Saber. "Senior Thrice Reckless, what's wrong? What are you thinking about?" Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said, "Give me a moment. I need to confirm something." After saying that, he dialed Skylark's number again. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber asked seriously, "Senior Skylark, have you already entered the Netherworld realm?" On the other side of the call, an awkward laugh could be heard. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said urgently, "Quickly get your main body to come back." There was a change of plans as little friend Shuhang came up with a much better suggestion. "Return to the main world, I promise that this won't affect your plan to get your bone back." On the other side, Skylark went silent again. After a while, her voice sounded. "Okay, I understand. The message has been sent to the main body. As long as the main body receives the message, it should head back immediately." Thrice Reckless Mad Saber. Skylark added, "Actually, you don't have to worry too much. Although I don't have the bone of eternity, I have found another means of resurrection. At most, I will be captured and used in some experiments. Nevertheless, there shouldn't be any danger to my life." After saying that, she didn't wait for Thrice Reckless Mad Saber to reply, and quickly ended the call. After the call ended, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber put away the phone, making an okay gesture to Song Shuhang. Then, he found two small square tables and placed them together. Under Song Shuhang's suspicious gaze, he climbed on top of the tables and fell asleep. Not long after Thrice Reckless lay down, Fairy Dongfang Snow, a beauty with an elegant style and a scholarly aura, quietly approached. She reached out, laid her hand on Thrice Reckless, and then an illusion was placed on him. Thrice Reckless, who was curled up and sleeping, was turned into a big baboon again. Fairy Dongfang Snow nodded with satisfaction before running away gleefully. Song Shuhang. Recently, it seems as if Fairy Dongfang Snow wants to enter the top 3 of the death-seeking leaderboard in the 9 provinces #1 group. Senior Song, the box is bubbling. Is it time to move on to the next step? At this time, the two soft feathers exclaimed in unison. The two voices, one vigorous and the other gentle, unexpectedly sounded wonderful when put together. What? Bubbling? Song Shuhang pulled out the recipe for the braised heavenly tribulation in his mind, and compared it with what they had done. After the first 36 steps are completed, there shouldn't be any bubbling. Did I do something wrong? Impossible, I followed the recipe step by step. During this time, I also had the help of the demonic chef heart, so the steps are guaranteed to be correct. Don't worry. I'll take a look. Song Shuhang ran to the side of the two soft feathers and was about to squeeze through to the side of the box to take a look when Senior Spirit Butterfly moved a step ahead of him, putting himself between Song Shuhang and the two soft feathers. "It's all foam," said the black-skinned soft feather. "It feels like it's about to spew out of the box," said soft feather. The black-skinned soft feather said, "Senior Song, is it going to fail?" Afterward, the members of the 9 provinces number 1 group gathered over one after the other. "However, it does smell quite fragrant." Fairy Almighty Seller also squeezed over. She was currently acting as coordinates for her master. "I hope there isn't a problem with the dish." Song Shuhang stretched out his hand, and had the fingertips of the defiant whale warrior's glove recede to expose his fingers. He then activated his smoke mode, and reached out to touch the foam. "We miscalculated. I knew we should have separated the strips of third-stage tribulation lightning in several boxes," said Venerable Yellow Mountain regretfully. Previously, everyone had drunk too much, so nobody had thought much of it. Wine was good, but one should not drink too much. Drinking too much wine was bad. Song Shuhang used the secret appraisal technique, and after paying a small price, the appraisal result appeared in his mind. Strange foam. Ingredients: liquefied tribulation lightning, Big Dipper. Effects: unknown. The Big Dipper? Song Shuhang panicked, and he hurriedly looked at his inner world. The Big Dipper was gone. He used his psychic energy again, checking inside the box. Soon after, he discovered a slightly whitish Big Dipper deep inside the box.